I can't hear you. Hold on. Is that me? Yeah, I can't hear you at all. Can you hear me? One sec. Let me try again.
I didn't have my mic plugged in the fucking wall. Oh. I didn't have my mic plugged in the wall.
I was like, oh shit, I wonder if that's me. I was like, I was like testing.
Dang, I've been on here like 5 minutes just talking. Nobody can hear me.
What are you looking at? What are you reading tonight?
What I was saying. Basically open subject for now, but just because I was saying it's the late show. Damn it! I said a bunch of shit. Nobody can probably hear me.
No, I came in. I thought it was me. That's why, because I could tell you were talking, but it was like your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So, this is just a piece of documentation of the Earl Bryan. He was a neurosurgeon from Vietnam, and that connected to some MK Ultra shit, and that he was heading biotech, which is currently known as infotechnology, which is connected to Heldron, and that those are also connected with Neuralink. And basically, that I think the Primus software that was possibly just a ruse or just one of the things that they were doing with the software. I think there was more levels to it.
Like what eventually became, you said the Neuralink, like the hacking the brain.
Yeah, I think that I think it all started from interrogation techniques, or possibly like a chip that was implanted not for mind control but to record things. Because if somebody was wearing a wire or something, but the wire was like in their brain, then nobody's gonna find it.
Yeah, that's. No, that's how they've always wanted. That's how they want to do. They want to do like remote viewing, so you could sit there taking notes with nobody knowing you're in the room. Yeah, all that brain hack shit.
Oh yeah. Well, plus they've had technology to put stuff in people's brains and to have them control like the mouse on a computer or some shit for like since the 70s.
God damn.
Yeah. I can't remember who the first dude was, but there was quite a few people over the years that have had implants in their brains to connect with technology. I mean, Stephen Hawking was one, I think.
Stephen Hawking was an alien. Nobody with that disease lives as long as he does. Was it ALS or something?
What disease did he have?
I think he had ALS.
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but I just know that most of the people who have it die pretty young, and they don't live as long as he did. And people were like, that. It was that chair. That's why I think there was even a joke about like his chair or something was like keeping him alive or something like that, or he was like an alien or some kind.
Oh, yeah. Cooper thought that the government, or not the government, but somebody was talking for him.
True.
Which is interesting theory.
I mean, he managed to cheat on his wife with his nurse while he. It's like. I mean, that didn't make any sense.
That's not something I want to picture.
I mean, I'm surprised she wanted to picture it.
he's like sitting in the chair. I can still get it up.
He's like, challenge accepted.
I may not be able to. I should make those jokes. That's a bad
Yeah.
joke.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's why I think that there's like something else. So like there's something going on there. They have that technology now. I think like your phone is able to track your eye movements and see what you look at on a screen and stuff like that.
Yeah, they could do all sorts of shit. Fucking, I'm sure any
Creepy.
phone, they're every time you touch the screen, it's probably reading your fingerprints.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's your
we should.
fingerprint.
Yeah, when the Terminator 2 technocracy rolls out, we're gonna have to burn off our fingerprints and no, I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, 23andMe. I just sent it to somebody who did 23andMe, and I sent it to her because I was like, 23andMe. There was a lawsuit because they sold all your genetic technology, and they can pretty much
Yeah,
create like a full genetic profile of you. You know,
yeah,
and, and they sued and they won. People and it's like there's like you can get a settlement out of it of like $10,000. And what's crazy about that is like maybe that was the point of it. Maybe it's like, think of how much money they
yeah,
made, and now they get sued for like 5, 10 million, whatever dollars.
yeah. 5% of what they made.
Exactly. I mean, it's like getting a ticket in New York. It's like if you're a company, it's like it's the cost of doing business. You added it,
Yeah,
you factored it. It's been factored in a long time ago. You know.
yeah, yeah. Like in Michigan, there was some kind of it was like over 10 years ago. There was some kind of gas problem or some shortage or something. Some kind of I don't know what the hell happened, but for some reason nobody was there. There was a huge gas shortage or something. I think it was like
Uh-huh.
no. I think it was like 5 years ago, maybe. Yeah, I think it was 5 years ago that but and that this company was like they had the choice to either shut down for a couple weeks or something or till the I think it was propane or something. There's propane shortage or something like that. But the company had a choice to shut down or continue and then get an enormous fine every day.
Mhm.
And they stayed open and just paid the fine.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, just it's like, what if somebody fucking froze to death because of that? I
Well,
mean, I don't think anybody did, but still, I
yeah.
mean,
Still.
that's how their logic is bullshit.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing. It's part of like, it's like it's doing business. It's
Yeah,
part of doing business. So they don't care.
like in
And
the 1800s, the I didn't mean to cut you off there.
no,
With,
I agree.
with the 1800s, if you chartered a business, they had to you had to prove that the business would help the common person. And that like I don't remember if it was Rockefeller or Rothschild, but one of them basically threw money at the thing and was like, "We don't need that. We don't give a fuck about the common person.
Yeah.
Let's outlaw all fucking." They had a demon witch hunt against plant medicine versus the oil products. I'm sure you're familiar with that one.
Oh man. They
Yeah,
don't care.
they were taking byproducts of oil and they were turning it into medicine and selling it because it was cheaper to do that than throw it away at the dump.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's definitely let's see here. See somebody I don't know why.
Abby Hoffman.
Oh yeah, okay. Abby Hoffman.
Mm,
Involved suspicious. I don't remember why I saved that one. Oh, the Inslaw. It's part of the see right there, Inslaw.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is connected, but let's just see. Well, this is an interesting picture. It's Steven Seagal with the CIA operator Robert Strickland.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
so yeah, he could probably be CIA or something. That would explain his going to Russia. Um, what we got here. So yeah, that I was talking about that Donald DeFreeze guy the other day or whatever. That he that Patty Hearst's grandma or something was a huge Baha'ism member and like spread
Mhm.
Baha'ism throughout the United States. With her, I think her son, and then her son was William Randolph Hearst. Or was that her son or her grandson? Might have been Patty Hearst's great grandma. But but so what was I getting at? There was well, I think that Patty Hearst was not a victim in the thing. The
Kidnapping?
yeah, the Symbionese thing. I think it was all plotted out. You know, I wouldn't doubt that fucking some of those CIA people are possibly Baha'is or something.
Because Patty Hearst was visiting San Quentin for conjugal visits.
Wait, what? Who
By the
was?
way, I'm serious about that. Yeah.
Who?
Oh yeah.
With DeFreeze and other inmates. Yeah.
Lovely.
At least that's what I heard. It sounds pretty credible. Hi Danny. Hi Clint.
Hello, Sabrina.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
I'm dead tired, but you drew me out.
Yeah, I was too, but I was like, let me hop on for a little bit. You know, I still like
just a
popping
little
on.
bit.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You guys are cool with my book. Oh, we all talked at once. Yeah, you guys are cool in my book. Yeah, so
that's high praise.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you. Or you're welcome. Learn to take a compliment, for God's sakes. Okay, so remember that the Earl Grey or Earl, what the fuck was his name? Earl Bryan. He was involved with the info technology and the hadron, and then here it's connected to Gray information technologies, which ironically the Soviets, the KGB, have a Gray advertising in London. So I think that the Gray information technologies is the CIA. I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying this. Well, I'm saying I think so. You know?
Yeah. You're like, I mean, it's freedom of speculation for now.
Yeah. No, damn it. Zoom in, motherfucker. Yeah, that's Earl Grey's face right there. Okay.
They made a movie about the whole Patty Hearst kidnapping years ago with Liam Neeson's widow. I can't remember what her name is. I mean, essentially, most of the biographies and true stories and the based upon's are just all works of fiction. They're just promoting, the narratives that they want to push.
Yeah. Same with the Waco movies and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the Branch Davidians were like, they made this whole big thing out of them, and it's like, no, they were just like kind of living off the grid. And then Janet Reno used the pretense of the fact that most of them were actually, they were licensed gun dealers. That was like the good part of what they did for work. So she used that as the pretense to like, oh, they're up to something. But like, you speak to anybody now and like, oh yeah, he was beating and molesting kids, and it's like, well, there wasn't really proof of that.
That was the popular narrative, and that he said he was Jesus and abusing the kids. That was the official excuse. I remember that.
The what's his name?
David Koresh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his doctor was Jolene West at one point. I don't quote me on that. I guess,
seriously?
I think so. I was looking up all the lists of the patients, and I was just blown away by the huge names.
Oh, wow.
Like, he was out of the Seventh-day Adventist, which is some kind of a luminous type church. But the
Well,
I think that he might have been Mike. I think that some of the people they might have been microchipped or something, because I think that was the motive for them to burn the bodies, because
interesting.
They couldn't have people doing an autopsy and finding weird fucking chips and shit, in their brain, or surgical scars, or
Did they cremate Timothy McVeigh?
Yeah, before the legal time. They did it before the 36 hours.
Well, and they did the same thing with that Thomas Crooks too, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think they were quick.
Yeah.
Bill Hughes, he's a Seventh Day Adventist who talks a lot about the Catholic Church and all that stuff. He wrote two books. I actually have them, and I read them. They're pretty short. The Secret Terrorists and the other one, which I can't remember the name of. And he talks
Hmm.
about it, about like about what was going on with the Branch Davidians, because they call like everybody who keeps Saturday Sabbath, and they who's a Christian Sabbath keeper. They call them a Seventh Day Adventist, but they're not
Mhm.
necessarily part of the Seventh Day Adventist church. They like David Koresh was like an offshoot, which means that like, all right, they may have started there, but now there's something completely different doing
Yeah.
their own thing. So, but he calls out like they were purposely attacked by Janet Reno.
Yeah, I think that Koresh went rogue against whatever his brainwashing was, probably.
Yeah,
Cooper calls Janet Reno the butcher of Waco.
yeah.
Okay, so this is so the Great Dynamics Corporation. If you add a third triangle to it, it becomes the exact same symbol as the Baha'is and the 33rd degree.
Oh,
And
I
then
don't
there's
understand Baha'i.
well, Baha'ism is a branch of Islam. It's connected with the Christ consciousness stuff. Because
yeah.
the 33rd degree has three interlaced triangles, red, white, and blue, and it's missing the blue one.
Hmm. They have the big Baha'i Center in Haifa. I used to see it. You
Yeah.
could see it.
Yeah.
It's on the side of the mountain. And I know they used to be like, it's a Baha'i Center. I had never heard of it. I didn't know much about it. And I never really thought much of it because I'd never met a Baha'ist. But then again, like when I was talking to my buddy from California, we were talking about Zoroastrians. And he's like, you didn't have a
Oh yeah.
Zoroastrian in your class? And I'm like, no. I
Ugh.
mean, how would I meet a Zoroastrian? But there's more Persians out there than there are out here. Most of the Persians out here are either Jewish or Muslim, mostly
Oh yeah.
Jewish, but
Well,
not even.
it's interesting, Danny, that you mentioned Zoroastrians because the first time I even heard the word Zoroastrian was from a Persian friend that I had in San Francisco. And I remember she was lamenting one day. I mean, she hated the religion of peace. And she
Yeah,
said, oh, I wish Iran just would have stayed Zoroastrian. And I thought,
yeah,
what is Zoroastrianism?
yeah,
I
Oh
don't know
yeah.
what that is. Never heard of that before.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the guy in the flying sun or something.
Ahura Mazda.
Yeah, Mazda, the sun god. Yep. Yeah.
And what is, Danny, what is so the Druze have a mixture of Islam and
It's
Zoroastrianism and
it's
what
it's a
religion do they follow? It's like their own unique blend, right?
yeah, it's an offshoot of Sufism. It's like a form of like esoteric Islam. They whatchamacallit, they can track, supposedly they can track your reincarnations. So you're able, like, they know how to, like, which is what I think that the elites are able to do, but that's why they're so secretive, because then they don't let people marry in, but they're like an offshoot of Sufism that they it's a reincarnation religion. So supposedly, like, they're really cool people too. I smoked weed with a few of them once. They gave me a ride in northern
Druze with
Israel.
Druze
Yeah,
people? Oh wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
because a lot of
they're
them in
great.
Israel.
Yeah.
They gave me a ride one time, and they were like, I'm like, oh, where you guys heading to? They're like, well, we're gonna drop you off, and then we're gonna go smoke a joint. And I'm like, let's smoke together, because I had a joint too. So we sat in this parking lot and smoked out. They used to keep like the pentagram the symbol that they have, because their symbol looks like the kind of like the pentagram, but I think it's like the non-inverted one. And they would have it on their car. They would always have it on like their windshield. But yeah, it's like an offshoot of like, it's like a mystic. It's like an offshoot of Sufism. So
And
it's got Islamic roots, but it's not Islam per se.
and for a lot of people who don't know, or for anyone who's watching who doesn't know, that the Druze in Israel, and yeah, they're concentrated in the north, especially
Yeah,
after the 67 war,
yeah,
and Israel gained some territory because Syria lost They're very loyal to Israel, the ones that are in Israel, and they are conscripted into the army.
Yeah, they ordered conscription. Yeah, their actual name, because Druze is actually kind of a pejorative, but it kind of just became like Jew is actually a pejorative. But
yes, you're right. I yeah, totally.
But their real name is the Al-Muwahhadiyya, which means the
I did not know
Unitarian.
that. I always called them
What does
Druze
it
because they
mean?
call themselves Druze when
The
I was out there speaking English.
Yeah, because it's the same way like I call it, like we call ourselves Jews, because even though technically like that's why the word Jewish is a pejorative still, but like usually like in Russian, for example, the derogatory word for a Jew is a Žid, but the proper word would be an Ivri or like a Hebrew, and
it
that
sounds like
Hebrew,
Ivrit.
yeah,
Ivrit,
exactly.
yeah.
So like Hebrew, like so they are known, like they became the name Druze, which is one of their founders. That became what they became known as, and it became just like a regular term. But their actual name is Al Muwahhadiyya, which means the Unitarian.
Al-Muwahhadiyya.
Al
Unitarian.
Al-Muwahhadiyya, I like
the
that.
soft G.
What is the
Al-Muwahhadiyya.
what is it? Does it what does it, what do you know any of the etymologies on that last word?
The Unitarians. I
Yeah,
mean,
Murahadiyya.
Al Muwahhadiyya.
Hmm.
If you look up Druze and on Twitter, on Facebook, on Wikipedia, and it will say, and it'll give their actual name, and you can look it up in Arabic and see what else it means. But it translates to the
There's the
Unitarian.
star. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a pentagram looking star. But that's why I try to explain to people, like people have this idea that a symbol only has one meaning, and it's like, no, dingbat, symbols have many meanings. And trust me, the Druze are not, Satan worshiping, blah blah blah.
Oh yeah, so that's this is why I asked about their religion, because it says, they have a diverse range of traditions, including Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism. There's a mix of so many different things there. I met a Druze soldier at in the South at one of the military bases we visited. It was one of the 8200s, Danny. And there was a Druze soldier. I mean, he was just so enthusiastic and gung ho, and he was the one that was telling me that they have I didn't understand what he said. It's like, you're what religion are you? And there are Druze villages in Israel.
Yeah, there's Druze
Which we had
villages
lunch
all up in the north.
in a village. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
They were
I still got a
protesting
question.
What's up?
I still got a question, my Sikh friend. Like, what are you hiding? Yeah, so I guess I got this. This is something I found out. So this is a Des Hussars from Chile. You see the skull and crossbones on his neck.
Oh,
Skull and
what's that?
crossbones.
Then he's got the hidden hand going. See, that's what I think is the difference between like the Freemasonic, like the hand symbol that, like across your chest, and like the hidden hand. The hidden hand is not a Masonic symbol. I think it's a separate symbol.
Yeah, it's a separate society.
What do you mean?
That's not a Mason sign. The hidden hand is the Mason sign.
You mean the hand inside the? Usually, I'm used to seeing the hand inside the jacket or the coat.
Yeah. So you might see like in a picture, like like a person who's a Freemason might do this in a picture, like just a random like group picture. They'll do something like this, but when the hand is hidden like that it's like under their shirt. That's a different symbol. That's not Masonic. The Masonic, the identifier to be like someone would look at that and be like, "Oh, your boy's a Mason." But if the one in there, it's like that's a hidden hand. That's something else.
Yeah.
But a lot of people mistake the two.
So here's the.
Okay, pull up a Masonic hidden hand.
Well, here's real quick. The Deuces Musketeers, Italy. They also got the skull and bones in their head.
Did you say Il Duce?
Deuces.
Oh,
Deuces.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the
I'm
Masons.
sorry. I'm multilingual, so I use correct pronunciation.
Damn it! I didn't label this one.
I'm sorry if that was difficult to understand.
Oh yeah.
No, comprehend.
Comprende.
Comprende.
It's
Comprende.
Yeah,
like
no,
it's like
no
if you ever watch
bones.
King of the Hill, the way what's her name, Peggy Hill speaks Spanish. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that.
I had a quesadilla for
Okay,
for
shit.
dinner.
It's Quasadilla.
I like saying jalapeno too.
I
I
need
want some
what
jalapenos. Yeah.
what is that one drink? Tarantula. Or no, that me and my friends were drinking some kind of Spanish shit called like tarantula or something. He kept saying it was tarantula.
Tarantula.
Okay, so here's a Kornilov Assault Regiment, Russia. Skull and bones, red, white, and black. Just like the Nazi flag. Just like that last flag.
It's actually, I think it's just a moment. Is it? No, it can't. I mean, no, it wouldn't be it wouldn't. I was gonna say a memento mori, but
It's
is it
a military order.
Because the
Yeah.
Gestapo, the SS used it too. They used the Nazis. You ever see that skit from what was it from? That Mitchell and Webb. The meme, "Are we the baddies?" And it's, if you ever see where this skit comes from, and it's like these two Nazi soldiers, and they're like talking about their symbols, and they're like, "But a skull and crossbow, like the Americans have stars and flags, and we've got this. It's like, are we the baddies?" You know? Yeah, you got to see the skit. That's where the meme comes from.
Well, so here's something. This is Area 51. It looks like they got a bunch of Russian tanks there that they're experimenting on or something. They probably were seeing how strong they were, their defenses or something. This kind of way off topic, but
I wonder where they got them from.
Yeah, there's an interesting sinkhole or something.
Hey, where was that? Was that in Nevada?
Area 51. Yeah, Nye County, Nevada.
The Kingdom of Nye.
Well, this one's interesting because it's like, it looks like an entrance to an underground facility.
Yeah, it does. It looks like Independence Day. The president walked in through there to an underground compound.
Hey, you remember the X-Files movie with the where they're growing the corn in the desert?
No.
I saw that movie, but I don't remember. I was too young.
I only remember the end.
At the end of the movie, after Scully takes the bee and she's in the Congress or some shit, and she's like, "Here's the evidence," and they're like, "Get the fuck out of here!" and then it shows the smoking man standing by a cornfield in the desert, and there's like the new bee plantation of genetically modified bees. Yeah, the let's save this Stewart line. Yeah, these notes aren't really in order. It's just recent notes.
What notes are those? Are they yours?
Yeah, just screenshots of books and shit.
Oh, screenshots.
Shit, images, hieroglyphs. I don't know why I saved this one.
I got it. I gotta fix all my screenshots and notes because they're all over the place. Especially because on Facebook, the reels, like there's some. I was shocked at how much good stuff you can get from Facebook, from like the Facebook reels and what they're allowing on there. So I save them all, but I kind of just, my files are like stuff, other stuff, and then I was like, let me get stuff that's not videos, so like non-video stuff. But I think I accidentally put some videos into it, so I gotta fix all that.
Yeah, so I think I say this because it's talking about Illuminati and then it's connecting it with India. I think that's why I saved that. Let's see. Who we got here? Oh, the World Federation of Universal Freemasonry, 1920 in Zurich.
Oh.
Oh, here it is. Kurtzwer advocated the adoption of the religion of Crowley's Gnostic Mass as a official religion for all of the World Federation of Universal Freemasonry in possession of the 18th degree of the Scottish Rite. Bruce's efforts in this regard were a failure, and he then left the Congress on the first day, May 10th, 1921. Roos issued X degree charters. Charles Stanford Jones and Heinrich Trenker, Grand Masters of Germany. I forget what. I think this had to do with the. I think there's two. Well, so it's like consider like I think that the old Illuminati was still going, and that the OTO reclamation of the Illuminati was a separate dark side Illuminati. So that there's more of the lower class British faction as opposed to the pure royals. You know what I mean? Like oh yeah, there's a mountain right by Area 51 called Twin Peaks. This isn't the one, but I saved this screenshot because one of the Cooper lectures, he's talking about Archuleta Mesa and some kind of supposed story of a craft that had body parts in it or something. Definitely bizarre.
So, have either of you heard of Annie Jacobsen?
That sounds familiar.
Mainstream writer, but she's written several books. She wrote a book about Operation Paperclip. She wrote a book about DARPA. She's written several books, and one of the books she wrote is about Area 51. And I think the big reveal in her book is she talked to some old guy who was essentially on his deathbed, who claimed that the whole Area 51 incident was perpetrated by the Russians, and that they were actually, the alien bodies were actually, I think, something like, they were humans, but they were the bodies of like deformed people, children, something weird.
There's an X-Files.
Did either
about
one of
that.
You
there's an X-Files.
That
It sounds familiar. There's an X-Files that's just like that, where it's like Mulder and Scully are trying to find these lists for supposed abductees of the alien conspiracy, and then they go to this building or something, and there's like a leopard colony, and that the lepers were somehow. But then there's another episode too where it's like there's a rail car that's buried underneath the ground of a Native American reservation, and that it had some sort of genetically modified humans that were supposedly aliens or something. And I mean, in the X-Files, it was humans that were modified, but in the real conspiracy, it was aliens. And that I found it. It's crazy because there was some sort of evidence that I was looking at about rail cars being buried under Native American tribes in one of the classified documents, and I was like, my mind was blown.
I've heard about that, rail cars being buried and used as like underground grow operations for weed and stuff like that, and like hiding stuff underground. They'll use an old box call. So I'm sure they could use it for other stuff too.
Well, going back to Annie Jacobsen, I didn't realize I had this book because I never actually read it, but it's on my shelf. It's called Area 51, An Uncensored History of America's Top Secret Military Base by Annie Jacobsen, who's got a quick pass for the Library of Congress. She's an expert at FOIA documents. But according to her, I take it back. I'm just checking the epilogue where she writes she had interviewed a man by the name of Walter Hott. I think he was in the Air Force. He died in December of 2005 and left a sworn affidavit to be opened only after his death. In the text, Hott said the second press release was fraudulent, meant to cover up the first statement, which was true. Hott said, in addition to recovering a flying craft, the military recovered bodies from a second crash site, small child-sized bodies with disproportionately large heads. Quote, I am convinced that what I personally observed was some kind of craft and its crew from outer space, end quote. I take it back. He stuck to his alien story.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely bizarre. Anyway, almost odd.
I mean, I don't believe in outer space. I know it's.
I don't. Yeah, it's a big question mark for me, Danny. We don't know what's out there.
Yeah.
If NASA, if I'm supposed to trust NASA, yeah, I don't trust NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been conditioned to believe in space. We have been absolutely conditioned to believe in space. I mean, if you say that to an ordinary person, they will flip out. What are you talking about? Of course there's space.
And I'm like, well, how do you get past the Van Allen belt?
Yeah.
Well, I speculate that outer space is the spirit world, but somehow matter can exist in it or something, or maybe even like.
Yeah, that's. Why not? I mean, that's a possibility. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I say this because it says at the bottom UFO and dolphin. Shout out to Donut.
Okay, wait. There's a plot twist. I was right. I take it back. So according to an answer is more complicated than the riddle itself. According to the EG&G engineer, the aviators were not aliens, but were created to look like them by Joseph Mengele. Shortly before or immediately after the end of the war, children would have had great difficulty piloting an aircraft. The engineer says he was told the flying disc was piloted remotely, but offered almost no information about what would have been the larger aircraft. This is weird. I'm still skeptical.
Oh yeah.
So this says there. Yeah. The Joseph Mengele thing, I didn't realize that twist, but whatever.
Well, I think Mengele is involved with the conspiracy, definitely.
Oh yeah, could be, yeah.
So this is a picture. I don't know if it's real or not, but they were claiming it was real in the book. The Philadelphia or Project Rainbow.
That's where all those people got fused with like the ship.
Yes, I saw the movie.
Oh, that's what they say, but it could have been some kind of portal or something.
Do you believe? I mean, there's very limited information about the Philadelphia experiment. It just sounds like there's nothing really credible. It sounds like it is an unproven conspiracy. What do you both think?
I think it could definitely be some kind of psyop. Cooper says it was a psyop to cover up the what is that called? The it sounds like galvanization or something. It's so the magnets from the mines in the ocean wouldn't connect to the ship. Degauss the ship. You know, like when you turn on your screen of an old computer screen, it degausses. It's like I still got one of those. Those old screens. Those things are freaking heavy duty. Here's the battle for LA.
Yeah, that's
it's interesting. I'm not sure what there's not much to say about it, I
guess. Here's another conspiracy that it is a mysterious place. I know that there's a lot about Antarctica.
Oh yeah, I was just looking up stuff about this penguin lodge or some shit. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it. There's some kind of penguin lodge, and then there was I forget what it is. I think the penguin lodge was connected to the North Pole, but there was a South Pole version too.
There are no penguins in the Arctic. Are there penguins in the North Pole?
Okay, so it must be the South Pole then.
Are you talking about the turtle degree?
No, it was like I think some of the lodges were like in Chile or something, and well, south of that more, but the I forget the name of the countries, but the well, okay, so in like 1890 there was an experiment done by the world, some kind of world measurement thing, which later became DARPA, like 50 years later or something, and like they were measuring the wavelengths, and then they continue to do so, but it's like there's two wavelength measurements before John Dewey made his speech about aliens and a world government. Uh, hmm. It just seems like it. I think it's connected with the Nazi stuff. I mean, it's. What is this? Well, this is an inch. I'm gonna skip this. Yeah, the this is from that Secrets of the Lion book, talking about how they migrated to Earth from the Dark Star planet. 18 million years ago. Definitely some Scientology type shit. Yeah, it claims some pretty wild shit. A spaceship had left the children of Israel and followed them.
Remember the spaceship? Those are children that follow.
The book's crazy.
Whoa.
Well, according to the movie Mission for Mars from 26 years ago, a group of astronauts flew to Mars, and several of them were able to get into the face on Mars. And it turns out that Earth was seeded by an alien race.
Yeah, that's what the Nazis thought. They were from
Well,
Mars.
and that's, I mean, all kidding aside, I thought that was cool at the end of the movie. It's like, oh man, check that out. But it's called panspermia, and I guess in the last few years it's become a real thing. There are people who believe this.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of cuckoos.
Well, I think what people think comes from space probably comes from beyond the ice wall. Because I kind of like, I think, what was it, Admiral Byrd, who talks about that he went beyond. There's like an interview with him where
Yeah.
says he went beyond the ice wall, and he says there's like new lands there and civilizations. And if you ever notice, like when rockets take off, they go in an arc. They're never really going straight up. They always go into an arc. So there, and then something lands in the ocean, and I think that's the rock. Like it always lands in the Indian Ocean, and it's like.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
So
that
I don't
Admiral
think you
Byrd.
can penetrate.
I
I
think
mean,
Admiral
just to say
Byrd.
one last. What's that? Sorry, go on.
I think Admiral Byrd was in the Penguin Lodge.
Oh, that would make sense. But because I was gonna say this, like, if you ever notice, like Operation, what was it? I forgot what it was called, where they actually tried to blow up. They tried to send nuclear bombs to blow up the firmament. So why trying to blow up the firmament if you can get past the firmament? You know,
Yeah.
that's kind of an oxymoron, and we know that existed. We know that operation existed.
Oh, yeah.
They have like
this is a CIA diagram for the Nazis, and it's got El Hajj Amin Al Husani, who was
the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure his grandfather was the guy that, or no, this is he started the Muslim Brotherhood with the Nazis. Yeah.
General Nasser, Cairo. Let's see if any other names I recognize.
Go back real quick. Yeah, I can't. I think Heisman maybe. Halim, Prince Halim. That sounds familiar. Studermeyer. I mean, a lot of these guys change their names to fucking straight up Islam names. Moved to Egypt.
Yeah.
So we are not allowed to step foot on Antarctica, right? There's a multinational treaty.
Yes. That's correct. We're not allowed.
Which it became a thing at my company for, and even some clients. It became a thing in the last 3 or 4 years. Everybody's taking a cruise to Antarctica. Yeah, I'm going to Antarctica. Yeah, yeah. It's like, no, you're not. You're not allowed to set foot there. They get boats. There, it's essentially a South American cruise where they do get to stop and look at the penguins, and that's about it.
Yeah.
They just get to float by, but they don't actually. So there's allegedly a pilot was interviewed and said that he was an engineer on a C-130, and I don't remember what branch of the military he was with. He would regularly fly to drop supplies to, there's a like a scientific base there. He gave the exact locations. I have to go back and look them up. Anyway, they
Yeah.
had a medevac call, and he said there is restricted airspace in Antarctica, even for them. But he said we had to medevac this person out. They were having a medical emergency. So the pilot and the crew decided, we're just going to cut across. We're going straight across instead of flying so many miles around. Now, according to this guy, but he didn't speculate what he saw.
Mhm.
He just said, like all the UFO researchers, right? I'm not a fan of Linda Moulton Howe.
Oh, she's an agent.
Yeah, I do not believe her. She was drawing conclusions. This guy just said, look, this is what I saw. And he got debriefed, him and his crew. He said, we were debriefed twice. And they didn't threaten us. They just said, someone we'd never seen before said, you are never to speak of this again. And that was it. But what they saw, according to this guy, was a hole. He said it was a few football fields wide, and it just looked deep. I mean, they could not see to the bottom of it. And I thought that was interesting. I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure that there's a lot more going on in Antarctica, but I think it's all human made than governments are willing to exist. But man, who knows? There's so much mystery around
Well, 2 years
that
ago,
phenomenon.
that clown Witsit, who's a very long story of my interaction with him, but I basically clowned him, but that's a different story. So Witsit, the flat earther, and a bunch of other flat earth supposed sellouts, because there's no way that these guys did this just willy-nilly. They went to the Antarctica, and when they took a trip down there, and they claimed that they went in, they looked around, and they got like some kind of tour, but there's a lot of sketchiness behind their videos, and it just didn't. And people are like, no, you either didn't go down there or you went to some like random coast restricted place where place like legal spot. You didn't go to any restricted areas and stuff. And there was a lot of controversy behind it, but that's supposedly Witsit went there with a few, like Flat Earth Dave or something like that, like a few of these other sellout clowns. Um, so that was the most recent trip to the Antarctica that I know about. But I think I've heard what you were talking about, Sabrina, because they were talking about something with like on that trip. I think they're talking about like they're being chased by like some kind of creatures or something, and they were told like not to talk about it if that's the same thing. But it sounds familiar because I remember hearing something about an Air Force pilot
Oh,
who went
well,
down there.
this one they did talk about this engineer talked about seeing the whole, the only other, and he talked about seeing what looked like UFOs, some lights. They couldn't figure it out. But the only other incident, not that they actually saw anything that did not look human,
Mhm.
but they went to pick up some scientists, and he said, I don't remember if it was about a dozen scientists at the science base. And again, he gave locations and where they flew and what they did. And I didn't write any of this down, but he said that all of the scientists, he said, typically, the plane gets there with supplies. Everybody, we unload the supplies, and then anybody coming back with us, boards the aircraft, he said this time they didn't wait for us to take any supplies off the plane. The scientists just started beelining it toward the plane, and he said these people looked like they had been absolutely traumatized, like they were in a state of shock, and they had been instructed not to speak to them. So he said, so we took these scientists back with us to, New Zealand was the base. So he said, we went back to New Zealand, and that was another time. He said, we were briefed. This time the guys were in suits, not fatigues. We'd never seen them before. And they just came in and said, you didn't see it. He said they didn't threaten us. They didn't make us sign anything saying, you cannot disclose, like an NDA. Nope. He just said very casually, I think that they put enough fear into you that if you breach that, but he said he's going around telling what he saw. But like I said, he's not drawing conclusions. I don't think he said anything that was violating national security, but he's just putting this out into the ether. I think he sounded very credible. Maybe not. He sounded very credible, but he's not, I don't think he was revealing any state secrets. And when he was speaking, he was relaying the story to Linda Moulton Howe. He doesn't say it. He doesn't come to conclusions, but she says, oh, so you saw the UFOs and the aliens. So right there is the narrative, right? She's pushing that. He didn't say that. He's just saying, look, this is what we saw. We didn't know what it is. It looked like this. It looked like that.
Yeah.
We were debriefed. But Danny or Clint, which one of you said Linda Moulton Howe, you think she's an agent?
Yeah, Cooper said that.
Yeah, I think she is too. I think she is too.
Yeah, she's either an agent or a member of one of the consciousness cults.
Yeah. Did you ever you saw Mirage Men, right?
I'm pretty sure it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while for me too. I might
Did you ever see that Spielberg one? There's a Spielberg one about
the new one?
Or something. No, it was from like 97 or something.
No.
Maybe like 2003 or I think it's 97.
I thought Spielberg just produced something within the last couple of years.
He's got a new one coming out in a couple months, but he
maybe that's the one I'm thinking of.
Well, he produced a couple things that were strange in the 90s. Like there was a high budget UFO live action, and then there was some kind of low budget cartoon about aliens, and I forget what it was called, but it had the same Atlantis type vibe as that Disney movie about Atlantis. It was really bad.
Hey, I didn't know that Steven Spielberg was he a producer of Paul, the comedy about a gray alien. It's a buddy movie.
That's interesting. I mean, the whole ET thing is just a rip off of the EBE story.
Well, all of his, except for maybe War of the Worlds was horrible. But most of his other alien movies have to do with how wonderful the aliens are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be some kind of consciousness cult stuff. They want people to see it as a physical thing, but it's possibly some kind of ghost consciousness stuff or something.
Okay. So I had to look it up. So Steven Spielberg, there was a 2023 Netflix docuseries titled Encounters. I think he had some. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. But later this year, there is a feature film titled Disclosure Day.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. There was also a documentary that came out this year or 2025 that last year that was called Disclosure as well. It's really boring. It's just a bunch of the same stooges that you see, all like. I mean, they gave the testimony about the Tic Tac, the Tic Tac UFO, but that's the I mean, the Tic Tac UFO is definitely the anomaly. I mean, there's
in the ocean, right? It went in and out of the ocean. Spielberg also made, and Clint, I think you might have mentioned this, in 2000, there's a documentary titled Close Encounters: Proof of Alien Contact.
I
Where
haven't
he
seen
was
that one.
involved with he's involved with a
Let's talk
lot of
about
this
nonfiction
alien
one,
narrative.
or a fiction one. What was that called?
When it comes to movies, I completely, yeah.
So the cartoon was called Invasion America, but damn, what was the other one? There's like a live action one.
Not to change the subject, but are you both watching the Super Bowl?
I was gonna go on Donuts tomorrow or Sunday when it comes on. Taken, that's it. 2002. Yeah, Taken. I watched that one.
It's a documentary.
Tomorrow's the Super Bowl?
No, the
Sunday.
Super Bowl's on Sunday.
Taken's like it was a TV mini series. It seemed like it had a lot of money put into it.
Oh wow, I never heard of this one.
Yeah, it was really boring, but I gotta rewatch it. It was just so boring.
I see gray aliens and a human on an operating table.
Yeah, it
Ooh, this looks
pushes the
creepy.
same the same
alien abduction.
Yeah, same type of stuff. There's got the Aryan kid, blonde haired, blue eyes. One of the
those are the. I remember when I was a kid and I used to read the books about like the aliens. I just take out books from the library about aliens and UFOs. So I did a report on it once in elementary school in like third grade or in second or first or second grade, and I remember they was like they had like the Aryan aliens. They were like tall, blonde haired, blue eyed, and they were pictured wearing like spacesuits and stuff. They were like yeah, I remember very well. He took some pretty damn good books at the library growing up before everything was about gender.
I know. I read some great books and stories when I was a kid, like at 13.
Oh yeah.
I loved serious science fiction like Ray Bradbury stories, and they were all interesting. Even Richard Matheson, who did Richard Matheson wrote Somewhere in Time, which was called Big Time Return. If you've never seen that movie, it's fantastic. If you don't cry at the end of that movie, then I think you're probably a devil.
Wait, which movie?
A heartless devil. But then Richard Matheson, who wrote a time travel love story, also wrote The Omega Man. But it's called Last Man on Earth. Last Man on Earth. So that's such a trip. Yeah, two very different stories. He writes a romantic novel, but he wrote The Last Man on Earth first. I think he wrote that like maybe in the late 50s. I think Richard Matheson must have passed away. He did. He died in 2013.
Yeah.
I Am Legend is what it's called.
Oh yeah.
I Am Legend was the name of the book.
Oh wait, didn't they make that into a Scientology movie?
What?
Did they make that into a Scientology movie?
No. I Am Legend.
I Am Legend. Yeah.
They
Smith.
made it a movie with Will Smith.
Yeah, he's a Scientologist.
So does that mean the movie was a Scientology movie?
Probability.
Yeah.
Really? I never saw it.
Yeah,
I'm partial to the low budget Charlton Heston version called The Omega Man.
Yeah. Well, there was two endings to it. One was that he got killed by the aliens. The other one, or the zombies, which were the masses of sheeple, and the other one was where he gave the zombie baby back to the zombies or something. It was
The Omega Man is so much better than that garbage.
Probably.
Because they're not just mindless zombies. One of the actors in the 70s version, 1971 actually, his name is Anthony Zerbe. He passed away years ago too. He was a great villain. He was the leader of the zombies who got sick but were able to survive the plague. They didn't die right away. But they have light sensitivity. They've got sores on their bodies. And he said that he wanted to portray this zombie guy. He studied cult leaders. It's so good.
Interesting.
And spoiler alert, the hero Neville does die at the end in a very Christ-like manner. And he does use his blood to save humanity. He makes a serum out of his blood. Yeah, so there's very, very much Jesus parallels, and he gets, skewered in a fountain, so he's spread like on a cross.
Well, how many other
and he
movies?
Drops the serum, but another guy saves the serum and takes off.
You just blew my mind. How many other movies is it all about some one person and they gotta make their blood into some kind of serum that
you have to watch
humanity?
it?
Well,
Clint,
that's crazy.
Don't say anything.
That's
You've
the
got to
whole
watch
plot.
it. It is so good.
I mean, that's the whole plot to that stupid zombie fungus TV show that was a video game.
What fungus TV show?
It's Stand something. How does it go? What the fuck is the name of that? I'm sure.
I don't watch TV.
It was a really popular show. There was a video game, and then it turned into a TV show, and it was all fucking PC and bullshit.
They ruined it.
Yeah, they definitely ruined it.
Yeah.
But in the show, there's some girl that got bit by a zombie, and she was immune, and they got to save her and bring her back. That's just crazy that you point that out. You remember that movie? Oh god, it was like a British movie or something. It had Michael Caine in it, and nobody could get pregnant in the whole world. And then the actor,
is that something
the Children of
Men, the Children of Men with
I've seen Children of Men.
Yeah, and then the lady, she's got the blood that can save humanity because she's giving birth. She's pregnant and she's like the Virgin Mary or some shit in the movie.
Oh yeah, that irritated me. I couldn't finish getting through it.
Yeah,
that was too contrived for me. Yeah, the Children of Men.
Brainwashing. I remember watching it when it came out, and I'm like, this is some fucking New World Order shit.
It's pushing the whole goddess trope.
Well, yeah. And also, it was also a tribute because I think the woman who was pregnant was black, so it's like a Black Madonna kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that was another thing that I didn't figure that out until later. But I was like, oh, the Black Madonna. I see what you did there.
It's like the same concept of what they're doing with those new Wizard of Oz movies, like the.
There are no new Wizard of Oz movies. What new Wizard of Oz?
Yeah, those stupid fucking musicals that are like.
Oh, you're talking about the 80s, 45 years ago?
No, the Wicked movie. It's horrible.
Oh, yeah, the dark anti-hero becomes the subject of misunderstanding.
Yeah, it's the same with that the movie with Angelina Jolie.
Yes.
The Horns or something.
Yeah, about Sleeping Beauty.
Some kind of garbage Disney bullshit.
Yeah, the Sleeping Beauty evil queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dark anti-hero becomes the person you want to identify with. Just misunderstood.
Yeah, it wasn't Silent Hill, Jonathan Hiller. It was something stand or something standing or it had stand in the name, I'm pretty sure.
The dark anti-hero who is misunderstood but is really not an object of.
Yeah, I think Freeman was the first to point that shit out. The dark hero shit.
Yeah.
I need to get him on the show, that bastard.
Is he still around?
Well, Jamie said he won't talk to anybody or go on any shows. It was like, come on, I'll bribe him. Come on,
Yeah.
send him some vinyls.
Why, he used to go on shows. Why, he used to have his own, didn't he? Did he
Yeah,
have
I
his
used to
own
call
podcast?
into it a long time ago. Sometimes I'd call in. He always enjoyed the conversation. But yeah. So I want to get this okay, so this is it's interesting because it's talking about Thomas Paine being ignorant of the the New York World magazine edited by German. Apparently, the elder Pulitzer, the former owner, is said to be a good modern example of the workings of the Illuminati, like the Pulitzer Prize, I'm assuming. Another writer on the subject says that Phi Beta Kappa is or was part of the Illuminati. I think that's. I think if we were to trace all the people that have been doing all the crazy shit, that I bet you a bunch of them are all Phi Beta Kappa members, and that we could possibly, figure out who's in the Illuminati of modern times based off from who's in Phi Beta Kappa. Yeah, it goes on about some Baptist minister, the Southern Baptist Church and stuff. Those are all occult churches of the Scottish Rite.
What?
Yeah.
What did you just say?
Yeah,
Southern Baptist churches?
Baptist, the a lot of the Scottish Rite Masons go to Baptist churches or the St. John churches.
Scottish Rite, or you've talked about the Blue Lodge before. What about Blue Lodge?
Blue Lodge
Blue
is
Lodge,
like the first 3 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. Blue Lodge people are usually
They're the ones that usually go to the
well, they might, but
churches,
there's
right?
It's definitely I think that there's the problem of differentiating original Freemasonry from what's modern Illuminism, and so it's like there's lodges all over the world, and that some of them are Illuminist lodges and some of them aren't, and that and that it's also an interesting thing because some of the Illuminist lodges aren't dark side Illuminists, but seem to be light side Illuminists, and that the like Henry Clausen, but it's I mean he did you check out that video I think I showed you last time, the Henry Clausen talking about the Scottish Rite, and he's like the orgies of Bacchus have run amok or something, and he's
when are you talking to me or Danny?
Danny, both of you.
Okay.
But the orgies of Bacchus, Illuminati was known as the Bacchus worship. Bacchus was the son of Isis. The but the how was I getting that? The slide doesn't have it. Yeah, some of these old pictures are just cool.
I actually have a book over here that I kept from the St. Anne's School. It's like I don't know if it's Jesuit, but the Catholic school in the city, and there's so much occult symbolism in it. It's like ridiculous.
Oh yeah, look at the Alpha Delta Phi. Looks similar to the Shriner.
Oh yeah.
I always thought that was that was like an opposite, like, because like that's why I think another reason, like when they say like Islam was like a Catholic founding, and it's like like the Jesuits are like the sun, and the Catholic Church would be like the sun, and then you have like Islam is like the moon. It's kind of like that duality.
Yeah, some of the books say the black stone is a symbol of the goddess, and so they're worshiping the goddess at Mecca through the black stone. So this is Theta Nu Epsilon. This is the skull and the keys. It says 1. There's other pictures that says "We are one" or something on the pictures. We are all one. The same type of hive mind type ideology.
There's a famous, infamous, I guess you could say famous. I don't think they're negative. But there's a irregular black Masonic lodge the IFAMM, yeah, or IFAAM, I forget. And they put like a key underneath the square and compass, and that's how they're identified. And they're like a bogus black Masonic lodge.
Oh yeah. So here we got the this is funny because this is why I think Traverse City is full of cookies, cuckoo people.
Yeah, my buddy's from Traverse City.
Well, he might be the exception, but
Well,
okay,
actually, probably not, but yeah. Nah,
the
he's cool.
Society of Illuminati, seceding Mormon, religious secret society of Mormon. The Covenant, the secret society for Mormon men and women. And then it goes on Brigham Young and Utah. Shit Rapids. That just blows my mind. Because Shit Rapids was where that's where they implemented fluoride. There's a lot of weird stuff in that city. Yeah.
Well, that whole area, I mean, even like the whole north, like along the border of Canada, has a lot of weird, like Minnesota too. I was talking to George Widja. If you ever listen to Eric John Phelps or anything, he pops on there sometimes. And we were talking about why Minnesota is like this place where all this craziness is popping off. And so I was like, all right, challenge accepted. Let's see why it's Minnesota. And so I started looking into it. And the civil rights movement, the predecessor to like the 60s civil rights movement, or I'd say maybe the proto civil rights movement, actually started in Minnesota by two brother Jesuit priests, the Marco brothers, under John LaForge.
What year was that?
1934, 1935.
What?
Yeah. So they started like the original like civil rights movement actually started out there. And a lot of it originates at the Marco Center, Markoe, which is those two Jesuit brothers. It's named after them. So that makes sense why a lot of it comes from there. And there's a lot of like esoteric Jesuit history up in Michigan. That was all French Canadian. It was all like, French Catholic and stuff. So
yeah.
Wait, what were their names again, Danny?
I don't remember. I can't recall their first names, but their last names were Markoe, the Marco brothers.
Marco.
And it was John LaForge, who was the Jesuit priest who kind of like was their mentor.
Jean is in the French way? Jean?
No, John. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Regular John.
So this is from a Mason book. It's talking about the clandestine Masonic lodges, which that means like not real.
Irregular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Irregular.
Well, they got the
not
irregular
connected to the Grand Lodge. They're not connected to, but that's the thing. Is like they're not connected to the Grand Lodge of England or Ireland, but they're also like I don't think the Grand Orients are considered irregular. I think they're just not in communion, so to speak.
Yeah, but it lists the Illuminati and the Covenant, Freemasonry among the early Mormons. Remember it's interesting because so Billary had a covenant with England in like 96, I think, the New Covenant, and that I think that he was a member of one of these covenant lodges, possibly. But then it's talking about among the Masonry among the early Mormons, and so the Mormons are practicing Illuminism.
The Mormon, like the last words of what's his name of John Smith. God, why is his name escaping me? The founder of Mormonism. His last words was Joseph Smith was the Masonic distress call.
Yeah.
Well, I thought he was actually murdered by Mormons.
He was murdered by anti-Mormons, but his last words, like his last that he yelled out as they were attacking the house, that he was in, his last words were the Masonic distress call.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was
What
killed by the Brigham Young Mormons.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought he.
which
Didn't
is
think he was killed by
well, it was a
non-Mormons. I thought he
different
was killed by Mormons.
branch. The original Mormons
Oh.
hailed the all-seeing eye with the pyramid, and that after Joseph Smith died, they took that off the thing, and then they added the cross and the crown. Or I'm pretty sure. But so this is from congressional records, and it's talking about Phi Beta Kappa. And it says, so I'm worried about my membership in Phi Beta Kappa. It is entirely possible that I have been misled in assuming that my possession of a little gold key is the reward for getting a flock of A's at Yale 20 odd years ago. It is possible that the society's proclaimed belief that the love of wisdom and the guiding power of life is a front for the Illuminati, the Jacobins, and the Know-Nothings, or Elders of Zion. After all, the letters of Phi Beta Kappa are Greek, and Greeks are for well, yeah, so it's going on about the Reds and the communists. For that matter, blah blah. Disparate League of Peace, Democracy are not also members of the Phi Beta Kappa. They may be wheels within wheels, and the red star of Moscow dangling in masquerade on the unsuspecting abdomen of all these years. If there are communists in the League for Peace and Democracy that make the League of Communist Front, and if the members of the front are also members of Phi Beta Kappa, that makes Phi Beta Kappa another communist front. Excuse me. So, because the goal of Weishaupt's Illuminati was communism. Excuse me. Yeah, then we get the Know Nothings, a clumsy copy of Illuminati. Where's the other part? But I mean, it's interesting because it also says one strong puff of an anti-slavery blast. That's why I think there's two Illuminatis. One that was one that was in Europe trying to make legitimize slavery, and the other that was in America trying to stop slavery. I mean, that's a long subject, but
well, yeah, I'm sure there were a lot of Illuminatis.
Yeah,
I believe. I mean, because Illuminati is just, the idea of rebuilding the mind, of like rebuilding humans and rebuilding human consciousness, like as opposed to just building. That's why Illuminati is not really Freemasonry or anything to do with it.
Yeah. So here's the Illuminati push their tramps to the very foot of the throne. Frederick the Great of Prussia, Louis Egelite were members, and Frederick the Great, I'm pretty sure, is the guy that chartered the House of the Temple of Scottish Rite. Flattered, blah blah, and other things. So yeah, fancying they had seen the very heart of the mystery, they permitted the Illuminati to go on unchecked, when in fact they had but touched the tips of the terrible fingers of the hand destined to clutch their throats in the death grip of revolution. That's quite the sentence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff about it coming out of India and Persia. Let's see. Upon these miserable impostors, the know-nothings stole the whole idea from the fathers of the church and botched it in the stealing, just as they have the splendid militia system of Ignatius Loyola, the Jesuits, and the Alumbrados. Jesuit concealed its constitutions from 1521 to 1761. M.M. Leone, Father Valette laid it up upon the mysterious volume.
I gotta look into who that is. Lavalette?
Loyola was named Scroggs.
Interesting. That's good to know. Aquaviva was the superior general.
Yeah. Let's see.
Living water. Aquaviva. Living water.
Yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah, well that has to do with the Aqua Tofana.
But that was his name. That's why I wonder if that was his real name, Aquaviva, because it's like a very esoteric name in
Well,
and of itself.
you remember the cup that was used in the ancient initiations of you drink out of one side and it's water, you drink out of the other side it's poison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Aqua Tofana. And that word is used in the Illuminati and the Weishaupt's Illuminati and the Skull and Bones initiation. So before Eleusis, the Egyptian Isis had her mysteries so dread and sacred that no common foot could enter their penetralia. So nobody knew the mysteries of Isis. The priesthood of Isis were clearly the original know-nothings. Their power grew altogether out of the mystery which surrounded them. They governed ignorance by its fears and power by its superstitions. The plans
Well, that's
matured into
definitely
darkness. Blind
that's definitely
obedience.
modern. That's definitely Illuminism.
Yeah.
It grew out of there.
A system of oaths and terrors, essentially a system of priestcraft. Let's see what we got here. We already did that one. ISIS, blah, blah, priestcraft. Oh, here it is, the rest of it. By this system of priestcraft, up to the very late period of history, had the government of the world of fools all of itself, perfected by the gloomy imagination and executed by the ferocious zeal of Loyola, Ignatius Loyola. It culminated during the last century in Italy, Spain, Portugal. Blah blah. The faith of fools. Blah blah. In the religion found its natural development in the excesses of the revolutionary spirit of 1798, the national atheism of France. It is curious, however, to observe that this revulsion was prepared by the adoption of the same means replied by a priestcraft for the maintenance of its own power. Yeah, some definitely heavy stuff. Let's see. Jesuits. Oh, so this is interesting. This priory of suspicion that attaches to mystery of the kind is increased by even moderate acquaintance with the records, recorded doings of secret societies such as Illuminati, Sons of Satan, Carbonari, Know Nothings. And I thought this was funny. Know Nothings is another word for the Orange Men of the United States.
Interesting. That's actually pretty interesting. Because the Orange Men was Protestant Masonry.
Yeah.
Or like Protestant only Masonry.
Yeah. Yeah, because the Protestants are part of the Illuminati.
Yeah. And the Know Nothings were anti-Masonry, so to speak.
Yeah.
Really? The Protestants are part of the Illuminati? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you see the grave of the Jehovah's Witnesses, of the founder of Jehovah's Witnesses, and I think the Seventh-day Adventists are both a pyramid.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses are... There are so many, because of the Reformation. How many different flavors of Protestantism are there?
Thousands.
I think that was the goal.
I can make up my own religion.
Yeah, that was their goal. So I thought this one was interesting.
Wait. So
Ohio.
Expand on that, Clint. You said that was their goal?
It's the same as the modern Illuminati, who re-preaches its own version of the mysteries to all lead to the secular humanism.
The further you get it.
Yeah, it's like the more branches they got, the more they're going to take over the world. So they divide into many branches. Each initiate goes off and starts their own lodge or church.
Wow. Yeah.
And it's like a hive. It's just a pyramid scheme. I mean,
there's no church authority, right? If I get upset and they kick me out of one denomination, I can join another one or just start my own church. Jimmy Swaggart did that. He refused to. They after he was caught in sexual misconduct, he was crying. He was a big crier. I have sinned. And they kicked him out, and he just emerged on his own someplace else.
Or even the Mormons. I mean, there's offshoots of Mormonism
Oh,
already.
yeah.
I mean,
That's
Warren
true.
Jeffries and his 40 wives.
Oh,
But that's
yeah.
the thing. It's like
Jesus.
the idea was because the Reformation. I think that part of what the Reformation was going to do. That's why I don't have these hangups about like Rosicrucianism for the most part that a lot of other people have, because I think that part of what the Reformation was supposed to do was to understand the esoteric aspects of Christianity. It wasn't all supposed to be about like fire and brimstone, and it was going to be sects that ran the gamut from, you know, the Mennonites and the Amish all the way down the line to like Protestant, like, you know, baptism and Calvinism and Rosicrucianism. And then once you hijack all of that and you turn it into, everybody goes back to the original, which is Rome, because Rome is the progenitor of pretty much our modern, our everything, our like all the modern esotericism and all this stuff is like held by Rome. And
Yeah.
that's what they want. They want people going back to the Roman Church, because the Roman Church is the mother church, but it's also it's the continuation of like the Roman Empire, but it's also the continuation of like what Christians would call the Mystery Babylon.
Yeah. Babylon. Yeah, their Jesus is Nimrod.
Yeah.
Or Tammuz.
Well, it's Nimrod and Tammuz. It's Mary and Joseph. It's Mary and Jesus.
Yeah.
That's how they were able to. That's why they were the first people to convert pagans, because the imagery of a virgin with a baby was easily adaptable to a lot of Eastern pagans, like in Japan and China. That's why they were That's why they were the first to successfully convert them. They're like, look, we have your imagery too.
Yeah, that's why the
Mhm.
Illuminati worships Isis, or not worships, but because Isis is Mary, and that
Yeah.
Mary is Semiramis or Astarte.
Semiramis and Tammuz.
Let me grab my book.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
this is a great book to have. Oh, sorry. Go on.
yeah. That thing about the Vatican, it's got the universalism joining all the religions. It's all just part of old Rome's new plan.
Well,
So
there's the World Council of Churches, and a lot of churches are in there.
yeah, and that's a Catholic creation. So these are the two books by Bill. Oh, you know what? Let me just flip it this way. I forgot I could flip my camera around because I live in the 21st century. Facing front. Let's see if that does it. Nope, that's still facing me. Facing back. There we go.
Okay.
So these two by Bill Hughes. They're not that long, but they talk a lot about like what happened at both like 9/11 and who's it watch it? Waco. And then this is also a really great book to get. This is actually Chick Publications. I probably own more books about Christianity and Roman and then like the average Christian. Hold on, let me just see why it's backwards. Still backwards.
It looks okay on this end.
Oh, it comes up all right on your side? Okay, as long as it does.
Yeah,
So
it looks right.
So they talk. This is like about Marianology, and this is about like where it all come, like what they turned it into, and it's like Semiramis. Hold on. They have the whole.
Yeah.
They break it all down.
Yeah, you
It's
got
like
to
an
read
easy.
the two Babylons. Read the two Babylons, Sabrina, and that book. They're both like that book's a shorter version of Two Babylons. It looks like.
Yeah, this is Chick Publications. This is a Chick Public, which used to be.
Okay, some of the cartoons looked familiar because when I was a kid, I used to love the Chick comics because they were interesting.
funny. They were handing out chick tracts in New York once, and I was like, wait a minute, I know you guys. I have your books. And then they took a picture with me, like we took a picture together. And yeah, see, these are all. This is the changing of the gods Semiramis, and they have a. I think I'm trying to find. Oh yeah, here we go. This is all like the merit, like
Yeah.
every different culture and language. Yeah.
Excuse me.
If you can still get this book, get this book.
Babylon Religion.
Danny W. Daniels. It's a chick publications. Great. I'm gonna have like 60 books next to my bed now that I took out and didn't put back. It's all right. I'll put it back tomorrow. No, I'm not gonna put it back tomorrow. And then this one. This is really one of the most important books to ever read.
Wait. Keep it there. Keep it there for a second. Keep it there for a second. Okay, I got it.
A Woman Rides the Beast. Ugh. You can see the
Well,
condition
that's
of
in Revelation, isn't it? Isn't the Scarlet Woman in Revelation?
Yeah, you can see the condition of my book, of how many times I've had to go through it. Look, oh god, this got fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. I hope these books are still available, but I honestly don't know anymore because a lot of
Yeah, they're
really
available.
important books.
The one that the Babylon one is available used.
Okay. Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can get it new, which is fine. I have a lot of used books.
Oh yeah.
These books are always the best.
Yeah.
You can get the 2 Babylons too. That one's
Yeah,
really good.
I gotta order that. I really do gotta order that. The Tale of Two Babylons. That's Hislop, right? Alexander Hislop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He used to be a Catholic priest, and he's like, oh my god, what have I done?
Yeah. They don't realize, because I really told you, like, it doesn't until you get up to like probably the level of a cardinal. You know, the parish priest is like, little old Irish man who thinks he's doing good things, and get
The
above
Two
that.
Babylons or the Papal Worship
Yeah.
by the late Reverend Alexander Hislop.
Yeah.
Check eBay. Always check eBay, because eBay's got a great. It's like, wow, look at that. Yeah, you can get A Woman Rides the Beast on eBay for $9. Yeah, I'll send the link. I refuse to use Amazon. I don't have an Amazon account.
Yeah, I don't. Amazon is a last resort. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm falling asleep. I'm going to say goodnight. I'm gonna hit the hay. I might still be hanging out a little bit till I pass out. But it was fun hanging out. Thank you,
Yeah.
Clint. Danny, always good to see you. Oh, and I didn't ask you what I wanted to ask you because I don't want to derail the conversation.
we can ask.
No, it's on a whole different topic, not related to any of this. So I'll wait until another day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or if
To pick your
anything,
brain.
yeah, come in anytime, and or even let Clint know, and and we can set it up to go on whatever topic. I'm sure he'd be down.
Okay. Thank you both. Good night.
Peace
out.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So this one, I don't remember if I show you this one. It's connecting Blavatsky. It's them denying that Blavatsky was part of the Hungary version of the Hussards de la Mort, which is the Skull and Bones of which I think started in France. But then yes, it's mentioning the Hussards de la Mort, the ambassador of Constantinople, which is one of the Romes. Let's see. Next was so this one this is interesting because it's I mean I can't read the whole thing, but so it's the Escadron de Cavalry, the cavalry at the captain of the Hussards de la Grand Royale. Well, but then it goes on 1818, the captain of the guard something. The designs of the commander, la Escort de la something Louis the 18th, or yeah, uh, something that went to Saint Cloud. Uh, damn, I'm horrible with French. Something about the but so then it goes on. The colonel of the service of the recruiting fort. Blah blah. Uh, but it's then the Delamort, the Skull and Bones, the Rue, and then it says Dauntless Republicans avant job. So it's talking about the Republican Party. So like it's interesting because some of the Illuminists are connected with the Republicanism. I would say the better Illuminists, but this I gotta translate it fully because it might be saying that they were against it or something possibly, or because French is hard for me.
It's probably like the positive. There's probably like negative and positive, and like republicanism may have been like, giving people like, like people are capable of, of like governing. I don't know. I'm because Republican just means by a set of laws, or
Yeah.
but, you know.
Damn it. Did I show you the Schindler comparison with Leicester Crowley?
You know,
Like I have some bust that out here.
a guy fake flat earther says that Walt Disney was
That
Hitler.
was in the book too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it looks pretty
Oh,
similar.
yeah.
Crowley would have been probably like 15 years older than Hitler, but so I think the book was alleging uh, that the younger Hitler somehow disappeared, or I don't know what happened to him, but that and then basically like Crowley stepped in as pretending to be that guy, and that there's like a 1919 picture versus versus the like 1940s Hitler, and that the nose is significantly wider, and that the facial, the whole face looks different. But like, yeah, here's Crowley and Schindler next to each other. Uh, but like
Yeah.
yeah, here it is again. Crowley on the left, Schindler on the right. And it's strange because okay, so Crowley was known to impersonate people, even like Churchill, all sorts of people. He would impersonate them, and that like a master of disguise or something.
Mm.
This is like old school facial recognition. The
Shit.
signs of baldness. It's an interesting theory. The ears are almost relatively the same. The
Well, yeah.
earlobe looks a little bit stretched more, but
Yeah.
it's the same
Uh,
shape almost.
but you can cause that. Like I always, if you notice, I always play with my left ear. Well, because I'm left-handed, but I've been doing that since I was a kid, and I deformed my ear from doing that. So,
Oh yeah. So this one's interesting because it was saying that Franz Kolmer, the guy that initiated Adam Weishaupt into the Egyptian mysteries, that Kolmer was supposedly initiated Weishaupt into the confidence of the occult and dreadful Alumbrados pirates. So the precursor Jesuits.
mm,
Looks like he's got one leg.
one leg and one hoof. It looks like a
I
hook.
didn't notice that. Captain Hook.
Captain Hoof. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah. So Colmer Legend first appeared, Volume 3, Burrell's Tome.
Whoa, Augustin Burrell.
Yeah.
You know
He was
who
luminous.
Yeah, you know who Augustin Burrell was? So Abbé means abbot. It's like the abbot of a monastery. You know
Yeah.
who Abbé Augustin Burrell was? Burrell. He was the guy who actually wrote the protocols. He wrote the prototype of the protocols of Zion, which was the protocols of Borg Fontaine. And he wrote them
Ah.
against the Jansenists, who were a Catholic sect that was forming against the against the Jesuit takeover of the church. And the Protocols of Borg-Fontaine was a polemic against them. And then it was rewritten again to be about Jewish Masonic conspiracy, because it says some of the language remained. I mean, they basically just changed. They just changed Jansenists to Judeo-Masonic, and it even says like the only one that's gonna, and then you can. It's like the only one who can save our church is the mother church, is like the Jesuits. Is the only power against them. So that's interesting. Let's see what he did. The Coma Legend of Abbe Burroughs Tome against. Oh yeah, he was writing. There we the Jacobins, Nestor Webster, Coma. Goes true. Hold on, I gotta take
Cagliostro. Homer. So the well, I think that Burrell, I don't know which side he was on because it was like it seemed like he was with Weishaupt and against him, and then I mean, it could have well been.
So he's playing both sides.
Egyptian, so Cagliostro was Illuminati. Balsamo, that's also another. The Count of Cagliostro, Illuminati, 1783. There's something about the. What was I getting at? Let's go to the next one. Okay, so what did Weishaupt find in the Great Pyramid? Where did his research into the occult lead him? Franz Kolmer, blah blah. Society they founded together. It was actually much older and more mysterious group into which they were initiated. Had 5 major principles: abolition of hereditary monarchies and private property, legacies, elimination of nationalism,
communism.
Communism.
End of marriage and family life. Whoa, where's this from? Holy crap!
Yeah, this is I think this is I'll take it. A lot of the books discuss this. The Nesta Webster. What else is there? I'm pretty stoned. What's that? New England and the Bavarian Illuminati discuss this. I can't remember which book this is. Let's see. Yeah, those are just the members.
Mahmoud. Muhammad.
Yeah.
Saladin.
Yeah, like the Hashashim Saladin.
Whoa.
Brutus, Muhammad. Yeah. So I think the Illuminati just straight up made Illuminism or Islam. I mean, it goes back farther, but they were the first to rehatch it, like the Nazis did or whatever. This is a different subject. A diseases from space. Oh, did I?
Yeah, I think you mentioned diseases from space.
Yeah. Okay, so we're probably like in the notes from yesterday or something. Yeah. Well, I think I'm out of notes for now. The humanist art. It's garbage.
Yeah, the witch of nothing could be farther. Special ones that would be consigned to the flames. That's correct. That's why they stupefied everybody. They don't want people. See, that's the thing, is you give people illuminates. That's what people don't understand about light. Like the duality of light is not like Lucifer, would be like, I guess, has come to term to mean like the negative light, and then there's like, but it's illumination. And illumination is wisdom, it's knowledge, it's Sophia, it's and it's like everybody always associates it with negative, but being enlightened is illumination. It's being illuminated, but you can be illuminated one of two ways if you seek it. And that's why like wisdom, that's why I think even like Solomon, he describes wisdom in a feminine form. Sophia is feminine because it's a pursuit. it's a pursuit of, it's like the pursuit of women, of like, it's an intercourse.
Yeah. So I think me and Ellie found this one last night after you got off. Well, I mean, this was a book I was in. So okay, so there was a group called Schlorafia. Well, you might have been on during this. You remember? I was looking
Mm.
into the Bohemian Grove.
No, I
But
don't think, I think it was after.
okay, so basically, like the southeast of Europe, that there is a lodge in Prague. Well, I don't. Well, so Prague had a Hebrew lodge, and then an anti-Semitic movement among the Gentile members was started. The new Schlarafia, called Urschlarafia, has been set up in Vienna, which admits only Aryans to the memberships.
Mm.
And so, remember Vienna? That's where Hitler was at.
Yeah.
Let's see. Discuss. Yeah, and then it goes on. Blah blah. Whose existence, since the latter refuses to discuss the race question, the councils, the Urashvila. So I think that's partially where some of the dark side of the Rosicrucians got their Aryan race stuff, possibly, or maybe that they were members of that.
That's interesting. Because the Northern lodges only accept the only, I don't know if it would, well, that's a good question. They only accept Christians. Was Aryan another term for like Christian?
I think that they were.
A racial thing.
Yeah, I think it was a racial thing in that statement.
Interesting. Because I wonder now if like the Northern lodges, like the Swedish Rite, I wonder if because they only accept Christians. I wonder if that's based on the only accepting Aryans. Because I wonder if like a black Christian or an Arab Christian could join a Swedish lodge, or if like you have to be like, oh, damn, I wonder if that's what that's like.
Yeah. So this is I noticed this last night after my like million-hour podcast.
Yeah. How long did you go on for?
I don't know, like 7 hours.
Oh Lord.
Okay, so
the piece, you got to start breaking out like subjects and like putting them out as like reels and shorts.
yeah, that's what I was gonna
it's
start
very
doing.
long. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's I thought this was funny because it's like ABC News put out a video and it's 13/13/20. 13 hours long, 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Or 11 and 3 wait, no, there's oh wait, I got that fucked up. I thought it said 3:22. I'm stoned.
Four,
But yeah.
well, it is 4/4/20, or like, yeah.
Well, so then when I clicked
6.
on it, it was only like 2 minutes long, and I was like, "What the fuck's up with that?" I mean,
Huh.
it seemed kind of strange.
Yeah, it's a little strange.
Yeah, so here the Schlarafia parodies many ritual ceremonies of Freemasonry, but there are reason to suspect that in some form, without the knowledge of the ordinary members, it is made to serve a Masonic ends and purposes. So it seemed like it was either copying or some kind of, because there's a huge trend of different secret societies copying the Masons. Was this Prague? Blah blah. Its officials manage portion of the flow of the secret fund. Concerning the purposes and uses of which ordinary members have no knowledge. Yeah. Wait, I think this was that page.
That was this before. That was the
yeah.
Before.
Yeah. So okay, so this is we were talking about that Patty Hearst lady and the Donald DeFreeze thing with the but see, this is her grandmother or whatever, Phoebe Hearst, and that she was a Baha'i, which is that New World Order Illuminati sect of Islam, and that she helped play a key role in the spread of the religion in the United States.
Interesting.
Well, it looks like she went to
May
Palestine.
Bowles, later Maxwell. Is that related to Robert Maxwell or the Maxwell?
Maybe.
Writer, well-known American member of the Baha'i faith.
Yeah, she went to the head of the Baha'i faith, Abdul Baha, in Palestine. That's the Baha'i is, and then the temple itself. I mean, the grave. It's right on par with an interesting movie I just seen. Let's see if I can find it. Ah, damn it! I didn't screenshot it.
May Maxwell. I just want to see something. Was an early
It's on
member
my
of the
phone.
faith. Distinguished from her mother. May was of English ancestry. The Bowles were a distinguished New York family owning a successful bank. When she was 14, she was sent to live with her English cousins. Hold on. Let's see. Entering a convent, pilgrimage to Akko, as a Baha'i. Yada yada yada. Let's see. What the hell, my lord? Let me see something. Maxwell.
Yeah, the Baha'i stuff goes deep. Yeah, I thought this is kind of off topic, but I found this last night. It was some sort of old silver cane or something that it's got the double-headed eagle, and he's fighting off two beasts.
A double-headed
eagle. Interesting. Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
I wonder if the double-headed eagle like symbolism, if that's like some kind of what the secondary or like what the multi meanings of that are, because obviously it appears in a lot of places, and of course it does have the negative connotation, but it's the 33rd degree.
Yeah.
I believe it's the double-headed eagle, but like it appears on a lot of things,
Well, I ran into this phrase last night: the grip of the eagle's claw, and it seems to be just the same thing as the grip of the lion's claw, just some sort of alternate Persian variation or something. The like the Demolay handshake.
According to AI, Mary Bowles Maxwell is not related to Robert Maxwell. They belong to entirely different eras, backgrounds, and families. Okay. That's still kind of an interesting little tidbit.
What is this? Jason Division. Oh, this is a totally different subject. This is about the Jason Society, some kind of this is connected to the alien stuff. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agencies. It's funny because this was released by that Gray Technologies or whatever that. What was it? Grayling something, Grayling Syndicate or something. The website that I thought was CIA. So it's interesting they would be releasing this. Like, what are they trying to expose themselves, or is it all a psyop?
Well, I mean, I do think it's like they planned for the 2025, whatchamacallit, the exposing the oh my god, I'm tired, so I'm forgetting words. The Mary Blavatsky's thing, the externalization of the hierarchy.
Yeah.
I think that's something that was planned for it. Let's see. Interestingly enough, that's what the Robert. I forgot Robert Maxwell changed his name, but he was from Czechoslovakia, which is where that lodge you're talking about came from.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one of the translations of one of the words was I think that the double-headed eagle came from a symbol of a black two twin peak mountain, which is interesting. What was, I don't remember the location, but it was, I speculate any Twin Peak mountain would do, according secret societies.
Twin
I mean,
Peak, double-headed eagle. Yeah.
yeah, like it reminds me of you ever seen that movie, The Maltese Falcon? Oh, Maltese Falcon. I think it was the Maltese Falcon. Yeah. Well, no, was it that? No, it wasn't this one. It was something else. Fuck. It was I mean, there was a building that was damn it, I can't think of what building it was. It was in New York. I'm pretty sure it had like giant eagles coming off the building, like gargoyles.
Mhm.
What the fuck building was that? Eagles. Let's see. Oh wait, no, is that Chicago? The Chrysler Building?
Yeah. No, the Chrysler Building is in.
Is that New York?
Yeah, it's in New York. Took me a second. Yeah, it's one that
Yeah,
looks similar to the Empire State Building. Everybody thinks it's the Empire State Building, but it's not. Yeah.
yeah. Because it's interesting. Because like, why can't I find a bigger picture here? Okay, this one looks like. Yeah, it's interesting because like Chrysler. Damn, that's not a very big picture either. Well, I'll just put it on the screen here. The Chrysler joined with Daimler Mercedes, and I think that the Nazis that they I don't remember what year this building was built, but I think that when they built it, it was already this whole Eagles thing. What was that one spot they called in Germany? It's called the
Eagles
Eagles
Nest?
Nest. Yeah,
Yeah. Hitler's thing? Yeah.
yeah. And so they've got essentially they got a giant monolith building with eagles all over it.
Yeah. And you notice the triangles too. The pyramids all over it.
Yeah, I think those are supposed to be the sun rays.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, but
4.
there's some mafia movie that had to do with this building. I don't remember what it was. But what was I
Oh,
getting
very
at?
Art Deco. But Art Deco
Oh,
is.
yeah, Daimler and Mercedes and Chrysler merging. Chrysler merging with Dodge. Dodge was like a military. Dodge was bought up by Ford or by the government to make military stuff, and then
Mm.
I think that whoever was in charge was well, I think they already were gonna merge anyways. I think that the merger was planned, or at least I don't know. It's that whole Cuddy article about the Nazis and the what was it, like $800 billion or some shit of modern time money that they had put all their money and sunk it into huge businesses, and so
Mm.
they were essentially running Wall Street and and it's like if they changed their names to well, Cuddy alleges that they were also changing. Well, he gives some examples. Some of the Nazis changed their names to Hebrew names, and some of the Nazis changed their names to Islam names, and
Yeah.
and I think also some of them changed them to Mexican names, the ones that went to Mexico and stuff. Uh, but like, I don't know. There's just we need to find that list of names.
Mm.
Figure out
Mm.
every one of them which changed their names, and then trace their companies and shit. Because when I seen the Mingler conspiracy that Cuddy was pointing out, it was like IG Farben and the subsidiary of a company that sent Mingala the hormones because he was doing opposite hormone tests, and then another company that was under Bayer sent Mingala vaccine stuff, and then and then It was that third, and then, but there was like 2 or 3 huge prominent companies, which one of them in South America, one of them was one that was to do with Mingler, which was a huge pharmaceutical industry which was created, and then the other one was some kind of construction firm, and I think that they were laundering the money through the construction firm, and that well, and the pharmacy company, but and it's like the whole modern pharmacy stuff or vaccine stuff, like that it's there was a lot of stuff going on with Mingler involved, and that's why it's that because I've always speculated, like, keep in mind the speculation that the V word was lobotomizing people or making them complacent.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's why I've heard that that Mengele was doing like studies on like was doing like cross-sex hormone stuff, like they were trying to cure homosexuality and things like that. That's what
Yeah,
they I
yeah.
heard.
So is the Knights of the Solar Temple.
Mhm.
The Knights of the Solar Temple. They were a secret society that was based on Sirius worship, which they both ended up dead in Switzerland and Canada within the same year or two, I think it was.
Mhm.
It's one of these Illuminati type. It's like the Illuminati fanaticism, uh, where it's like, they were all found with their in Canada. All the members except for 2 were found with their hands tied behind their back with a bullet in the back of the head, and the same thing happened in Switzerland, and it was like, uh, and that they were a serious cult, and they were injecting hormones in the opposite sex.
Mhm.
So it runs along with that mingle and Nazi thing, uh, which is very bizarre. I mean, like,
Luke Tourette, the
yeah,
daughter of the Temple. Yeah.
the media claimed they were suicides, but it wasn't a suicide. I don't think. I think his phone died. Oh, there he is.
I don't know how that I tried to oh shit I tried to make the screen to extend the screen to look at something and it kicked me out for some reason.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Basically, the media claims it was suicide. I don't think it was. Uh, let's see the double-headed eagle,
yeah.
the towel with the serpent, the crown, Prussian crown.
Mm. I'm trying to think of why that the square and compass symbol and when it's used and when it's not. And this is the order of the solar temple, so it's earthly. So that might make sense why because it's like based on like earth building. So that's why it uses that as opposed to a different like I'm trying to figure out what the pattern is.
Yeah.
What's this?
This looks like an older picture. This is. I wonder if they existed. I wonder how old the order is.
It looked like
Oh
how
wait,
the Knights Templar dress.
I
The
think
Templar.
that's. Well, I think they're just
Oh.
miss. No, I don't want the notice. I think that yeah, they're just going over a bunch of groups. That's not the order.
Oh, I was gonna say Masonic Knights Templar. I'm like, yo, they look like
Yeah,
the way the Knights Templar dress.
yeah,
Those same silly hats.
yeah, yeah. So this is one of their symbols. I could just go there. Well, there might not be much going on with the. Yeah, there's
I
the
could
Star
probably say like,
Sirius.
they're gonna say it's an apocalyptic cult that killed themselves, thinking they're gonna be reborn or something because they just saw the apocalypse. So
Well,
that might have been what they hid behind, or or how they made the excuse for you know
I don't think
why
that
they
they.
all ended up dead.
Yeah, I think that they were murdered. But so the Sirius they use the same language as the Baha'is, the Ascended Masters thing, the Age of Aquarius, Pisces. Well, the Age of Aquarius result in the apocalypse, Earth consumed in fire. Blah blah. Where's that? Yeah, Ascended Masters, also called the Great White Brotherhood, just like Alice Bailey and Baha'ism and Theosophy. Agartha, blah blah. Yeah, reincarnation.
Oh, that's probably the excuse for why they say they killed themselves to reincarnate. They were
Yeah,
burned at
yeah. Well, I mean, I think it was like a hit based by. I mean, I don't know who hit them, but because it's like, it's just fucked up.
That's interesting. I just realized. Wait, it was. Hold on. What did it say? 12? Something up there said 12.
Up here, more.
Wait,
Oh,
yeah.
12
12
disciples.
disciples. One of the 12 disciples. Wait, what is it? The Egyptian pharaoh. 12 disciples are the
Oh,
Roman soldier who appeared. Oh, okay, so it's talking about the 12 disciples of Jesus. No, 'cause I was gonna just thinking, like, I
yeah,
just noticed that in Shia Islam, there's the 12 Shia. So I
yeah,
wonder if that I was just that popped into my head. I thought it was another thing that had something to do with it and it made me think of that. No,
yeah.
disregard. It's my own brain doing its thing.
Well, think of it like, think of this group and think of the dark side Illuminati as like Scientology type lodges or something like. I mean, also like OTO type lodge. Well, this one wasn't. What, but it's hard to say. I mean, if they were a sex cult or not, but the let's see here. Yeah, the Ascended Masters, Inner Self, blah blah. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's the same. It's the same type of jargon as Crowley with the return of mankind into the Garden of Eden, the horse, the conquering child, the new Eon, the new.
Hmm. The inner self was sexless. There being no difference between souls of the sexes. Yeah, okay, that I believe. That I think is true. Because you have, according, it's like Dr. Robert Monroe talks about how we each have a male and a female counterpart in the world. So, like, you and I have a female counterpart somewhere in the world, and our female counterpart has us. But that means, but we're split from the same soul. It's like it's a same soul in a male and female. Because
Yeah,
yeah, that's like, so that I agree with. That I definitely agree with. The soul is sexless.
I forgot to put a link in the chat if anyone wants to come on.
Like we could be reborn as, like we could be reincarnated as a female, and then in our next life, and then we'll have a male counterpart who would probably be like we are now. I don't know what the pattern is to it, but I do believe that that's correct.
Yeah,
I do believe that.
that's an interesting theory.
Yeah, because the Dr. Robert Monroe, he said, because it's like there's always, the universe always does things in twos and threes, and I think threes are the metaphysical, and and the two is the physical. So like you end up what you have a soul that's, you know, it's a soul male female, so but the soul is split, you know,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
soul is
So,
one. Yeah.
what is it? The oath, the life towards the path of service, light, unity, and that the members' field of consciousness will broaden their scale of values. Blah, blah, that's not relevant. Consciousness of life to maintain harmony. Yeah. Yeah. So there was a thing I was going to bring up earlier. Where's that? Okay, so it was a strange image that was it was on one of the OTO imageries, and that the excuse me, and I could never decipher what it actually meant, but then I
Mm-hmm.
found it mentioned in this book, and fucking and it says it all. I mean, to sum it up, Okay, well, I mean, the picture is symbolical of the new eon from the blasted stump of dogma. The poison oak of original sin is hanging the hag with dyed and bloody hair. Christianity, the glyph, thus commemorating Sava horizontal et sa mort vertical, something about, uh,
The light
not,
horizontal life and death is vertical.
yeah, the
Sabi.
satire, yeah,
Mhm.
Frater DDS. Teachers of Therion represent the soul of the new eon whose word is do what thou wilt, as in like being in the garden of Eden, not knowing good from evil. For the
Yeah.
satire and the true nature of every man and every woman, blah blah. Every woman is a star. Every man, the shepherd and nymph of the background represents the spontaneous outburst, the music and sound of motion caused by the release of the children of the new eon from the curse of the dogma of original
Mhm.
sin. And other priestly bogies. So it's basically saying they're going to usher in the age of Aquarius, uh, the Christ consciousness.
Well, that's what wasn't the 60s? Didn't the age of Aquarius start in the 60s?
Yeah, there's a lot of debates on when it started. Some say it was like 1890s, early 1900s, 1984. I think was one of them. The year 2000, 2012. I mean,
Well, this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
yeah, I think that was a propaganda movie by the mystery schools.
Well, when the moon is in the southern part and Jupiter be aligned with Mars.
Hmm.
Yeah. So you find out
Yeah,
when that happened.
yeah. So there was some alien shit to this too. This solar temple thing. I forgot about that. The aliens are gonna take them back to Sirius.
Mhm.
That's why that Secrets of the Lion book. It's the guy's. He's one of those Scientologist masons or something. You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
where it's not really Freemasonry. He's in the consciousness cult. Uh,
Don't
fucking
do that
G.
again. Not you. I don't want to act on it because I tried to zoom in and it started giving me that green circle again. Last time it did that, it kicked me out. So I'm like, don't
Oh
do
yeah,
that. Um, hmm.
voyage What did it say? Voyage interporal. Hmm. Yeah. So I mean, it's like you look at these cults and stuff, and it's like you kind of squint your eyes and you see all the basic stuff that they're about. You know, Sirius
Mhm.
Star, the consciousness change, the unity, oneness, the collectiveness, the I don't know. It's just a weird thing because it's like they all say the same stuff, but they're all talking about like how the Baha'i and the Theosophy, the Christ consciousness is Crowley's uh, Eon of Horus. Yeah, and then it's like you got people out there like David Icke who he was on Twitter. He's like, oh, I've been doing blah, blah. And then I comment
Mhm.
like, I'm like, oh, fuck you, David Icke. You fucking come out and say you're Jesus and spew the Christ consciousness from the word go, you know? You think we're idiots, you know?
Mhm. Enough people are. You know.
Yeah,
So David, I talk about lizard people.
yeah, yeah. Because the lizard people thing made all the leftists go away from the conspiracy because they're like,
Mhm.
"Oh, you're one of those lizard people." Thing. I remember right after 9/11, it was my friend had the David Icke book, and and we're it just destroyed anybody talking about conspiracy. Like, go read David. Why don't you go? It's like, I'm not talking about David Icke, motherfuckers.
Yeah. It gets people. It's a distraction to get people not looking at like. It's like people crave thinking that they understand things that they don't, and if you give people like comic shit, they're gonna think like, "Whoa, I understand lizard people. Like I understand this," and it's like, no, you're just being sidetracked. You know, it's like Common Core for conspiracy theorists. That's a great term, actually. Common Core for truthers.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Harry's demanded to come on.
What's up?
Well, he's not demanded to come on, but well, so anyways, yeah, that's what it's like they teach they teach a false doctrine of like of all the inner self and all this stuff and all this it's like the way they teach this new age stuff. It's like they make everybody think God is themselves and that's in you and all this stuff, and like it's like that's how they string them in with the secular humanism, full, because they don't, the people that think that, they don't realize it's a religion, and that the state of mind when someone believes that God's inside of them, it gets pretty funky, they're pretty whacked out.
That's what that whole the whole Christ consciousness thing. It's like, yeah, I don't. It's like some kind of, it's like one of those things where people believe they've achieved some kind of, that's the thing. And once again, it's like we've taught people to read, but we have not taught people how to critically think. So just because people can read something and they can be like, whoa, and they think they understand it, but
yeah,
they don't understand actually what they're thinking, like what they're getting in on, like,
Well, plus they reel in all the Christians because they're like, "Oh, Christ, consciousness, oh."
Yeah, that's true. And gets them all in, like thinking like they've gotten some divine wisdom or something, or some,
Yeah,
like,
it's an
guys,
ego
you're not going to
trip.
be talking parables.
Yeah, it's all an ego trip.
It is. It really is. It's like it really does play on like the ego and the id.
Yeah, 'cause they've been writing about this shit for fucking over 100 years.
Yeah, well, I think it was probably like an aspect of like Rosicrucianism that they realized would be fun for the masses to play with, or and it doesn't accomplish anything because most people are like, all right, what does it mean that you're Christ conscious? And it's like, oh,
yeah,
people like, it's like Napoleon once said that men love to be decorated, and he said that, and it's like it's the same.
Yeah, that's what I think, that the Illuminati, they divided the degrees into 30 plus degrees, 99 degrees in the misery, because it's like the more titles of nobility and the more medals and all this stuff, that it was all just a big ass kissing contest that to inflate the ego.
Yeah. It's like Scientology. It's like people have wasted thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to get to like the Sea Org or whatever, to get to some crazy Scientology degree, only to find out like Xenu or some shit like that, or like an airplane, a B-52 bomber dropped human souls onto Earth. And it's like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. And I think it was that female actress, I can't remember her name, who like left Scientology and exposed it. And she said that. She's like, yeah, it occurred to me like when they gave me like the final key to wisdom or something, like, wait a second. I put all this time, effort, and money into this, and this is what you're telling me is like the pet, like it's supposed to enlighten me somehow.
Yeah.
That's why I think people join Scientology. A lot of people say it's because of like the celebrity status, and I think that has something to do with it in terms of marketing. But I think it also has a lot to do with the fact that there's like, oh, I'm gonna understand some esoteric knowledge that that the freaking South Park put out. Anyways.
Yeah, they definitely well, I've always watched South Park, but it's hit or miss. I mean, some of the newer stuff is kind of PC, but I've definitely seen every episode. Some of the Rob Reiner episode.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like talking about Marlboro or something. I don't remember what happened. They were just roasting Rob Reiner.
Yeah, with the smoking. Yeah, no, the problem is that like once that whole PC thing came along, they had to like people stopped. They didn't have to go along with it, but they did anyway. But like South Park, I don't know, like it was edgy for its time because it was real. But then I think I don't know what they realized, like, yeah, if we're gonna bring this into the channels, like the syndicators, we're like, or Comedy Central, like we have to keep this, we have to change it to be PC.
Yeah, they were trying to conform to the new generation.
Yeah.
Like, oh, how can we stay cool and relevant? Let's suck up to a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. I remember when like the weed episode, like where he starts growing weed, and I was like, okay, this is edgy, kind of, but it's not like the old South Park. Like I will always remember when they're shoving food up their ass and shitting it out their mouth. And I remember this was one of the most genius like peak episodes of South Park. And one of the things, they had Martha Stewart's show where she's talking about shoving a nice turkey up her ass. And they had, while she's doing her show, 3 FBI agents or whatever come on the screen and say, Miss Stewart, we'd like to talk to you about some things. And she's like, okay, and runs off. And I'm like,
about that.
They had to do that. Like, they didn't have to do that. They had to do that. Like, that was like they had to go there.
Was that before or after the incident? Because I thought that was before.
It was during. I think it was during the incident. Yeah, I think it was when it was coming out. And that's probably why they added it. They were like, oh, we have to bring this up. We have to throw it in there. Like, it wasn't necessary. It was necessary for, what I mean?
Yeah, the show's it's definitely funny.
I mean, look, even the Big Gay Al episode. If you remember the Big Gay Al episode with the Boy Scouts, and the moral of it was, listen, it's their organization. And Bill Gay Al says, he's like, this is their organization, and they have the right to run it any way that they want to. You know,
he out-whored Paris Hilton. That's fun.
That was great. Yeah, that was. It's sad.
Well, the show's pretty ridiculous sometimes. The episode where they're like stuck at the water park and he's gotta like swim through the sewer water or something, and Cartman's like, oh, all Jews have gold on their neck or some shit.
Yeah,
like,
give me your gold, Kyle.
And then at the end he's got a bag of gold. It's like, what the fuck? I think one of the writers is Jewish. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure.
Matt Stone.
Yeah. Yeah, because I knew a Canadian that was Jewish, and she did not like South Park. It's like,
every Jew I knew loved it. Every Jew I mean, when my friend I had a Brazilian friend in Israel, and he actually started because they used to use a different it's at the tip of my tongue. They used to use a different social media site that got really big in Brazil, and I cannot remember it in the early 2000s. I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head, but he actually started the group I Act Like Eric Cartman, and he was like a Brazilian Israeli Jew.
Cartman.
I Act Like Cartman. Damn, what was the name of that site? It's like at the tip of my tongue.
Yeah.
Whatever.
But yeah, one of my friends actually, what is that called? House sat for the writers in Colorado.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was bragging about it. It's like, oh, you should have got their autograph, like, or something. He had a really nice Jeep. It was like this 1970 something Jeep with like a stick shift, and it had like a V8. Like
CJ.
Yeah, it was one of those Jeeps. It was nice. It sounded good. Like a 318 Dodge motor. Those were common in the 80s of Chrysler New Yorkers and stuff.
Mm.
They're
Nice.
not a great engine, but it's good for a Jeep. It's not like you need to go fast in a Jeep, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the death wobble though is freaking. The Hondas are probably better because they get better gas mileage, I would say.
No.
Well, I mean, the computer says. Yeah, freaking. Where are we going? Yeah, that South Park one where the the Christmas demons or whatever. Like, oh, and they're trying to bring Satan back through a squirrel or something, and the squirrel is pregnant. The forest animals like fucking destroy everything. That episode's fucked.
Yeah. They'll never be in. They could never make another show like that. They can't even do comedy. You know, I told you, Mel Brooks, Jerry Seinfeld, a whole bunch of comedians are afraid to go to college campuses.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jerry, he was in an interview and he's like, the guy asked him some sort of PC question. And he's like, "That's not funny.
Yeah.
Like I'm here to be funny. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about that." It's like, yes. But it is weird though, like Kramer and all, because he's a member of one of those spurious lodges or whatever. Because he's a 33rd degree Scottish Rite, but he's also a member of this other lodge, which is a really little known lodge. I did have a screenshot of his fucking finger, because on the Cups and Coffee TV show with Jerry on Netflix, that he was driving around with Kramer, and Kramer's got this ring on him. Like, I've never seen that Mason ring. Like, what the fuck is that? And I ended up hunting it down and figuring it out, and it was like, wow, that's weird. It's like, because I've read through so many Mason books, and never heard of that lodge. You know what I mean?
Huh.
Like, yeah, it's definitely that show is pretty good. There was one episode that was really weird. That lady that's what the fuck was her name? Did you see all those?
Was it Coffee in a Car or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw like maybe one or two. I was never into like celebrity stuff like that.
I just like cars, but he
I like
interviewed
cars too.
some weird lady. I think her name was like Miranda or something. She was some kind of like her comic style is not really funny. It's like deranged, and like the lady's fucked up. I thought she was pretty crazy, but I think the lady's some kind of pervert or something. But during the whole episode though, Jerry's like, "Is this you? Is this really you?" You know, the lady was acting so fucking nutball off the walls.
That's gonna say Sarah Silverman, but she's not really funny. I remember years ago they did this. I'm not trying to be mean, but they did like on Comedy Central, like a black female comedy tour, and they were showing, and there was like only one joke in the ad that was funny, and it was like, I knew a girl named Alexis. She looked like a Buick, and I was like, that was the only one that was kind of funny. But then I was like, yeah, there's a lot of pretty Buicks, so I don't know. But
Yeah. But yeah, comics are. What's his name? Uh, Chappelle. He was talking as like on a recent one. It was like not really that funny. It was just like kind of boring. It's like listening to somebody's uncle or something talk about shit. Like where'd the real Chappelle go? I mean, I think Chappelle's in one of those cults. Technically, I think JJ said Chappelle was in the Baha'i cult. I can't remember if I looked into it, but I don't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. That's all the celebrity. Oprah's in the Christ consciousness. The cult.
sure she did. Richard
Oprah.
Belzer was in the Grand Lodge in New York. I was hoping to meet him before but he passed away. Before he passed away. But Richard Belzer apparently used to attend, like he regularly attended lodge. He was always going to dinners and everything.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, unfortunately, I didn't get to see him.
Yeah.
He was part of the Grand Lodge in New York.
It's like that thing with the co-masonry thing. I told you about that one dude. I know I don't remember what degree he is, but he's a member of co-masonry, and that Robert Hieronymus. He's really old, but like, okay, so he was in the '60s, and he drove around a bus that he painted with all Egyptian art, and that he knew the Beatles, he knew all these people, and all these crazy celebrities from the '60s, and it was like, and one time I was talking to him, I was like, because he literally knows the Beatles personally. I mean,
Yeah.
most of them are dead, but like but so I asked him, I was like, was the yellow submarine a consciousness evolution? And he said, yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? What was So I think that the Beatles were, well, because co-masonry it's different than the regular. I mean, it's similar but different, but it goes on with the serious stuff as well. In an interview, he was like, he said on the History Channel, he was like talking about Egypt and the sun, the profane were taught to worship the sun, and the high priests worship the star of Sirius, but it wasn't a worship; it was just like a symbol of enlightenment. I mean, that's where it's like, I think that the Crowley type Illuminati cults, they copy the doctrines and then they slightly modify it into the consciousness cult, and that I mean, I don't think Robert Hieronymus was in the consciousness cult, but I definitely think the Beatles were. And I mean, they went to that guy in India.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck his name was, but the but so it's like and that's where it's like the Scientology type masonry, where it's like it's not really masonry, it's something else, and like like the Order of the Solar Temple, it's like it's some kind of consciousness cult, and that they're taking things literally. Same thing with that Secret Place of the Lion book, where he's saying all sorts of crazy shit about UFOs and Jesus, and like Old Testament stuff, UFOs. And it's like, what the fuck is going on with this book? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
he's going off the wall.
Oh man. Wait, today there was the Olympics started today?
Oh yeah, there was some kind of weird art, some kind of shitty art that they had.
Yeah, I just posted up the thing. I just took a quick look to see what was going on Twitter. It looks like, this looks like the Arc de Triomphe, so it looks like France.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely not Washington Square Park, because I would have known if it was happening here.
Oh, yeah.
But they had some like they had like a They had was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-pointed star.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
that arc, that thing in France. They say that Trump's gonna build one of those in America. I thought that was strange. It's like, what is he, like, part of some Napoleonic Brotherhood or something? Or
know.
there's another one. Oh, where was that other one built? Wasn't there one in England? I think, or
There's
there
one
was
in
one
New
in
York.
France.
There's
Oh,
the arch in Washington Square Park. If you ever seen the movie
yeah.
Kid.
There's a spot in New York. I forgot you're in New York. You should go to that Rockefeller Cathedral, and then there's another spot in New York where there's these weird statues of like angels or something. Not like traditional angels or something, but like metal wings and shit. But they're holding on to like some kind of. It was crazy because I was reading about the construction of it in like the 1920s or something, and it
Yeah.
was talking about these giant pieces of quartz crystals that were like in the hands of the statues and underneath or something. It seemed really weird. It reminded me of like Ghostbusters 1.
Wonder if it's the it's on the tip of my tongue. Damn, I'm tired. I'm forgetting stuff. The cloisters. There's a lot of weird art. There's the whole thing on like the train station of the with like the
Right.
reptile of like the alligator coming out of the sewer grabbing a kid,
Weird.
grabbing a child. Yeah.
There was
Things like
this. I remember the spot had a like a round street or something, like a roundabout or something.
say it again.
It had like a roundabout or something where the statues were. They were in like a circle. I got a picture of it. Let me see if I can bring it up. I don't remember which folder it was in. Let's see. I think it was in the statues folder. Let's see. Specific. Damn it, this is taking too long. Okay, I don't know if it is in this folder. Oops. Wait. No, wait. This spot was another spot that was weird. Do you recognize that spot? I think
Yeah,
it's by
that's
Central Park.
yeah, it's Columbus Circle. Pretty sure. Oh no, that's not Columbus Circle. That's is that by the library?
Yeah, I can't remember what there was.
Oh wait,
Something.
I think that's right by me. I think that's by 14th Street. I think that's like the Flatiron building is right over there. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I can't remember what was weird about that location, but it was because I was like digging into this thing about this. I was into the Central Park stuff, trying to figure
Yeah.
out because like one of the researchers, Scott Onslaught, he says, damn it, I guess I don't have it in this folder. He says,
I always thought yeah.
but he says that he there's like a line going across that going across Central Park, and that it connects with this thing where the World's Fair was, and like damn it, how did that go? It was. Let me see if I can bring up a picture.
I always thought the Russian memorial to 9/11 because it does look like a vagina. I always thought it was like a yoni. It was like the birth of the new age, it's supposed to symbolize that. That's why it's a yoni.
Yeah. Well, you know that cube that they put where the World Trade Center was.
Yeah, the pit.
Yeah, that has the same dimensions as the cube in Mecca. If that tells you
Oh,
anything.
interesting.
Yeah, they're pulling a fast one on everybody. They
We have
they they,
also
they fucking destroy the buildings, and then they fucking build some kind of shrine that's like a mirror of the fucking Mecca cube for the Islams.
oh,
You know, damn it. There's
yeah.
something about I don't remember where the
There's a black cube also by Asta Place. right near Cooper Union.
Damn it, I can't remember where the mark was. It had to do with this building that was like on the edge, or I think it was, no, was it that building? Yeah, the museum, I think.
Oh, Natural History Museum. Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
there is the Roosevelt where they graffitied all over it. Yeah, it's the Natural History
No,
Museum.
that's not the right one. Hold on. But like, it's like the guy was saying that the spot was strategically built so that it would I forget how it went. It was like it was the line that it was drawn from one of the spots went through like three other spots, and that it was in that Scott Onslaught documentary. Let me see if I can bring that up.
It's a Mandela effect in the and so I remember in the map where the United States, where like South America is straight down, not diagonal.
Where's that folder? Okay, there it is. Okay, it was somewhere in here. Let's see if we can find it. Ow, Jesus, that's loud. I mean, I could have put it on the audio too, but how does it get into New York? He goes over a lot of really interesting stuff. Let's see. Damn, where's it at? It's like there was these lines that they were all intersecting with that park.
Yeah.
And like there was all sorts of weird connections and stuff with this stuff. It was, and it reminded me of the old Mason books. Oh, there it is. I think I seen it. Yeah, so there was okay, so that there was like this little island where the where that World's Fair was, and it was on like an octagon or some shit, and that that it was the math on it was really strange. It was exactly like a certain distance from Stonehenge or something. Okay, so there it is. The United Nations headquarters through the museum with the Temple of Dendera inside, and this line extended to. I mean, there was way more to it than what I'm trying to spew out, but. Where's that? Yeah, and they were going off the obelisk in Rome and stuff. Okay, so wait, go back. Yeah, that there was this. Okay, so the Cleopatra's Needle, Grand Masonic Lodge, New York, and then some kind of heritage thing or something. But like, because it's like that in DC as well, where it's like the obelisk, the Washington monuments, in alignment with the Scottish Rite. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to send you a link to this because it's weird. See, there's that inverted square.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't ever thought of that. The double square.
Well, it's weird because it's an old practice. It's like, okay, so in what was it, by the Temple of the Sun, I think it is, in Mexico or something. There's a spot where there's like a big inverted pyramid, and the inverted pyramid, it's just a big hole in the ground, and it's all encased in stone and stuff, but like it's the same measurements as the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Interesting. 6 I'm gonna call it a night at 3:30.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
getting kind of tired. It's 3. It's like, so I'll hang out for another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, and they got the
Looks like a
6:5
cross.
ratio. Excuse me. What was that?
Oh, it looks like a cross also. Looks like a cross with the INRI on top.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Ball
Oh,
back. The shape of a person.
yeah.
This is definitely an interesting they
Ball back.
it's all about ley lines, basically. Not like ley lines in a magical sense, but like some kind of what is that called? Geomancy, but
Mm.
not like, I don't know, not like in a
Well,
magical sense, but like
yeah.
just some
Just
kind of religion.
well, if you map out from, I think it's Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. I think they all are on the same axis. Like they all have, you can draw a straight line from like across a bunch of northeast cities, like the big northeast cities.
Yeah.
Like Boston go, like if you follow it directly straight down to New York, and then straight down to Philly, and then straight down to Baltimore,
Yeah.
and then I think to Washington D.C. if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah.
they were totally
It was like he was relating this 6:5 ratio to like the laws of the universe or something, and that
Mm,
like the measurements and stuff, and that the it's like serotonin, DMT, these molecules all have the same molecule structure.
mm,
uh what is this, the what does it say? Go, that's that stone from the whatchamacallit, from the moon or something.
mm.
uh yeah, there's a lot of weird, it's like the whole video is just all these weird coincidences, kind of, I guess. But I don't know, it could be, I mean, the guy was some kind of paraplegic or something, and that he's like a military veteran. I'm not sure if he's like trying to spew the new age religion, or he's just simply delving into all this stuff. I mean, his YouTube's pretty dormant. I mean, uh, he makes these videos of like really boring uh, animations, computer animations or something. Yeah, so this is that one spot. Is that Mason's Columba? There's that island. Uh, well, I guess it's only a seven-sided island.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll have to send you a link. Then he like brings it to this weird spot in Canada where it's like
Oh, that's awesome.
yeah, like the spot in Canada is like the center of the landmass, and that there's a weird temple there. It's got a lot of weird, interesting stuff. I don't remember what the name of it was called. Was that the Manitoba Legislation Building? Is that it? Let's see if I can. I think it was on the interior or something. I don't know. It seems like there was some kind of what, like the stuff. It seemed like the locations of certain stuff that was built was extremely planned out or something. Like they were building it on very specific points of the earth
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah.
Uh,
Like the pulse of the Earth's pulses. Yeah. Nine.
yeah, so this is interesting. The Ennead 1 of 9 is 0.111. And then it goes on 5 out of 9, 0.555. It's like these math games, some sort of Cyrus 666, 6 out of 9, 2/3. The Yeah. The whole video, it's all speculation, but it's really interesting.
Yeah. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, there's.
They got I forgot the other day I was next to the No, it was cool. I was next to the New York. It's the athletic hall, and they got a lot of crazy symbolism on that building. There's like inside. I've been inside of it too, and it's just very crazy.
Yeah, so that's the inside of the Rockefeller Church in New York. It's got the labyrinth.
Oh.
The labyrinth matches the shape of the chrysanthemum on the window. It's the same dimensions. I forget why that's relevant. Yeah, definitely an interesting book or movie. Yeah, like he's basically insinuating that there's some sort of geomancy, but it's like I don't know. It's definitely interesting. It's like the megalithic sites in different places. It's like yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to upload it somewhere, find a link to it. Yeah, so like he goes over this type of stuff. It's like 1 astronomical unit, 1 inch, 1 light year is 1 mile. It's like they claim that our okay, so the Masons that made our system of measurements and stuff, the inch and the foot and stuff, and the mile, it's based off from ancient Egyptian stuff, and that like in DC, all the buildings are 8/7 of a mile, which is an Egyptian mile apart from each other, all the main buildings, and they form a giant. They form a giant Kabbalistic tree in a way, but it's like the designer was what's his name, that French guy, what's his name, I can't remember his name, but the I don't know, it's interesting. Yeah, so the Vesica Pisces is like the division of the fields.
Oh, it's like the all-seeing eye.
Yeah, because those. Oh, let's see, is it over or is the video fucked? I think the video is fucked at the end somehow. It might be I probably got another copy somewhere. It might be because I took it off a hard drive that died. Let's see. Yeah. Freaking. I'll probably put something on while I freaking take a break. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, you should probably pass out so you don't freaking fuck up your sleeping schedule too much.
Yeah, I gotta go. I got that Michigan bud. And one of my customers didn't like it, one of the strains, so I gotta go swap it out for something with him. So I gotta run down to Brooklyn in the morning and give him something, and then I gotta find something to hold me over until my buddy comes back to town and I can get something off him. And I'll have to sell this stuff. I'll have to trade it back. So.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, man, it's always been fun. Oh, I forgot to look at
Good
the
ancient
comments.
architects.
Oops.
But yeah, thanks for the invite, and yeah, I'm off the next couple of days. So if anything, if you're around, let me know. I should be around. And Monday also, I don't think I work until later in the day, so I can hang out.
Weird. Yeah, I might be around
Cool.
Sunday. Or wait,
All
I'm
right.
going on donuts for the Super Bowl, so probably not Sunday.
Nice. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Sunday's the Super Bowl. I only know because my friend usually puts up a post that says "Happy Birthday, Sports." So. That's the only time. That's the only reason I ever find out that it's the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
But no doubt. Well, if anything, we'll speak again soon. And thanks again for the invite. Always a pleasure.
Oh, yeah.
And
Peace.
have a good night. Peace.
Yeah, I might go on tomorrow, like midnight or something, possibly, but I'll let you know.
All right. Let me know. I'll be around. Peace.
Peace. So
of binaryresearchinstitute.org presents a credible model that explains the precession phenomenon.
for a minute and
He says the solar system moves, and this in turn changes the Earth's orientation to the distant stars. Our solar system and the Sirius system, which we perceive as the brightest star in the sky, appear to rotate around a common center of mass. In the 17th century, Johannes Kepler discovered the 3 laws of planetary motion, which show that the orbit of every planet is an ellipse, and that orbital speed varies according to where each body is in its orbital path. With this new understanding, it makes sense that the rate of precession would vary as our systems slowly transit an elliptical orbit. So to astronomers in earlier times, it appeared that the precessional cycle was 25,920 years. But now that the yearly rate is speeding up, it's looking more like the cycle could be 24,000 years. In this binary solar system model, the rate of precession per degree varies from 60 to 72 years, with 66.6 years as the average rate. If our solar system truly dances in a 24,000-year cycle with the Sirius system, then 24 resonates with the music of our spheres. Consider the fact that there are 12 notes in the chromatic musical scale. 1 octave up and down correspond beautifully to a day and night of 24 hours. A mean solar day is defined as exactly 24 hours. Of course, each hour is divided into 60 minutes, and each minute is divided into 60 seconds. So there are 86,400 seconds in a day and night on Earth. The Sun's diameter is 864,000 miles. We find 864 also expressed in alignments, technology, architecture, and urban design. In The Lost Science of Measuring the Earth, Heath and Michelle reveal that not only is the distance from Stonehenge to Silbury Hill 86,400 feet, but Silbury Hill itself is dimensioned in units of 8.64 feet. The 35mm film format used for over 100 years, which continues today with full-frame digital SLR cameras, has an area of 864 square millimeters. This is a most appropriate size to capture the light of the sun. The area of the largest square in Paris, La Place de la Concorde, is 86,400 square meters. The height of the Transamerica Pyramid in San Francisco is 864 feet, if you include its glass pyramidion. The quoted height is some 11 feet less, but I think this was done to tie it in more closely with its namesake, the Great Pyramid of Egypt. The Great Pyramid is the sole surviving wonder of the ancient world. It remains the oldest, largest, and most accurate building ever built. It was the tallest structure in the world for 4 millennia. It is aligned within 0.1% of true north, and its 13-acre base is horizontal and flat to within 15 millimeters. The scale and accuracy are astounding. In the book Sacred Number and the Origins of Civilization, Richard Heath's metrology shows that the Great Pyramid is 480 feet in height, which is exactly 1/11th of a mile. Its missing pyramidion would measure 1 1/11th feet in height if it were to cap off the geometric mountain of 2.3 million blocks of stone. In terms of the pyramid and its pyramidion, the metrology is clearly a play of ones. In the book Fingerprints of the Gods, Graham Hancock pointed out that the height of the Great Pyramid times 43,200 is equal to the Earth's polar radius in feet, and that its base perimeter times 43,200 is equal to the Earth's equatorial circumference in feet. Aside from being twice 216 and half 864, the number 432 encodes yet another layer of the genius which is encoded in the Great Pyramid. 432 times 432 equals the speed of light in miles per second. The latitude of the Great Pyramid encodes the speed of light in meters per second. It therefore seems appropriate that the word pyramid is composed of two Greek words, pyra meaning light or fire, and meidos meaning measures, because the Great Pyramid truly encodes the measures of light. The Grecian mystical Pythagorean Brotherhood considered the knowledge of 432 and similar relationships essential in order to gain mastery of oneself. There is a movement to return to the Verdi tuning of 432 Hz, which many opera singers believe is more natural for the human voice compared to the standard concert tuning. In addition to its dimensions, the proportions of the Great Pyramid encode great wisdom. Consider that the height to base proportion is 7 to 11. The Statue of Liberty in New York, which truly embodies the Egyptian goddess Isis, has a 7-pointed crown and stands on an 11-pointed base star. The height of the statue from heel to top of head is 111 feet 1 inch, recalling the play of ones in the Great Pyramid's metrology. The pyramid's height to half base proportion is 4 to pi, while its face to half base proportion is phi to 1. Based on the remaining casing stones, the slope of the Great Pyramid was originally between 51 and 52 degrees. This angle is very important in sacred geometry. The Vesica Pisces is the geometric womb from which all of creation emerges. It is simply the relationship between two equal circles. If you center the circles on each other's circumferences and then nest the form inside itself, it becomes pregnant with a pyramid whose slope measures 51.61 degrees. If instead you place two equal circles together above and below and circumscribe them, you have the basis of the yin and yang diagram of Taoism. In his book Sacred Geometry, Robert Lawlor showed an encompassing square that reveals phi relationships in a diagram that he called the Mouth of Ra, named after the Egyptian sun god. If you then draw larger circles with phi as the radius, they are tangent to the inner circles and beautifully form more phi relationships. Joining the centers of the larger circles with the top point of intersection forms a pyramid with a slope of 51.83 degrees. The circle is traditionally a symbol of heaven, and the square a symbol of earth. The reconciliation of opposites, such as heaven and earth, or the limitless with the limited, is the challenge of squaring the circle. The Freemasonic emblem of compasses and square obviously suggests drawing a circle in a square. The first method of reconciling a square with a circle is by comparing lengths. Using a computer, I can draw a circle with a diameter equal to the square root of phi around a square with an edge length of 1. The lengths of square and circle are 99.9% equal. All circle and square constructions are approximations because of what mathematicians describe as the transcendental nature of pi. Another method of squaring the circle is by comparing areas. Draw a circle with a diameter of 9, about a square with an edge length of 8, and their areas will be equal to the tune of 99.4%. The ratio 9 to 8 is known as the whole tone in music. Heaven is a whole tone away from earth, if you will. Squaring a circle is also at the heart of the Great Pyramid. I'll square a circle so that its circumference equals the square's perimeter as closely as computer-aided design software can approximate. Then I will draw lines from the center out to two of the points where the circle and square intersect. If you superimpose the diagram on an analog clock, the green lines point to the time 10:08. A large number of watch advertisements show the time 10:08. Remember to take a look yourself. I discovered that by drawing red lines perpendicular to the green lines, with all three tangent to the circle, one can construct a pyramid, which surprisingly has a 51.76 degree slope. Thus, the pyramid slope follows from squaring the circle. Maybe it's no surprise, but the slope of I.M. Pei's Louvre Pyramid in Paris closely matches the slope of the Great Pyramid in Egypt. I discovered that the azimuth of summer solstice sunrise on the Louvre Pyramid is exactly 51.76 degrees from true north. In the books Talisman, and more recently in The Master Game, Graham Hancock and Robert Bivall present compelling historical and etymological evidence that Paris was originally founded as a temple dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Isis. What better place to found Paris than at the exact latitude encoded by squaring the circle? Izapa, in Mexico, is where the Mayan 260-day Zolkin calendar originated. Being in the tropics, the sun passes directly overhead at Izapa on exactly 2 days of the year, August 12th and May 1st. There are 260 days between August 12th and May 1st. This seems to explain why the 260-day cycle was introduced at Izapa. Bert Jansen discovered that if you map the year to a circle, 260 days subtends the major arc indicated by the green lines in the squaring the circle diagram, with an accuracy of 99.96%. Therefore, the design of the Mayan calendar also resonates with squaring the circle. Jansen also discovered that the azimuths of the solstice sunrises and sunsets at Silbury Hill trace the same lines as above, so below on the squaring the circle diagram. In City of Revelation, John Michel showed in a simple diagram how the Great Pyramid encodes not only the proportions, but the dimensions of the Earth and Moon and the distance between them. Start with a 3-4-5 Pythagorean triangle. Draw a square of edge length 3 on the side, and inscribe a circle in it to represent the moon. Then draw a mirror 3-4-5 triangle opposite. Draw a larger square below with an edge length of 11. Inscribe a circle in the large square to represent the Earth. Next, draw a circle with its radius extending from the center of the Earth through to the center of the moon. This circle matches the large square in terms of length, with an accuracy of 99.96%, so you have just squared the circle. Amazingly, this diagram actually encodes the Earth and Moon's true proportions of 3:11. Connecting these 3 points makes a pyramid with a 51.85 degree slope. Scaling this diagram up by a factor of 720 gives you the actual dimensions of the Earth and Moon in miles. Inscribe a hexagon within the Earth circle and measure its perimeter. It is 1/10 the average distance from the Earth to the Moon, with an accuracy of 99.6%. John Michel also realized that the same Earth-Moon diagram not only fits perfectly over Stonehenge, but it also encodes its dimensions in feet rather than miles. This reveals a design connection between ancient Egypt and the Neolithic United Kingdom. It is worth recognizing that the ancient Egyptian civilization shared a similar timeline with Stonehenge. We've already seen how the meter was encoded at Thornborough, where the 3 henges were laid out to mirror the belt of Orion. In the Orion Mystery, Robert Bivall and Adrian Gilbert showed that the 3 pyramids of Giza mirror the same 3 stars. Archaeological evidence of crude bone and antler tools proves that the builders of henges were indeed our ancestors. However, the architects of these monuments encoded advanced knowledge of Earth, Sun, Moon, and the speed of light. In Before the Pyramids, Knight and Butler explain what they call the megalithic or large stone system of measurement. As you'll see later, this system was used not only in Neolithic times, but is still secretly being used in modern cities. The Earth rotates 366 times a year relative to the stars. A sidereal day is 236 seconds less than a mean solar day. Over the year, that amounts to the Earth rotating one extra day relative to the stars. In recognition of this fact, the megalithic system is based on a circle divided into 366 degrees, rather than the 360 degrees we are used to. Consider also that the Earth is 366% the size of the Moon. Each of these 366 degrees is then divided into 60 minutes, and each minute is further divided into just 6 seconds. Each second of arc is finally divided into 366 megalithic yards on the Earth. Only in the megalithic system is 1 second of arc equal to 1 second of time of the Earth turning on its axis. So 366 megalithic yards is equally 1 second of arc and 1 second of time. This system also creates a beautiful cosmic harmony because 1 second of arc on the Moon measures exactly 100 megalithic yards, and 1 second of arc on the Sun measures exactly 40,000 megalithic yards. Knight and Butler say that, quote, the whole system is virtually miraculous, making our modern approach to measurement systems look primitive, end quote. By unifying time and arc measurement on Earth, Moon, and Sun, the ancients created an elegant and practical system. Stonehenge's actual henge is 366 megalithic yards in circumference. The second largest pyramid at Giza fits within a circle having a diameter of 366 megalithic yards. Knight and Butler additionally show that weights and measures such as the pound and the pint appear to be derived from the megalithic system. Absolute zero is the theoretical coldest possible temperature where all molecular motion ceases. If temperature were measured from 0 for freezing ice to 366 degrees for boiling water, absolute zero would be exactly 1,000 degrees below zero. Alexander Thom reverse-engineered the megalithic yard after surveying thousands of sites in the United Kingdom. He defined the megalithic yard as 2.722 feet, plus or minus 2 1,000ths of a foot. Robin Heath and John Michell had reason to believe this value was ever so slightly off by 0.2%. They defined what they call an astronomical megalithic yard in the lost science of measuring the Earth. The metrology of the astronomical megalithic yard reminds me of the latitude of Avebury and the fact that there are 5,280 feet in a mile. I see that both the megalithic yard and the astronomical megalithic yard are suspiciously close to the mathematical constant E. Euler's identity, which has been called the most beautiful theorem in mathematics, relates E to pi, imaginary numbers, unity, and the void. Like pi, E is a transcendental number. E is fundamental in science as the base of the natural logarithm, which, among many other things, is used to calculate the distribution of prime numbers. E is also fundamental in business. To understand this, imagine that you have an account with $100 that pays 100% interest per year. Fantastic. If the interest is credited once at the end of the year, you will have $200. If the same interest is compounded every 6 months, you will have $225. Compounding quarterly yields $244, and compounding monthly yields $261. With continuous compounding, the account yields $271.82, which is E times 100. When Google filed their initial public offering in 2004, the company announced its intention to raise exactly $E billion. In my opinion, E's importance is right up there with pi, phi, and 528. I discovered the following rationale for these constants, which is 99.9% accurate. Hugh Harleston had this to say about the pyramid complex in Teotihuacan, Mexico. Here was a design whose dimensional configurations provided accurate universal mathematical and other constants with a minimum of shared points, laid out to incorporate the values of pi, phi, and e. Perhaps the pyramid complex was an intended hint to latecomers to expand their consciousness for a clearer view of the cosmos and of man's relation to the whole. Baalbek in Lebanon is another ancient complex that will help us to expand our consciousness. The distance from Stonehenge to Baalbek is exactly 3,600 kilometers. This is interesting because the inner and outer points of a pentagram are arrayed every 36 degrees around a full circle of 360 degrees. As you keep spinning around the circle, the tips of the pentagram hit many significant degrees related to Earth, Moon, Sun, and the precessional cycle. All the degrees revolving around the pentagram have 9 as their digital roots. It seems appropriate that gamblers sometimes thank their lucky stars on the roulette wheel, which has 36 as its highest number. The sum of the numbers 1 through 36 is 666. Baalbek is named after the god Baal, which means Lord. The priests of Baal are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible numerous times. Jeroboam and Aaron both made golden calves to Baal. Baal worshipper or Baal-zebub, anglicized Beelzebub, came to be identified in Christianity as a demon or devil. Baalbek has been continuously settled for over 9,000 years, making its massive platform one of the oldest structures on Earth. 3 stones in its foundation present one of the world's greatest mysteries. Each of these stones weighs approximately 800 tons based on its volume and density. A megalith still in the quarry less than a mile away weighs in excess of 2.4 million pounds. With more pounds than there are blocks in the Great Pyramid, it is hard to imagine that the ancient engineers didn't understand the connection between magnetism and gravity. Baalbek was known as Heliopolis in the time of Alexander the Great. Alexander stopped at Baalbek in 333 BC on his march to Memphis, the ancient Egyptian capital. The Roman Macrobius later wrote that Baalbek as Heliopolis was a priest colony from its namesake Egyptian city of the sun. In Geomantic Information Systems Volume 1, researcher Kurt Lindahl has identified the significance of the hexagonal temple on top of the Baalbek platform and its location on the Earth. He drew a line connecting the hexagon of Baalbek with the Great Pyramid. Amazingly, the line goes through 2 corners of the hexagon and 2 of the corners of the Great Pyramid. Lindahl drew another line through the opposite corners of the Great Pyramid and extended it to the northwest. He found that it goes directly to the apex of the 32-story Pyramid Arena of Memphis, Tennessee. Memphis, Tennessee was of course named after its Egyptian namesake. Incidentally, there is one larger pyramid in the United States in the form of the Luxor, Las Vegas. The Pyramidal Casino is a solar 365 feet high, which also happens to be equal to 111 meters. The Pyramidion contains a spotlight which is claimed to be the brightest beam of light in the world. There is an interesting play of ones in the Luxor Casino's 11,000 square meter area, its 11 acres of glass, and the 110-foot Sphinx sitting out front that echoes the Great Pyramid's metrology. Back at the Great Pyramid, Lindahl extended the northwest line to the southeast and discovered that it goes directly to the Kaaba in Mecca. A line starting at the Kaaba goes through 2 more corners of the hexagon at Baalbek. The hexagonal temple of Baalbek echoes the Kaaba's shape as a hexahedron or cube. When the dots are connected, I see a geomantic triangle from space. Furthermore, this triangle has the proportions of a 1:2 right triangle. In other words, the distance from the Great Pyramid to Mecca is twice as far as it is from the Great Pyramid to Baalbek. The hypotenuse of this Pythagorean triangle, the distance from Baalbek to Mecca that is, measures 777 nautical miles. Pythagoras the Greek was educated in Heliopolis, and it is to him that we attribute what was actually ancient Egyptian knowledge of triangles. The heart of the Great Pyramid is called the King's Chamber. Its floor plan is composed of two 1:2 triangles. The King's Chamber is therefore a microcosm of the geomantic triangle, as above, so below. The incredible thing about the 1:2 triangle is that it encodes both phi and pi. Instead of measuring 1:2, it is fair to scale the triangle down by half, so it measures 1/2 to 1. The triangle has the same proportions. Swing two arcs with compasses, and the place where the second arc touches the one edge measures 1/phi. To find pi, we will scale the triangle up by a factor of 6/5. The perimeter of this triangle yields pi with astonishingly high precision. The Great Pyramid's faces are subtly divided in the middle, which you can see under certain lighting conditions. This is a clue. Take a square and draw 3 lines dividing edges at their midpoints. What you are left with is a series of 1:2 triangles surrounding a 3-4-5 triangle. This is interesting because the King's Chamber itself was designed using both of these triangles. The King's Chamber encodes not only two 1:2 triangles, or 2 squares on the floor, but a 3-4-5 triangle in 3 dimensions. As it turns out, Mecca is very close to the golden latitude. If you divide the full meridian by phi, you get 111 degrees and change. If measured from the South Pole, the precise phi latitude is only 12.13 miles south of Mecca. The most sacred object in Islam is the Kaaba, which Muslims circumambulate 7 times during the Hajj. These numbers remind me of John Michel's New Jerusalem diagram, which is an elaboration of the Earth-Moon diagram. In Volume 1 I discussed how its 7 points encode the musical scale, while the Earth's circumambulation of the Sun encodes the 12 months of the year. In ancient Egypt, the word Ka meant divine spark, and Ba meant soul. The word Kaaba means cube. Perhaps the cube represents the divine spark animating the individual soul. An interesting fact about cubes is that the diagonal connecting opposite corners in 3 dimensions is the square root of 3, the same dimension that measures the Vesica Pisces. The sum of all the angles in a cube is 2,160 degrees, which happens to also be the moon's diameter in miles. A cube has 6 sides. If each side has an edge length of 6, then the cube's volume and surface area would be 6 times 6 times 6, or 216. 6 is the only dimension for a cube which gives the same number for its volume and surface areas. It just so happens that 6 times 6 times 6 equals 3 cubed plus 4 cubed plus 5 cubed, symbolically connecting the Kaaba with the hyperdimensional 3-4-5 triangle. Astonishingly, the Kaaba is 666 nautical miles from the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. The Dome of the Rock on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem is the oldest Islamic monument still in existence. Its 24 outer piers echo the 24 prophets that came before Muhammad and the 24 hours of a day. The foundation stone at the center of what author David Flynn called the temple at the center of time is sacred also to Christians and Jews. The foundation stone is thought to have been where Abraham nearly sacrificed Isaac. Many Jews believe that the foundation stone was the location of Solomon's temple, which was destroyed by the Babylonians. It is interesting that the dimensions of the Holy of Holies within Solomon's temple, described in the Bible, show that it too was a cube containing the Ark of the Covenant. The dimensions of Solomon's temple reveal a cube and a 3-4-5 triangle. The seal of Solomon is also connected with the hexahedron, or cube. The heavenly Jerusalem described in the book of Revelation has the dimensions of a cube. Solomon's wisdom was as legendary as his wealth. Now the weight of gold that came to Solomon in 1 year was 666 talents of gold. In today's gold prices, 666 talents is equal to approximately $1.11 billion. The seal of Solomon encodes 666 with 6 inner and outer points plus 6 smaller equilateral triangles. Solomon's name echoes Sol Ammon, the Egyptian sun god. All the rows and columns in the magic square of the sun add up to 111. The sum of the rows or columns is, of course, 666. The floor plan of the Dome of the Rock is an octagon, which is a symbol of the sun used in cultures around the world. The Knights Templar took their name from the Temple Mount, and their emblem from the Dome of the Rock. The Freemasons see themselves as heirs to the Knights Templar. One of their goals appears to be to rebuild Solomon's temple wherever they are able. Frank Albo's research on the Manitoba Legislative Building at the Geographic Center of North America reveals it to be a replica of Solomon's temple, complete with a central cubic space measuring 66.6 feet on edge, the octagonal pool of the Black Star, and much more. Freemasons claim that the outer pillars in Solomon's temple represent the pillars of Enoch, called Boaz and Jachin, and these are built into every Masonic lodge. As the story goes, Enoch recorded the sum total of knowledge on 2 pillars and buried them 9 levels deep in the Temple Mount before the Great Flood. This unearthed information is likely to be the source of Solomon's wisdom and the Templar's secrets. Enoch didn't die, but was instead transfigured into the Archangel Metatron when he was a solar 365 years of age. Metatron's hypercube is a sacred geometry encoding much wisdom that I discussed in Volume 1. There are 22 paths in the Tree of Life, plus 10 visible Sephiro yielding 32 elements. There is one hidden Sephiro called Doth, bringing the secret total up to 33. Both 32 and 33 are highly charged numbers with wide-ranging resonances. Scottish Rite Freemasons have 32 degrees which members can earn, plus the final 33rd degree, which is conferred only on those selected by the 33 members of a Supreme Council. The mother of all Supreme Councils is itself in the position of the Eye of God within the pyramid diagram encoded into Washington, D.C., shown in Volume 1. The eagle on the Great Seal of the United States has 33 feathers on one wing and 32 on the other. Jesus, the Son of God, was said to have performed 33 miracles and was crucified at age 33. In 2010, scientists at Stanford University discovered that the Sun's core rotates once every 33 days. The Sun is 333,000 times more massive than the Earth. It takes 33.3 times 10 to the negative 10th seconds for light to travel 1 meter. The Sun is truly the all-seeing eye par excellence. The Sun has a volume 33 orders of magnitude larger than a pair of dice. The scale at which the structure of spacetime becomes dominated by quantum effects, known as the Planck length, is 33 orders of magnitude smaller than that pair of dice. Was Einstein right in saying God does not play dice with the universe? The Federal Reserve Bank of New York, which is the largest gold repository in the world, is located at 33 Liberty Street. NASA is rife with 33 symbolism with its Runway 33 in Florida and the historical Launch Complex 33 all by itself in the middle of nowhere in the New Mexico desert. Not far away is the brand new Spaceport America, built precisely on the 33rd parallel. Perhaps NASA's 33s come from the fact that the highest speed a spacecraft can orbit is Mach 33, or 11.1 kilometers per second. If Mach 33 is exceeded, the spacecraft escapes from the gravity well of Earth. On the other hand, if you dive into our watery planet, every 33 feet you descend below sea level, the pressure increases by 1 atmosphere. At the human scale, there are 33 bones in our spinal columns. In terms of places, 33 is encoded in Mount Zion at the northernmost tip of Israel. The late David Flynn noted that not only is Mount Zion located 33 degrees north of the equator, but it is 33 degrees east of the Paris prime meridian. It should therefore be no surprise that King David, father of Solomon, reigned for 33 years in Jerusalem. The summit of Mount Zion features the highest permanently manned United Nations position in the world. The UN emblem divides the world into 33 sectors, just as Greater London is divided into 32 boroughs surrounding the City of London Corporation's square mile. I was amazed when I verified David Flynn's discovery that the Dome of the Rock is exactly 33 miles from the sea. Before I upgraded to the latest version of Google Earth on October 17, 2011, I measured the distance from Glastonbury Tor to the Dome of the Rock, and it was 33.3 degrees. After the upgrade, this distance now measures 33.8 degrees. So Google must have updated the geoid, or exact shape of the Earth, in the new version. After upgrading Google Earth, I measured the distance from Stonehenge to the Dome of the Rock and was again astounded. The Dome of the Rock is exactly 33.33 degrees away from Stonehenge, at a bearing of 111 degrees from true north. We don't normally measure distances in degrees, but this is possible in Google Earth, which compensates for the variable length of degrees which change with latitude and longitude according to the geoid. In Temple at the Center of Time, David Flynn made the incredible correlation between the fact that the distance from the Dome of the Rock to Babylon is 539 miles, and the Jews were released from their Babylonian captivity in 539 BC. The latitude of the center of ancient Babylon is 32 degrees, 32 minutes, and 32 seconds north. Saddam Hussein's reconstruction of Babylon includes many bricks having the inscription, "This was built by Saddam Hussein, son of Nebuchadnezzar, to glorify Iraq." Nebuchadnezzar conquered Jerusalem, destroyed Solomon's temple, and took the Jews into captivity. Nebuchadnezzar's actual son was Belshazzar, the king who saw a disembodied hand writing on the wall foretelling his fate. He was killed in 539 BC when
you get the idea with the video. It's very interesting. I'm feeling about to sneeze. Hold on, put this on
invaded. Saddam Hussein didn't survive the invasion either. The first Gulf War began with a UN-authorized coalition led by George H.W. Bush in what was called Operation Desert Storm. His son George W. Bush continued the second Gulf War, which was called Operation Iraqi Freedom. Blogger Cal Danny noticed that there are 4,444 days between the start dates of Desert Storm and Iraqi Freedom. Coincidentally, Iraqi Freedom began 555 days after 9/11. Saddam Hussein's palace adjacent to ancient Babylon is atop a spiral mound that recalls both the Tower of Babel and Silbury Hill. However, the original man-made mountain in Babylon was the god Marduk's ziggurat called Etemenanki. Two buildings inspired by Etemenanki are Babylon on the Thames, as the British Secret Intelligence Service building is known, and the Chet Holyfield Federal Building in Southern California. William Pereira, the architect who designed the Transamerica Pyramid, also designed the ziggurat as it is known in Southern California. The building is located at 33 degrees, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds north. It houses branches of Homeland Security and the IRS. In the chaos of the Gulf Wars, it is estimated that 500,000 ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian, and Chaldean artifacts were plundered.
Damn, I keep sneezing.
During Iraqi freedom, the U.S. soldiers set up a military base they called Camp Alpha within the walls of ancient...
You guys see what's going on here? It's all so many coincidences.
Ancient Babylon. The soldiers unfortunately caused substantial damage to the Ishtar Gate by trying to remove 9 molded brick figures of dragons from the walls.
So the
Ishtar Gate was the gateway to ancient Babylon, along the processional way that parallels Saddam Hussein's reconstructed eastern wall of Babylon. I wondered if this angle was important, so I traced a line at this bearing and extended it halfway around the world. The line leaving through the Ishtar Gate on the road out of Babylon leads directly to an imitation Babylonian gate in Hollywood, California. The distance between Babylon and Hollywood is 111 degrees. This is approximately the same distance Mecca is from the South Pole, a distance which divides the meridian by phi. The imitation Babylonian Gate is at Hollywood and Highland along the Hollywood Walk of Fame. It is among the most visited tourist destinations in Los Angeles. The gate frames a view of the Hollywood Hills that contains both the iconic Hollywood sign and the Hollywood Cross. The 33-foot-high Hollywood Cross was an obsession of astrologer Linda Goodman, who many consider to be the mother of the New Age, for writing star signs, which sold over 60 million copies. Goodman spent some of her personal fortune on commissioning scientific surveys which revealed a structure underneath Hollywood Hill that appears to be a pyramid. As far out as this sounds, Goodman believed the chamber within actually contains the phallus of Osiris. A Hopi elder confirms that the ancient Egyptians came to what is now California after the Great Flood. Add to this the fact that author J.K. Rowling gave Harry Potter a wand made of Hollywood, and you might also wonder if there is something deeper and far older to the magic of Hollywood. The anchor tenant of Hollywood and Highland is the official permanent home of the Academy Awards. This is where the Hollywood stars parade down the red carpet on their way to receiving their Oscars. Oscars are in fact the most recognized trophies in the world. The Oscar statuette officially depicts, quote, a knight rendered in Art Deco style holding a crusader's sword standing on a reel of film with 5 spokes, end quote.
Osiris.
Might that be a magical pentagram Oscar the Templar is standing on? As the unlikely story goes, an Academy executive secretary remarked that it resembled her uncle Oscar, and the name stuck.
This video is very
Oscars is an anagram for a cross, recalling the Templar cross that goes with the Crusader's sword, and the cross on Hollywood Hill. Hollywood and Highland's unusual decor is based on the 1916 film Intolerance by D.W. Griffith. The theatrical poster reveals the film's subtitle, a sun play of the ages. Hollywood and Highland is a 36,000 square meter complex, a number that ties right in with the sun, as the sum of the numbers 1 through 36 is 666. 36 ties in also with the moon, as 360 or a full circle symbolizes the feminine. Directly across the street from what was formerly known as the Kodak Theater is the Hollywood Masonic Temple. Disney purchased and renovated this historic temple and made it the home of a well-known late-night talk show. Disneyland's exclusive Club 33 makes one ponder the extent of Disney's connections to Freemasonry. I looked into Disneyland's
Notice how it looks like a double-headed eagle also. Two heads at the top, the wings, the feathers at the bottom.
exclusive Club 33 makes one ponder the extent of Disney's connections to Freemasonry. I looked into Disneyland Paris and discovered that it is inscribed in a circle with a diameter of 3,141 meters, recalling pi. The distance from the center of the circle to the tip of the Louvre Pyramid is 33,033 meters. In 1989, President Ronald and Nancy Reagan retired to 668 St. Cloud Road in the Eastgate Bel Air district of the Hollywood Hills. It has been said Nancy had the street number changed from 666, but this sounds like an urban legend. However, Ronald Wilson Reagan does have 6 letters in each name. The word Bel in Bel Air means Lord, and therefore Bel is a cognate of Baal. I discovered that the tip of the Santa Monica Pier has precisely the same latitude as the hexagonal temple of Baalbek. On a personal visit, I found that the end of the pier also happens to be the literal end of Route 66. There are a few other 66s worth mentioning. There are 66 books in the Holy Bible written about the God Christians call Lord. Standing Order 66 is precisely what established the Prime Minister as the leader of the British government by becoming First Lord of the Treasury. In Star Wars, the Great Jedi Purge was initiated by the Dark Lord of the Sith by uttering this spell, Execute Order 66. While in LA, I took the short drive back up Route 66 to Hollywood's media and financial capital of Century Plaza, which lies on a beeline between the tip of the Santa Monica Pier and the Babylonian Gate in Hollywood. There appears to be a set of Masonic compasses under an all-seeing eye at the heart of Century City. At the base of the complex are the Century Plaza Towers, which were designed by Minoru Yamasaki, the same architect who designed the original World Trade Center Twin Towers in Manhattan. The Century Plaza Towers are unusual in having triangular footprints, but they appear to symbolize the Masonic Twin Towers of Boaz and Jachin. A single equilateral triangle has long been used to represent the all-seeing eye of the sun. Compasses and interlocking equilateral triangles are echoed in this jewel from the Royal Arch degree of Freemasonry. A pair of equilateral triangles can represent sun and moon, fire and water, man and woman, or any duality. There is alchemy in the tension and reconciliation of opposites. Put the Century Plaza Towers together, and you have a Star of David. The Century Plaza Towers are 44 stories each. Put them together, and you have 88. Astronomers recognize exactly 88 constellations in the heavens. Correspondingly, Century Plaza is framed by Constellation Boulevard, an avenue of the stars. In New York City, the tribute in light was last illuminated on September 11, 2011, to honor the original Twin Towers designed by Minoru Yamasaki. The most powerful shaft of light ever projected into the night sky consisted of 88 lights, arranged in squares emulating the shape of the Twin Towers. Yamasaki described his World Trade Center plaza as, quote, a mecca, a great relief from the narrow streets and sidewalks of the surrounding Wall Street area, end quote. Architect Laurie Kerr says, quote, true to his word, Yamasaki replicated the plan of Mecca's courtyard by creating a vast delineated square isolated from the city's bustle by low colonnaded structures and capped by two enormous, perfectly square towers, minarets really, end quote. The bronze sphere at the center of the plaza therefore resonated with the Kaaba. The sphere is made of 52 panels and was motorized to rotate once every 24 hours, representing the number of weeks in a year and the hours in a day on Earth. The sphere was actually named the Great Spherical Caryatid by its sculptor Fritz Koenig. Caryatids are pillars personified as women. The High Priestess Tarot card illustrates what the Twin Towers together with the Great Spherical Caryatid symbolized. The High Priestess sits between the twin pillars of Boaz and Jachin. She holds the Torah, and about her pomegranate seeds are arranged in the Kabbalistic Tree of Life pattern. The bottom sephiro in the Tree of Life is the Earth, represented by the Great Spherical Caryatid. The proportions of the Twin Towers match the proportions given in the Bible, describing the pillars of Solomon's temple. It's interesting that the Twin Towers had 110 floors, or 111 counting the roof. The late Rick Clay pointed out that the Twin Towers stood like an 11 and took 11 years to build. September 11th is 111 days until the end of the year. The first plane to hit a tower was Flight 11, which had 11 crew on board. Strangely enough, another tarot card has a resonance with what happened on 9/11.
Tower.
There is much encoded in a pair of dice. When you roll double sixes, you actually have two cubes with several fundamental symbols intertwined. Aside from the obvious sum of 12, the dice can also be read symbolically as 66, 3333, or 1111. The sum of the numbers 1 through 11 is 66. 33.33 times 33.33 rounds to 1111. Reflecting Absence is the name of the memorial created in the footprints of the Twin Towers. It looks like a pair of cubes within cubes, or a dice roll of double ones. If you put the ones down in the footprints, then what is absent? The new One World Trade Center, formerly known as the Freedom Tower, will be the tallest building in the United States when completed. Its height of 1776 feet echoes the year the Declaration of Independence was signed, and the year the Bavarian Illuminati was formed. 1776 also equals 888 plus 888. The building is like two Transamerica pyramids intersecting as above, so below, if you will, resting on a cubical base.
Greek Gematria, Jesus is 888.
The midpoint of the tower has an octagonal floor plate. Sitting on a cubical throne in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The layout of the new One World Trade Center adjacent to the National 9/11 Memorial is correlated with the three pyramids of. You can display latitude and longitude in decimal degrees in Google Earth. Latitudes north of the equator are positive, and longitudes west of the prime meridian are negative. The coordinates of one corner of the core of One World Trade Center are as follows. Adding the coordinates yields the sum of negative 33.3 degrees. The sum of the building heights in the new World Trade Center is
does everybody think about this video?
6,660 feet.
It's very
Directly
interesting.
across West Street from One World Trade Center is the tallest building in the World Financial Center, which is known as the American Express Tower. The building was designed by Cesar Pelli, who also designed a very similar building in London's financial center called One Canada Square. Both structures are square shafts surmounted by pyramids.
Yeah.
One Canada Square was the tallest building in the UK until very recently, when the construction of the Shard at 32 London Bridge made it the tallest building. One Canada Square has a floor area of 111,000 square meters, and the Shard has a floor area of 110,000 square meters.
The video put everybody to sleep.
One Canada Square has a tuned mass damping pendulum that can sway up to 33 centimeters to offset movements in the building caused by wind. Pelli originally designed One Canada Square to be 864 feet high, but this had to be reduced to 770 feet due to being in the flight path of the London City Airport. Nearby, the Millennium Dome's 365-meter diameter, 52-meter height, and 12 masts echo the days, weeks, and months of the solar year.
Is anybody still awake?
Back in Manhattan, Dr. Mark Gray discovered that the distance from the tip of the pyramid on the World Financial Center to Cleopatra's Needle in Central Park is 333,000 inches. Amazingly, the building is also oriented with respect to this alignment with the ancient Egyptian obelisk. In the lobby of American Express's corporate headquarters in this building, there is a monument called 11 Tiers, which honors the 11 employees killed on 9/11. It consists of an 11-sided piece of quartz suspended on 11 cables, hovering over an 11-sided black granite fountain, with 11 sources of water splashing in the pool reflecting the crystal.
Coincidence?
In Volume 1, I showed an alignment starting underwater in the Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis Reservoir in Central Park,
that's what I was thinking of
passing
earlier.
through the ancient Egyptian Temple of Dendur in the Met, straight to the United Nations headquarters. The Temple of Dendur was one of several ancient Egyptian temples that were given to other countries when the Aswan High Dam was built in the 60s. The 111-meter-high dam holds back 111 cubic kilometers of water and lets it flow down the Nile at a maximum of 11,000 cubic meters per second. The ancient Egyptian Temple of Dibod was given to Spain and placed in Madrid. I traced the axis of the complex in Madrid straight to the ancient Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
The alignment of the Temple of Dibod passes through a windrose marker surrounding the obelisk. The ancient Egyptian Temple of Elysia was given to Italy when the Aswan High Dam was built. It is located in Italy's largest Egyptian museum in Turin. This alignment also passes through a windrose marker surrounding the obelisk in the Vatican. Kurt Lindahl discovered several more key pieces of the puzzle. Alignments from Aachen Cathedral in Germany, Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem all pass over windrose markers in the pavement surrounding the Vatican obelisk. Byzantium was the capital of the Roman Empire in late antiquity. In the Middle Ages, Holy Roman emperors ruled in Aachen and later in Schönbrunn. The double-headed eagle was the emblem of these groups and continues in Freemasonry today. For what it's worth, Lindahl also discovered that a line connecting the Vatican obelisk with Coral Castle in Homestead, Florida, also goes through a windrose marker. I measured the distance, and it's 330,330,000 inches to the marked point. Kurt Lindahl discovered another interesting alignment starting at Cleopatra's Needle in New York City. The Grand Master of Masons in the state of New York presided over the ceremony as the cornerstone for this obelisk was laid in 1880.
It's Scott
If you draw a
Onslaught.
line from Cleopatra's Needle to the center of the Museum of Jewish Heritage at 36 Battery Park, the line passes directly through the Grand Masonic Lodge of New York. Amazingly, the museum is also oriented with respect to this alignment with the obelisk. The core of the museum is housed in a hexagonal building, officially symbolizing the 6 points of the Star of David and the 6 million Jews who perished in the Holocaust. The museum at the tip of Manhattan rises in tiers like a step pyramid or ziggurat. Directly across the harbor from the Museum of Jewish Heritage is the Statue of Liberty. The Grand Master of Masons in the state of New York presided over another ceremony as the cornerstone for the colossal lighthouse was laid in 1884.
Oh, it's definitely
A
wrong.
line connecting the Statue of Liberty's torch with the Kaaba in Mecca goes right down the pier jutting out of Liberty Island.
Yeah, so we could all see the
Islam in the
Illuminati's plan.
Qibla, or direction of prayer toward the Kaaba, is secretly honored on Liberty Island.
The religious.
On September 11, 2012,
Bullshit.
a new museum will open at Ground Zero. The National September 11th Museum will showcase a sculpture of 2 tridents in a glass atrium space located between the twin footprints of reflecting absence. Dr. Mark Gray discovered a Christian connection in that the distance from the tridents to the rond point of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine is 11,111 meters. Twin tridents represent the number 33. The weapon of Lord Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction and transformation, is a trident.
Horus.
Shiva has 108 names which devotees chant. That's interesting because Venus is an average of 108 million kilometers from the Sun. The diameter of the Sun is 108 Earth diameters. The Earth is 108 solar diameters from the Sun. The Moon is 108 lunar diameters from the Earth. And the Moon's radius is 1,080 miles. Knight and Butler discovered that the distance from Ground Zero in New York to Ellipse Park in Washington, D.C., measures 1,080 megalithic seconds of arc. The bearing of this line from D.C. is 51 degrees true north, echoing the slope of the Great Pyramid. Ellipse Park is located right in front of the White House. Its major axis measures 366 megalithic yards, which is equal to 1 megalithic second. In Before the Pyramids, Knight and Butler explain that much of DC was laid out in megalithic units. There is a huge arrow encoded in public circles and squares pointing to Ellipse Park. Every edge in the arrow is an integer number of megalithic seconds. They believe there is an underground chamber at the center of Ellipse Park containing the Ark of the Covenant. A triangle connecting the centers of Ellipse Park, the Capitol Dome, and the Pentagon measures 33 megalithic seconds. Knight and Butler show that the Pentagon itself was designed with megalithic measure, the corners each being arcs of 1 megalithic second apart. FDR was behind both the design and site selection for the Pentagon. FDR was also a 32nd degree Freemason. The ground for the Pentagon was broken on September 11, 1941, exactly 60 years before 9/11.
Yeah, the
Knight and Butler recognized observers.
Also, when the Baha'u'llah of the Baha'i religion in 1917, I think it was, he predicted in 2 years Europe would burn, which was the start of World War I. I might be getting the dates off, but 2 years before World War I started on September 11th, the Baha'u'llah of the Baha'i religion on September 11th predicted the start of World War I.
Observatory circle as a henge, but were inconclusive as to whether it was designed with megalithic measure. The United States Naval Observatory is located within the circular henge. Its primary mission is to provide position, navigation, and timing for the Department of Defense. 2 master clock facilities located at the observatory synchronize the GPS system and serve time to the Internet. One observatory circle is the residence of the Vice President of the United States. Observatory Circle has a diameter of 666.6 yards. I discovered that the distance from the center of Observatory Circle to the entrance of the Capitol building is 6,666 yards. Was this what Andrew Ellicott was thinking in 1792 when he revised L'Enfant's original plan? The Capitol building is in the position of the pineal gland on the map. The apotheosis of George Washington discussed in Volume 1 is under the dome, depicting the Founding Fathers' transformation into a solar deity. The Washington Monument has a height of 555 feet, 5.125 inches, and a base width of 55 feet, 1.5 inches. These dimensions are very close to 6,666 inches in height and 666 inches for the base width. In Volume 1, I discussed how the face and ridge lines of the monument's pyramidion trace down to the ground and form an octagram star, a solar symbol. If the obelisk is male and the Vesica Pisces paths surrounding it are female, then the projection is their sun. The Egyptian gateway and winged solar disk in the elevator reveal that the Washington Monument embodies the story of Osiris and Isis conceiving Horus, god of the sun. A similar gateway stands at the entrance to the Temple of Karnak that Schwaller de Lubicz decoded. Its dimensions are a play of 6s and 5s. On September 11, 1666, Sir Christopher Wren presented his plans for the redesign of London after the Great Fire. His plans encoded octagonal radiating streets and a hidden Kabbalistic tree of life.
September 11th.
Wren designed St. Paul's Cathedral to occupy the position of the Sephiro of the sun in his encoded tree of life. He made the cathedral 365 feet high to resonate with the sun. In his book Sacred Geometry, Deciphering the Code, Stephen Skinner shows that the length of Wren's cathedral is 6,660 inches, or 555 feet. On September 11, 2001, every World Trade Center building was destroyed on a site having a 65,000 square meter area. Kurt Lindahl discovered an alignment running from the hexagon of Baalbek to IMP's World Trade Center in Baltimore, Maryland. The Baltimore...
He forgot to say earlier about the 33 feathers and 32 on the wings. That 33 plus 32 is 65. 65.
World Trade Center
ratio
is the world's tallest regular pentagonal building at 123.4 meters in height. The Pythagorean tetractys diagram consists of points arranged in 4 rows, with 1, 2, 3, and 4 points in each successive row. Lindahl's alignment goes through 2 of the points of the Baltimore pentagon and 2 of the midpoints of the Baalbek hexagon. I see this alignment as an expression of the relationship of hexagon to pentagon, or 6 to 5. I notice that not only does this alignment pass directly over Silbury Hill, but Silbury Hill divides the distance from the Baalbek hexagon to the Baltimore pentagon at the phi point, or golden ratio. Furthermore, the bearing from Baalbek to Baltimore is 314.16 degrees true north, echoing pi. Consider the simple fact that 33 plus 32 equals 65. The interaction of 6 and 5 is key. The marriage of the icosahedron to the dodecahedron is as 6 is to 5. The fact that these polyhedra are duals of each other reminds me of the fact that Osiris and Isis were not only husband and wife, but also brother and sister. The mean circumference of the Earth is 6/5 times 12 to the 4th miles. The hypercubit that measures the Earth is 6/5 raised to the 4th power. Strangely enough, 10-pin bowling resonates with the hyperdimensional metrology of the Earth and the tetractys. The hypercubit is equal to 24.8832 inches. The Earth's polar circumference is 24,883.2 miles. Melatonin, serotonin, and DMT are all molecules created in the brain, with atoms arranged in hexagons bonded to pentagons at the core. NASA-funded researchers have uncovered evidence that molecular DNA precursors are found in meteorites. They say that these molecules are created in space. The color of daylight is standardized by black body radiation with a temperature 6,500 degrees above absolute zero. Even the world's most popular sport encodes 6/5. The ball is composed of hexagons joined to pentagons. There are 32 panels on the ball used in a sport played with 11 players opposing 11 players. Cricket, the world's second most popular sport, is played on a pitch measuring 66 feet long, with 11 players opposing 11. The return creases are 8'8" apart, the popping crease is 366 centimeters long, and the bat is 108 millimeters wide. The American football is a Vesica Pisces, with 11 players opposing 11 players on a field that squares the circle by area. Baseball encodes the Masonic square and compasses, and many interesting numbers. The games we play are captivating, perhaps because of the embedded numerology and symbolism that our subconscious minds understand, even if it doesn't dawn on us consciously.
Deck of cards.
Knowing that there is a plan to create a 650-foot sun tower on Treasure Island in San Francisco that I discussed in Volume 1, I visited the site in the 11th month of 2011 to find out if the pair of 6-pointed barracks that occupy the site had been torn down yet. I found the barracks still intact, yet was blown away to find a colossal statue called Bliss Dance standing directly in front of the barracks. It seems to me that this statue resonates with Isis, posed as she is on a 7-sided island directly across the bay from the Transamerica Pyramid, which resonates with Osiris. In Volume 1, I detailed my discovery of a 9-sided polygon or enneagon connecting the Transamerica Pyramid, Columbus Avenue, and the street grid of San Francisco with Treasure Island. Kevin McMahon discovered that if you draw a line from the intersection of Mason and Columbus Streets to the top of the dome of the Manitoba Legislative Building, it passes through the International Peace Garden on the U.S.-Canada border. The fountain in the Peace Garden has an interesting longitude, and an auditorium on the U.S. side of the border is shaped like the Freemason symbol. Justin Morgan pointed out that California Street in San Francisco ends at 33rd Avenue in the west, adjacent to the grounds of Lincoln Park and the California Palace of the Legion of Honor. The fountain in front of the Legion of Honor is the western terminus of the Lincoln Highway, the first road across America that predated Route 66. I noticed that the axis of the Legion of Honor points directly at the Manitoba Legislative Building, and the line also passes through the International Peace Garden. Court Lindahl recognized that Sundial Bridge in Redding, California is due north of the center of the enneagon of San Francisco. In fact, Sundial Bridge is 166.66 nautical miles due north of the exact center of the enneagon. Sundial Bridge's 66-meter gnomon acts as the shadowcaster and the structural support for the bridge that was designed by Santiago Calatrava. Calatrava also designed the $2.22 billion PATH Transportation Hall in the rebuilt World Trade Center in New York. The above-ground structure is called an oculus, a word which means eye-like opening. This all-seeing eye will measure 330 feet in width when completed. If the Enneagon represents the Egyptian Ennead of 9 gods worshipped in Heliopolis, then the god at the top would of course be the creator, Atum. There are 81 possible relationships between 9 gods, as 9 times 9 is 81. In God's Secret Formula, chemist/physicist Peter Plichta recognized that there are exactly 81 stable atoms in the universe. Atomic numbers higher than 83 are radioactive and decay over time, eventually splitting into stable atoms. But elements 43 and 61 also are radioactive, thereby leaving exactly 81 stable atoms.
9 times 9.
Perhaps the Egyptian Ennead represents number itself, and the mathematical relationships between numbers 1 through 9 underpin the structure of the atom. Atom is god number 1 of 9. This can be rationalized as 1 over 9 as a fractional part of the whole. 1/9 equals 0.1111, and so on with eternally repeating ones. Suppose Isis is god number 5. Rationally, she would be 5 over 9, which is 0.5555, and so on. If Osiris is god number 6, his relationship to the whole would be as 6 over 9, or 2/3, which is 0.6666, and so on. The preponderance of repetitive single digits encoded into architecture, urban design, and the universe appears to be an expression of the 9 fundamental forces behind creation. Stephen O'Rourke identified a street pyramid in his article on the Masonic history of San Francisco. Masonic Center is located at 1111 California Street, in the position of the Queen's Chamber in the street pyramid. The relief sculpture on the exterior of 1111 California depicts a global tug-of-war between good and evil forces, which says dedicated to our Masonic brethren who died in the cause of freedom. Celebrated not in the U.S., but in the Commonwealth of Nations, whose flag resembles the very same globe at the center of the sculpture's tug-of-war, Remembrance Day is celebrated annually on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. Grace Cathedral is directly across the street from 1111 California. I went inside and was blown away to discover an art installation called Invisible Man by Daniel Joshua Goldstein. The first sentence on the plaque says, quote, "Invisible Man is a suspended sculpture made of 864 syringes, each tipped with a red crystal bead. The cloud of arrows surrounds a negative space that, as the work rotates, reveals a human figure. As someone who lived through AIDS in San Francisco, this is a theme I call the presence of absence." End quote. Also inside Grace Cathedral is a wall commemorating the founding of the UN in San Francisco, and a piece of art showing the UN emblem at the center of numerous religious symbols. In addition, a Chi Rho is centered on the nave floor, the sign under which the Roman Emperor Constantine conquered, which is also the phrase on the Knights Templar Freemasonic logo.
In hoc signi vinces.
Finally, Grace Cathedral has a replica of the Labyrinth of Chartres Cathedral that I discussed in Volume 1.
Oh, that's not that New York one, that's in California.
Jan Thulstrup was researching Pier 33 and noticed that its keystone arch is correlated with the Royal Arch Masonic Rite. Pier 33 is immediately adjacent to Alcatraz Landing, where the ferry docks for voyages to the infamous prison and tourist trap. Thulstrup noticed that the dock is oriented at a bearing of 33 degrees true north. Justin Morgan, one of the authors of the Sync book, discovered on a personal visit that ISIS Imports just happens to be at the end of Pier 33. ISIS imports his namesake Morgan automobiles. Alcatraz has the oldest lighthouse on the west coast, a classic symbol of illumination echoing the George Washington National Masonic Memorial in Alexandria, Virginia, which is itself a replica of the ancient lighthouse of Alexandria, Egypt, the Star of Isis. I drew a line from the top of the dome of City Hall to the start of the dock on Alcatraz Landing, and was amazed that it passes directly over 1111 California Street. Not only that, but the distance from dome to dock is 3,333 meters.
Coincidence?
This line that transects the street pyramid has roughly the same angle as the shaft in the Queen's Chamber that Bavall and Gilbert identified as pointing to the Star of Isis in the Orion Mystery.
Well, I think
I chanced upon some brilliant but very obscure research by someone identified only by username P. Noblet that takes all discussion of whys and wherefores to another level. Consider that if you draw a line between the northernmost and southernmost points in South America, the line passes over the highest point in South America, Mount Aconcagua. If you draw a line from the westernmost to the easternmost points of South America and continue it eastward, it hits the highest point in Africa, Mount Kilimanjaro. If you draw a line from the southernmost to northernmost points in Africa and continue it northward, it hits the highest point in North America, Mount McKinley. If you draw a line from the southernmost to easternmost points in Asia, the line passes over the highest point in the world, Mount Everest. None of these alignments with the highest points are spot on like all the other alignments I've presented, but they are close enough to make very strong correlations. There are dozens more alignments like these involving continents and islands. If you think about it, plate tectonics, sea level, and erosion determine the northernmost, southernmost, easternmost, and westernmost points on any continent or island. It seems like there should be no correlation at all between the cardinal points and the highest points on land, but at this moment in time there is. On a higher level, consider the fact that the Sun is 400 times larger than the Moon. During a solar eclipse, the Moon is 1/400th of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. This is why the Moon perfectly covers the Sun during a solar eclipse. The circumference of the Earth times the circumference of the Moon equals the circumference of the Sun divided by 100. If the average distance between Earth and Sun is compared to an inch, then a light year would be 1 mile. John Martineau has discovered astounding patterns in his Little Book of Coincidence in the solar system.
It's funny.
Picking up where Kepler left off more than 400 years ago in Mysterium Cosmographicum, Martineau compared the mean orbits of planets in our system. Here is but a tiny sampling of the many beautiful harmonies he discovered.
Grand architect of the universe. They're not just saying that.
Visionaries Marco Rodin and Nassim Haramein's organizing principles from electrical coils to planets, suns, and beyond take the torus shape.
The great builder.
If you slice a torus diagonally through its core so that the cut is tangent at exactly 2 points, the cross-section displays a perfect vesica Pisces. Is this sacred geometry what astronomers are actually seeing in collapsing planetary nebulae, or is it the eye of God? Well, in my own research, it has become hard for me to believe that coincidence lacks meaning.
Well, so the video is called Secrets in Plain Sight. I figured I'd try to get one more guess, but
did ancient architects know the dimensions of the Earth, Moon, and Sun?
So, well, all of
were they capable of surveying vast distances?
Okay, so all those numbers, you'll see all those numbers in ancient biblical gematria, Greek and Hebrew. You'll see them in all sorts of cultures, and the numbers. It's like this whole thing with these different cultures and the numbers. It's nobody knows exactly. This is why the Masons believe that the all the cultures were one at some point, the Pangea type scenario, and that the and that man's ancient knowledge of the universe was very complex, and that the some of the megalithic sites having very unique uh, synchronicities of distance and ley lines and all that, but like that they weren't just built in some random spot. They were thought out, and they were built in very specific spots by some sort of ancient people that were that were able to calculate far better than us today without even using tools or calculators or, well, I'm sure they had some such sort of abacus or system or something, but the that they were quite extraordinary. That the what was that one book I was reading? I bust that out for a little bit. I mean, where did it go? I downloaded like 6 books last night before I fell asleep, and they don't seem to be on my desktop for some reason. Wait, here it is. Okay, yeah. So the old Mason stuff. It's very interesting stuff. Let's throw it on here. Yeah, where do I go here? Yeah. So let's we'll discuss this book for a little bit because we were reading it last night, and that the this book confirms everything that Cooper says, as well as many other books. That there were orders that were either symbolically or literally practicing castration. That the ones that were literally doing it were most likely profane, or well, the dark side. And that the ones that, well, so this book is very interesting. Hiram Abiff was this 1925. Member of the Royal Asiatic Society. I'm not familiar with that. Descendant of Tammuz, Resurrection of Tammuz, blah blah. It's all astro. What's another word for it? Not astrotheology, but astro cosmology. No, that's not it. But it's a mixture of etymology and comparative religion and 5 Hirams of the Bible. I forget what he says about the first one, or the Hiram Biff corresponds with the aforementioned facts. So, I mean, I wonder if we should, which part we should go into. Well, I mean, I guess we'll go to that, part about the castration thing. Oops, wrong button. Because it's definitely, part of the Illuminati, the dark side of the Illuminati. Yeah, so similarly to the Osiris legend is emphasized in many points. For example, the male member of the Osiris is swallowed by a fish. In his like manner, the male member of the younger brother is also swallowed by a fish. In this story, we thus have not only the self-castration of the hero, but also the transference of his soul to an acacia tree. And finally, his rebirth in the womb of the Great Mother for blah blah. Yeah, so it's interesting because it goes into so many different cultures that are indigenous with their ritual initiations and so on. Let's see. I think okay, so because it was all originally about symbolism, and that it wasn't about literal things. But see, when the profane get a hold of things, they turn them into literal things, and then they start going crazy and doing all sorts of fucking crazy shit. And but so yeah, the Uranus castration of Uranus is brought about by Gaia, the Earth. So I mean, that could have been like an old astro theological story of somehow Earth taking away Uranus's generative force, the ability to give life on the planet, uh, trees, plants, and animals and shit. I mean, or it could have been. Well, I mean, that's usually what the stories typically amount to: symbology of this planet crashed into this planet, and then a new planet was formed, or this Jupiter ate the moons, or stuff like that. Uh, uh, yeah, well, maybe I shouldn't go into this book. There was another book I wanted to get into. Some advanced stuff here. Let me get into this one. Well, I mean, I was getting to these the other night. Oh, yeah. So it was going over the Fisher King story, that other book. And the Fisher King was King Arthur, the sun symbol, who became lame of his limbs from the waist down or something. And it's the same story as Osiris. The meaning of the stone moving from Scorpio to Aries in the mystery religion, which was just a symbol of enlightenment, quote unquote. Let's see. Well, maybe I should put something entertaining on or something for the last couple minutes. My sound. Oh, hold on, I might have wait, what's going on here? Okay, does it sound better? Let me just check. Audio, mic check, mic check. It's probably because I'm like leaning back. Yeah. So, which one was this? Yeah. So, okay. So this book is very interesting because it's about uh it's about some kind of asteroid that's, they thought, the Earth and its movements would well, I mean, it's also about the Great Pyramid as well, but they thought the Earth. Wait a minute. Okay, they thought the Earth and the ancients encoded numbers to the Great Pyramid, which was like a piece of a giant equation, which they were able to measure the universe and stuff, and that there was old legends of stars, or meteors and comets. And that basically they considered the comets destroyers, serpents. They considered them Leviathan. No, I shouldn't use that word. They consider them the great dragons that destroy the world. And so the some of the stories, well, why does my camera always freeze? Some of the stories, they were possibly warning stories of the dragon in the stories, the serpent or whatever it was. Some of the stories was a symbol of a comet or asteroid, and that the because of how they go around, But like, but so um, one second. The destruction myths of ancient times, they may have been warnings, and that there may have been mathematical frequency of basic. I mean, in layman's terms, that they were warnings in a hidden ancient mystery school cipher that were warnings for the future of when the asteroids or meteors would hit. Let me see if I can get to one of those diagrams. Yeah, and it's interesting because it's all about revelations. I don't know if this is the first. There might be more to this. I'm pretty sure that. Where does it start with the math stuff? Hold on. Out of Egypt. Study of the Bible in the sky. I think this is what we're talking about here. So yeah, the Hydra there, yeah. Hydra reaching Colchis. Let me word search this because this has a lot of articles, and I'm not after all the articles. Asteroid. So you spell that? Okay, yeah. So here we go. This is where it kind of starts to get into it. Jupiter asteroid. Okay, so we'll start at the top of the page just so you get an idea. Maybe I should go one more page up. Okay, so it's talking about Satan and all this great destroyer. Symbolism. Not in the okay, so immediately conjunction of N. Okay. Next appearance. We should go up another. Yeah, Path of the Dragon through the ages. This is it. Yeah. So the Path of the Dragon. Okay, so just think of asteroid, not an actual dragon or anything. Satan becomes identified with the dragon that appeared in the heaven at the time of the woman clothed in the sun, the moon under her feet, and the crown of 12 stars upon her head, travailed in birth. See, that's the symbolism of the date and time when they're saying that it's coming, the asteroid, according to this book. Well, maybe not this verse, but the okay, so what is that? And the moon. And pain to be delivered, and upon whom the dragon made aggression. The clothing of the woman clearly indicates the destruction sought by Satan, the overlap of third and fourth creative days. Its 3 and 4 annihilated neither the sun, moon, nor the stars. whatever changes may have been made in the actual status of aggregate matter. It will be further observed in the historic ray that blank is immediate conjunction of blank, a symbol of Messiah with a K, symbol of the creative world, blah blah. So half of this is gobbledygook garbage also, but so blah blah blah. Where does it get to the Astro? Okay, so the introduction of the redemption symbol indicates the redemption of aggregate matter, blah blah. From the views thus given in harmony with the mosaic system of Great Bank appears, blah blah, which blah blah. Here we go. And at which time the great Jupiter asteroid catastrophe took place. So it's talking about when the eye of Jupiter was made, the storm, most likely, because some sort of catastrophic event made that storm happen, and that the let's see, where's the next use of it? Asteroid. Yeah, so let's see. Now, like the Claremont County, the ancient relic now under consideration is highly astronomical, markedly pertaining to the Jupiter asteroid catastrophe. Wherefore, taking up the historic ray, symbol A represents the sun in our solar system. Let me see if I can. There must be a picture here somewhere. Damn it. Maybe it's. Okay, so let me go back down. What was that? Symbol A represents. Wait, no, I was further. Oh, right here. Symbol A represents the sun, the solar system. F represents planet Mars. B represents asteroid planet, which there was an asteroid belt. To fill you in, there used to be another planet. It was destroyed, and that there was a great asteroid belt. I think after Mars, in between Mars and Jupiter or whatever. And C, Jupiter. All considered the occupying positions in heaven in some special relationship to each other, to the zodiac, to the north. Yet immediately prior to the collision between the two notables, Jupiter and asteroid, indeed, inspection of figure 13 will show these two planets directly in contact with each other now. And so that legend of is it Jupiter or Saturn eating the stone or whatever? Which one is it? But so that's similar to this. What this is talking about? Some sort of collision or something of planets. Indeed, inspection of figure 13 will show these two planets directly in contact with each other. Blah blah blah. The diameters of Jupiter asteroid are 95,000 and 74,000 miles respectively. Therefore, blah blah. 860 trillion volume of Jupiter. Spherical miles, 74,108 to the fifth power. Six power? No, I think it's a 5. So basically, it's saying that Jupiter used to be smaller. A giant asteroid hit it, and then it became larger. Okay, so planets are divided into 3 groups: Mars, asteroid, and Jupiter, constituting one group. Blah blah. Distance of planets nearest to the sun. Blah blah. The symbol of Mars measures 7 units from A. Blah blah. Mosaic distance from Mars to the Sun. The main line of computation 186,000 million, or 186 million, from which the volume of the unit 186 million divided by 7, 26 26,500,000 miles. It will be found that the distance from the sun to the point of contact between the asteroid and Jupiter measures 17 units, 17 times 26,500,000, which corresponds to the distance of the asteroid from the sun prior to the collision. Blah, blah. The distance of Jupiter, female line computation. Planetary law, asteroid should be twice the distance from Mars from the sun. Blah, blah. Which correspond to the distance of the asteroid was driven towards the sun by the collision. Harmony, the blah, blah, mosaic system. They're talking about the Bible stuff. The distance from the sun. Blah, blah. Okay, so I think it switched articles here. Let me see if yeah, because this is like a where's it at here? Blah blah. I mean, you get the idea. Let me see if I can find that. Since the Great Pyramid was built in the overlap of these two ages, and as analogy between the hidden meaning of the Great Pyramid and these earthworks, which very marked indication presents itself. Many of the earthworks were built by the Gahanic race prior to the deluge of Noah. What the fuck is Gahanic? Okay, I was gonna type that in real quick. Gahanic race. Okay, looks like there's no definition there. Let's see if we can find a book. Oops. Let's see, books. Was it only referred to in this book? No. Okay. Let's see. Mosaic system, macrocosmic cross. Okay, maybe I better take this off and add screen. Excuse me. Okay, so yeah, this is the same. This is the same thing right here. The same book. I remember this. So the Gahanic race. So they claim that there's all these different peoples that came about from these different deluges, etc. Destruction of Gahanic race. Okay, so does it say it again or what? Cataclysm destroyed the Gahanic race. So maybe Gahanic meant giants or something. I don't know. Let me see if we can find another book. Gahanic race of third destruction of the Hidakelic race. What the fuck is this about here? Okay, so this says like the same diagram. Let's see. Indications of the first book of Moses called Genesis. Gahanic race. Okay, it looks like the only books talking about it are quoting this, so perhaps it was a different spelling. Blah blah. Capricornus is symbolic of the flood. Capricorn, the water goat, in which the bread of life was brought by the Melchizedek and hence becomes the epoch of punishment. Blah blah. Sagittarius comes Scorpio, the epoch in which is already set forth, the living bread fulfilled, blah blah. Scorpio comes Libra, which all hosts are brought to judgment, beginning, blah blah. The angel of death. With the second advent, Virgo, 1,000 years era is ushered in. Keep in mind they're talking in symbolism and surrealism here. If Leo time ends when Messiah, the Lion, the tribe of Judah, returning, the Father enters the eternal reign of triumph. So that's symbolism as well. Let's see. It is stated that Pisces found place at the beginning of the creation, hence it represents the first creative day. By sequence, Aquarius represents blah blah. It's stated the Gettysburg Stone that the second creative day, the great cataclysmic development took place, in which the Earth's orbit was displaced 18 degrees from the normal plane of rotation. That the fourth day of the Earth's orbit was displaced 46 degrees from the abnormal position obtained on the second day. Furthermore, these displacements, blah blah. Now let the sun and the planisphere represent Alcyon of the Pleiades as the center around which the matter revolves, with the zodiac be represented by the 12 signs of the solar system, blah blah. Alcyon. Let's see. The water of life comes from the lamb slain. I'm not sure what the lamb is. The water of life is Aquarius, according to the book. Blah blah. Symbolizing the agreeing with the 18-degree displacement of fell Earth. Blah blah. Yeah. So where the fuck's that diagram? Is this Luke 22, 3 and 4? But prior to the bruising of bread of life appears Sagittarius, Psionic age, epoch of replenishment, blah blah. Yeah, so I might just pass out here. This where's my fucking keyboard here? So yeah, the grand epoch of the 4 ages of man. Macrocosmic cross symbolizes the 4 ages of man. Upper representing Euphratic, Gahilic ages, blah blah. 38 already. Yeah, so some of this is just freaking. It's pretty wild. I'm not gonna go through all this. I'm just looking for that diagram. Let me zoom out some. Oops. Which way do I zoom out here? Oops. Yeah, there's a diagram somewhere in here. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, god damn it. They don't even have the whole fucking book. Oh, motherfucker. Oh wait, this isn't the book I was reading from earlier. Yeah, so you see the symbols of the zodiac and stuff. Okay, so this was yeah, so let's go back to this. Okay. Oh, god damn it. So yeah, the 4 ages of man, quote unquote. These are the 3 signs and the okay, let me try to find that diagram real quick. And it shows the diagram multiple times, so it should. Oh, is that it? Okay, here it is. So, the orbit of Orion, the orbit of Mazzaroth, which I think is the orbit of the well, I'm not sure what Mazzaroth is exactly. I'm assuming it's one of the zodiac signs orbiting around Orion, and that, or no, what? Okay, so this is the orbit of the sun right here, and then this is our solar system. Here's the galaxy, and then it's saying at this point is when our solar system reaches this point on the map, that the asteroid catastrophe occurred, and that let me bring this up here. Okay, so so you'll see the well, that's not what I was looking for. Yeah, so here's the asteroid. Well, I don't know if it's talking about this asteroid belt or a bigger asteroid belt, but this is the one though where Jupiter collided with the asteroid and then it created the debris. But this may have been an entire planet, not just an asteroid. What is that right there? I mean, because that's what these stories are really about, is fucking the sky. Let's see, the stars, the asteroids, the planets. Yeah, so here's Earth, here's the sun, a 10 asteroid belt. Well, that's great. That's like right next to Earth. Apollo asteroid belt, Armor asteroid. I didn't know there was that many. And then so these are all. This is the main asteroid belt. What do they name every single one of these? Jesus Christ, those are huge. Well, I don't know if they're. Yeah, there's Europa. That's one of the moons of Jupiter. Or unless they're naming the asteroid Europa separately. Notice they also use god names and shit from different cultures. Typically, besides that, Lamberta. I don't think that one is. But yeah, there's uranium, Namusa, Cleopatra's that one. There's one, Iris, Amphitrite, Themis, Psyche, Juno, Eunomia, Europa, Vesta series. That one's relevant. Okay. So yeah, there's quite the situation. I mean, oh, damn it. Okay, so Trojan asteroids, Jupiter. Yeah, we're in a world of shit. No. Let's see. Okay, so I guess back to that book here. Well, I mean, the other book's more interesting, technically. Let's see. Yeah, the signs of the zodiac. The great. That's the diagram of the universe. Let's see. Here's some other diagrams of the universe. Notice the 4 signs, the 4 marks. New light from the Great Pyramid. Okay, so that's the name of the book. New light from the Great Pyramid. I'm pretty sure. Or, no, there it is. Okay, is this the full copy? Okay, where's the button? Okay, let's see what we got here. Maybe we'll have some better pictures. What is that? Yucatan, so it's Yucatan Peninsula. There's a table of contents here. Preface, conclusion. Yeah, so it looks like it goes over the Great Pyramid. Maybe I should read like a tiny bit. The world. Yeah, let's skip it. Oh, there's this. Okay, so there's that one diagram. You see the 4 ages, I'm assuming. The 4 cardinal. What is that? Cancer. Aries to Pisces. Yeah, Aries to Pisces. Capricorn to Sagittarius. So it was like, okay, so and then Aquarius to Virgo. So it's like the pattern here is that, see here on this one, it's a crab, like a water sign, and then it goes to a sign of prosperity. And, well, it's like, well, not water. It's like a destroyer sign, and so then it goes here, and then this is where the cycle restarts. The bull or the A, and then so the age of Aries, a destruction sign with the relief sign of Pisces. Capricorn, the water goat, destruction sign with the Sagittarius, the mighty hunter, and then Libra, judging the. Well, you get the idea. Just maybe I should turn that fan off. Yeah. Oh, here we go. There we go. So, with the belt of asteroids, you see the giant belt there. The different zodiacs. Wait, what was that one? Quan Habal. What is that? What does that mean? Yeah. So you also see the. Does this have the Quan? What is Quan? I'm not sure if these relate or what that's supposed to be. What position? What time or whatever. So let's see here. Great many little stars between. Wait. What does it say? In 1870, a psychometric sensitive who had no knowledge of the existence of the asteroids said to Denton, state geologist at New Hampshire, while looking at Jupiter, "Oh, there are a great many little stars between that star Jupiter and here. I came across them as I was going. Sometimes they strike together and fly off again. What noise it makes." Well, that's weird. The question was asked, "Can you go back to the time when they were formed?" The boy replied, "I am back to the time when they were all together. There were 2 large ones about half the size of this world, I should think, and they ran together and smashed to pieces." This answer puzzled Denton, who remarks that Olbers suggested that these small bodies were fragments of a single planet which had been destroyed. Denton's work, The Soul of Things, 1873, is the first work in which the idea was suggested of the origin of the asteroids from a collision between 2 planets. In 1891, Tisserand, in presenting before the Institute of France the results of long continuous study of asteroids, observed, "It is impossible to connect all the asteroids with the rapture of a single planet, but we can form groups of 2 planets whose orbits present curious resemblance not due to chance." Genesis, Cain was told that he shall be a fugitive, wanderer, and planet means wanderer. The round churches of the Templars were built in circular or cycler form, an allusion to astronomical facts. All of the round chapter houses and choirs were built round for the same reason the churches and the temples were built round. The chapter houses and crypts till the 13th century, the secret religion, perpetuating the relics of the science, not falsely so called, was celebrated in safe seclusion from the profane and ignorant vulgar. The eternal ethical truths deduced by the grandest minds from the astronomical events connected with the history of the planetary fratricide were communicated to the common people in the nave of the church as an ark of salvation. In allegories like that of Hagar, thus the initiates sought to bring within the reach of the humblest minds the fruits of all the most difficult sciences and the most ancient learning. All temples were formed surrounded with 12 pillars, representing the number of constellations of the zodiac. Each temple was a microcosm or a terrestrial symbol of the temple of the universe. The house was not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. Theaters were originally temples where the inspired mythos was scenically represented, and until they were abused, they were used for nothing else. In Richard Wagner's Parsifal, the theater again merges into the temple. The names Parsifal, Parson, Parsi, Pharisee, Persia, Pyramid or Pyramid, Peru in Hebrew, and Pern, Peru, the land of the children of the sun. Israel, Osiris, Elohim, Helios, Sun, are all etymologically, historically, and theologically connected. Yeah, so that goes along with the thing where I think that the Hebrews may have came from South America. They may have came from Peru. It is natural to inquire whence proceed the meteoric bodies from which the most remote ages have fallen upon the surface of the globe in large numbers. Oh, it's got a footnote. The secret, i.e., sacred religion, arose from the natural and insuperable difficulty of communicating the great truths of astronomy to the ignorant, and the preserving records of the great phenomena of nature. Without universal relations, no ethic, but only expediency is possible. All the mystery and allegory grew upon the necessity of using symbols and characters by which the skilled might communicate with each other, but which the ignorant ran away with. And as they were infinitely in the majority, the learned found their symbols taken out of their own hands, or taken out of context, and they were not allowed to rectify the errors of the general ignorance, nor to explain their own meaning. Interesting. Debris, in his monogram about the meteorites, remarks, when we reflect upon the quantity which reach the earth every year, the natural induction would be that many fell during the enormous intervals of time when the stratified soils in process of formation at the bottom of the ocean, where they would have been lodged. Yet the most minute research has failed to discover any trace of such bodies. The researches of Schiaparelli, Newton, Leverrier, Peters, Adams, and others have shown that certain periodical clusters of shooting stars are closely connected with certain comets, also periodical. For those clusters and these comets follow exactly the same course in the sky. Tate was deduced from these two facts alone a whole theory concerning comets. He coincides with Sir William Thomson in thinking that comets are more aggregations of aerolites, mutual encounters of which would engender the light that Huggins has discovered in the spectrum of the nucleus of certain comets, in which he attributes to the incandescence of carbonized vapors. Tate further agrees in holding that there are rendered visible for a brief moment only a portion of the cluster of a shooting star, which accompanying every comet. Delaney considers the shooting stars as small comets moving through space in clusters, at about 80 million of miles beyond the planet Mars. between his orbit and that of Jupiter. We meet with a group of small planets, of which there may exist several thousands. Perhaps they are the debris of some larger world shattered by some catastrophe. Perhaps they may have been formed in this region of space in a fragmentary state in which we see them. This is not decided, seeing that science now, as in the time of Virgil, is not yet able to determine the origin of things. Putting all hypothesis aside, it appears that the meteorites are derived from some planet now in a state of disaggregation, of which they form a part. The extent of the destruction of the exploded planet is shown by the calculation of Leverrier. So, before the fall of Lucifer, were no meteorites in our solar system. So they're attributing the fall of Lucifer possibly to some sort of planet that was destroyed. Mutual self-destruction, irredeemably wicked and wandering stars, Enoch and Jude. What's that mean? Leverrier. Oh, God. Okay. Damn, I gotta turn the fan off. Fucking, it's making the furnace run. Hold on. Yeah, I turned the little fan on. It's some kind of cigarette-y in here. How did I do that? How do I make that go away? I don't want any of this. There we go. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, so Leverrier estimates that the asteroids are not, when put together, equivalent to the body of 1/3 the size of Earth, for he argues that they were larger than that. Their attraction would have led to greater variations of the motions of the perihelion of Mars than have yet been noticed. The next 30 degrees from 90 to 120, sign of Cancer, blah blah blah. The sign is the tortoise, and here the earth beneath and the land where to present day and the tortoise is a sacred emblem of the re-emergence of the world after the deluge. The familiar Hindu symbol of an elephant standing on the back of a tortoise may be interpreted as follows. The letter A, Hebrew Aleph, or ox, was originally a hieratic mark for the downward pointing horns of the zodiacal ox Taurus. Not only was the ox one of the cherubic figures prescribed in the scriptures for use in the worship of the chosen people, together with the brazen oxen supporting the laver in Solomon's temple, not only was the Apis bull made the recipient of the divine honors in Egypt, but also in India. From time immemorial, the ox with the Pleiades lump on its shoulders and the elephant with the downward pointing horns have been revered as sacred animals. Oh man, I just burped and that burrito was like burnt the back of my throat. Hence, perceiving the tortoise, oriental sign for Cancer, an emblem of the destroyer, just like I was telling you earlier on that diagram. We may, in the figure of the elephant standing upon the Taurus, perceive a symbol of the victory of the centripetal order, restoring and maintaining power believed to reside in the Pleiades over the centrifugal, disorderly, inequilibrated force of one appalling manifestation of which the sign Cancer is a symbol. Elephant standing upon the tortoise would thus mean the world sustaining power in Taurus. Beneath the feet, all evil is put in subjection. I'm not sure what that means. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to go over too much more. So yeah, this book is very interesting. This book, the other book is the same, but it was cut into pieces and put into like some magazines and different parts. Let's see here. Oh, so this is interesting. Sidereal religion prevailed in Mesopotamia before the invention of writing, since the earliest symbol of deity known to us is a star. Thus, the deity Sebut, probably connected with the Pleiades. Sebut, that's probably Sobek, the old Egyptian word for seven, or sopt. This determined by the star with the number 7. Yeah, that's what I thought. By its side, thus the Old Testament Abraham lifted his head and did 7, swear by Eljun, El-An, El-Star, God the highest. Osiris means elevated one or the highest, like Zeus or Homer. Hyperion of Hesidios, he was originally the god of the Pleiades. Excuse me. Even some of froze. I forgot to do that thing where I put the screen on the screen and when everybody was on earlier. So the sevening of Abraham may be referred to as the god dwelling in the constellation of 7 stars, Pleiades, which is part of Taurus. Comparison of the most ancient calendars known to us has led Mr. R.G. Halliburton of Nova Scotia. Halliburton, that's funny. Anybody still awake? Let's prove the. Push that motherfucking like button. Let's see. Universal custom. Tony Epstien. What? Talking over sketchy. What? Talking sketchy. Let's see. Days. Where is that? What Pleiades by almost universal custom, partly the times called prehistoric, connected with 3 days festival of the dead. Corresponds to the Christian festivals of All Souls and All Saints, the beginning of November, preceded in some countries by Holy Evening and Halloween. First, it was the appearance of the Pleiades at sunset, later the culmination at midnight, which determined the beginning of the year. The calendar of the Brahmins of Tervalor, the year began in November, and the first month was called, after the Pleiades, Kartigwe or Kertikus, which in the Hebrew word for Pleiades, Kima, which means associates, or the 7 sisters. The India festival of the Pleiades was the festival of the dead. Phoenix was like an eagle, namely, an eagle on the back of the Apis Taurus bull with Pleiades, from whence the Matari, Matara Savan, and the messenger of Agnes, die Materis Van, i.e., from Taurus, brought down the fire, according to Mr. Halliburton's discovery. Electra, one of the Pleiades, wandered to the north and fell to earth in the fall of Troy. I wonder if Electra was originally Polaris, or turned into Polaris. Virgil says Troy is to fall again at the next renovation. Zeus Kronos is the Seb of the Egyptians, being by Parasites connected with the Pleiades and Taurus, as the divinity dwelling in their 7 stars. like the Sabbat of the Babylonians, the Sabbath or Zabut of the Hebrews, the first creation of that was the end of the sentence. The first creation of Zeus Kronos was fire. According to the India myth, fire was brought to earth by the messenger of Indras, by Agni called Maturasvan. This name Mr. Halliburton has connected with the Matari, as the Pleiades are still called by the islanders in the Pacific. Bel's flaming sword, which turned every way, and the flaming sword of the cherub, Kareb, or bull, according to the language of the cuneiform inscriptions, originally referred to the Pleiades and Taurus, whence the fire was supposed to first have descended upon earth. According to the Phoenician tradition of the 7 sons of Zeus, I skimmed through it the other night. I've delved in all sorts of stuff like this for quite some time. According to the probably about digging into this stuff for like almost 20 years. According to the Phoenician tradition, the 7 sons of Zeus, Kronos, and Rhea were connected with the Pleiades, the constellation inhabited, according to the old Babylonian Hebrew tradition, by the god Sabaoth. Pherecydes says Zeus, Kronos was the creator of fire and then of earth, whilst the Pleiades were regarded as the locality where fire originates. Zeus Kronos, the creator of fire, as the sun, moon, and earth, was throned in the Pleiades. Maturasvan, the messenger of Indras, was sent from Matari or Pleiades to earth, and Agni, whose secret name was Matarasvan, brought the fire to earth. Hebrew, play, wonderful, plead, fullness, pleroma. What was that? Note here: the Pleiad Alion and her husband perishing in water. Deluge, they were turned into Halions. They only showed themselves at the setting of the Pleiades. They made their nests during the 7 days preceding the winter solstice, and laid their eggs during the 7 days that follow. These 14 days, that's funny, are the Halion days of antiquity, the 14 days. That's the 14 pieces of Osiris. Oh, Jesus. Let me see here. Let's see. Okay, so you take the what is it? December 25th. Wait, just a second here. So the 3 days plus 8 plus 1, 3 plus 8 plus 3 more. What's the other 3 days? So the 1 day would be New Year's, 3 days for the winter solstice, the 8 days of Hanukkah. That's 12. So it needs 2 more days for the. Well, I don't know. This is speculation here. Their nest resembled a kind of ball and a little lengthened out of the top, and the hole was like a large sponge. Anthony assured us that the great deal was. This is pure fable. It is very good astronomy, however, and describes the shape of the Pleiades cluster very well. The Pleiades lay their eggs in the midwinter. We can understand why the part of the early church favored celebrating the birth of Christ in the following autumn, whence the episcopal mitre, fashioned like a fish head and emblematic of both the deluge and the Christian dispensation of Pisces, 29 to 2181. 29 BC to 2181. That's interesting. Pythagoreans may be assumed to have known the reason why the sun took place in the fire as a symbol of deity, and could assign the sun to the central point in the universe without giving up the oriental connection with fire through the Pleiades as the throne of God by whom the fire had been set. From this would arise the conception of the Pleiades group as the center of the universe. It is remarkable that according to the calculations of Magler, the Earth's sun appears to rotate around a star in the Pleiades. The most ancient parts of Zend Avesta, the one god Ormuzd, was designated as the first of the 7 angels or watchers, in conjunction with whom he created the world by his word. In Genesis, Jehovah says, "Let us create man in our image." Later passages attribute the honor of the first of the 7 angels to the vicar of God, the mediator Srosha. This Messiah of the Iranians was originally connected with fire and the Pleiades, a mediatorial position similar to that assigned to Sora or Srosha was held by Mithras, who was the first connected with fire and then with the sun. Like Ormuzd, Mithras was represented riding a bull, and Jehovah is described as riding a cherub, or bull. This bull is the constellation Taurus. In the book of Enoch, Messiah is described as coming down in the form of a white bull with large horns. I saw that a white cow was born. The horns were great, and all the beasts in the field, all the birds of heaven were alarmed at him and treated him at all times. Then I saw the nature of all them was changed, and that they became white cows. This is a vision which I saw when blah blah. Thus also Enoch something was the first Adam is described as a white cow sprung from the earth. The 7 stars of the Pleiades, the constellation of the bull, are connected to the 7 Ashmashpans and the 7 Buddhas, the 7 lamps of Moses' candlestick, like the 7 elevations of the Tower of Babel. The 7 steps or altars of the Great Pyramid referred to the 7 stars, later planets in the solar system. Divine enlightenment coming from above, in which men are allowed to partake, has for its source the 7 eyes of the Lord Sabaoth, which run to and fro through the whole earth. The Lord Sabaoth, or Sabaoth, that is, of the 7 stars of the Pleiades, later of the planets. Scriptural reference of the Pleiades as the source of fire is found in Isaiah 1:9, first book, 9th chapter, 5th line. Eggs of the cockatrice have they hatched. Whoso is eating their eggs doth die, quote unquote. The Hebrew word translated cockatrice, siphoni, is from the same root as the Egyptian typhon, or the destructive element in nature, modern typhoon, represented as a monstrous fiery serpent which fell like lightning from the sky. The cockatrice was a fabulous serpent, said to have been produced by a cock's egg, and the Egyptian symbol for the Pleiades, whence fire first fell to earth, which had been brought by a serpent. Its breath, the nauseum, pestilence, and even its look, the Gorgon's head, were fatal. There are certainly some strange things yet to be accounted for the connection with the Pleiades, says Flammarion. In support of this assertion, he offers the following facts. The Pleiades have attracted a great attention. Festivals and seasons, calendars and years have by many nations been regulated by their rising and culmination, and thus they have become intermingled with the early history of astronomy, and have left the records of past nations more marked than any other celestial object except the sun and the moon. New Year's festival, connected with and determined by the Pleiades, appears to be one of the most universal of all customs. Now everywhere, this festival of the Pleiades is always connected with the memory of the dead. It is the feast of the ancestors, All Souls. Among the Australians, the white stripe is painted over the arms, legs, and ribs, and they appear dancing in the light of the fires at night. like so many skeletons. The Society of Islanders celebrated the annual return appearance of the Pleiades at sunset by a usage resembling a mass for souls in purgatory, each man returning to his home to offer special prayers to the spirits of departed relatives. In the Tonga Islands, a commemoration of the dead takes place towards the end of October. It begins at sunset. In Peru, the Pleiades festival is called Ayamarca, from Aya, a corpse, or Marca carrying in arms. Which culture is that? Tonga Islands? Aya. I wonder if it's connected to the term ayahuasca from South America. I forget what. I don't remember if that's Quechua or Shipibo or what language that is. Lugabria songs and plaintive music, and it was customary to visit the tombs of relatives and leave the food and drink. All of this may be brought to point in some ancient widespread catastrophe which happened in the particular season. In India, November is called the month of the Pleiades, and the 17th of that month is celebrated as Hindu Durga, the festival of the dead. Among the ancient Egyptians, the same day was very noticeable. They took care to regulate their solar calendar so that it might remain unchanged. Numerous altered calendars have been discovered. Damn it, it's already 6. I gotta go to sleep here. I guess I'll read a couple more paragraphs. In Egypt and Australia, as in Australia, the solemn festival of the dead lasted 3 days, Koran, and was celebrated in honor of Osiris, the lord of the tombs. The Persians called November Mordad, the angel of death, and in Peru, the feast of the dead took place at the same time. In Ceylon, the festival of the dead takes place November. To commemorate the commemoration of the dead was connected among the Egyptians with a deluge, which was typified by a priest placing the image of Osiris in a sacred coffer or ark and launching it out into the sea where it was born out of sight. The celebration took place 17th day of Ather, the date at which the Mosaic account of the deluge of Noah states it to have commenced. The second month, the Jewish year, which corresponds to November, and on the 17th day of the month. Here is no chance coincidence. Both Egyptian and the Mosaic date was fixed by the Pleiades. This explains the rites of the Druids. The 1st of November was with the Druids the night full of mystery, in which they celebrated the reconstruction of the world. Remember that, symbolized by the cornucopia. No, terrible rite was connected with it. The Druidist nuns were obliged to pull down and rebuild each year at this time the roof of their temple as a symbol of the destruction and renovation of the world. If one of them, in bringing the materials for a new roof, let fall her sacred burden, she was lost. Her companions, seized with the fanatic transport, rushed upon her and tore her to pieces. The same night, the Druids extinguished the sacred fire, which was kept continually burning in the sacred precincts. At the signal, all the fires in the island were one by one put out, and primitive darkness reigned throughout the land. In our calendar, November 1st is still marked All Saints' Day. In the pre-Reformation calendars, the last day of October is marked All Hallow Eve, and the 2nd of November All Souls, clearly marked a 3 days festival of the dead, commencing in the evening and regulated by the Pleiades. Hence also the Halloween torches of the Irish, the bonfires of the Scotch, the cold Coeth fires of the Welsh, and the Tyndall fire of Cornwall, all lighted on Halloween. To this day in France, the people repair the cemeteries and lunch at the graves of their ancestors. The great festival, the Mexican cycle, was held in November, the time of midnight culmination of the Pleiades. It began at sunset, and at midnight, as the constellation approached the zenith, the human victim was offered up to avert the calamity impending over the human race. They had a tradition that the world had been destroyed at this time. So I wonder if the real Jesus sacrifice date in the Bible isn't April, but Halloween, or the day before Halloween. Is it 29th? I'm gonna have to look into that. Japanese. Let's see. Recommended Pleiades with their festivals, lanterns. Blah, blah. Okay, so you guys get this idea about this. I mean, this isn't even starting the book. Chamberlain comet proceeded from Taurus towards North Pole. View of the inevitable resemblance of comet speed or mass fall on Earth. This present day by my nervous systems. So that what? Wait, what? All right, let me finish this last paragraph, I guess. These instances of similar festival. Okay, we are told by the Hyginus, the contemporary of Ovid, that on the fall of Troy, which happens according to Virgil at every renovation of the earth and the skies, so Troy must have been a legendary city, not an actual city. Electra, one of the Pleiades, quitted the company of her 6 sisters and passed along the heavens toward the Arctic pole, where she remained visible in tears and with disheveled hair, to which the name comet is applied. Chambers thinks that this means that the comet proceeded from Taurus towards the North Pole, in the view of the inevitable resemblance of comets of meteoric masses falling to Earth. The terror produced by comets to the present day upon the nervous systems or physiological memory, not only of mankind but also of animals, is easily understood. Darn it, it's starting to get interesting here. Hebrew tradition stated that the great catastrophe, the fires of justice, Lucifer, Leviathan, the old serpent, were assuaged by the waters of mercy, deluge glacial epoch, which was produced by an extraordinary and unaccountable influx of heat. Why the tradition tells of a spirit of fire, the most beautiful woman that ever lived, and the most capricious, who made her home on various islands, from which these fucking notes at the bottom just keep going. I think I do remember this, reading this book, or else at least a book by this writer. Successfully driven by her great enemy, the water god Kamapua, who had the body of a man and the head of a hog. Typhon, the great bear or boar, into whose semblance drove of swine, Jesus sent the demons in a miracle by the lake. She finally took refuge in the volcano of Kailua, the greatest crater in the globe, where she maintains herself to this day. Whenever her wrath is excited, she turns into a lava flow and throws masses of hot rocks to overwhelm her enemies. Again, of the Sabaeans, whose name, though seemingly derived from the Hebrew Saba, host of heaven, the Sabaeans themselves derived from Sabi, the son of Seth, the reputed author of astronomy. We read that they sacrifice at the pyramids a black calf, Taurus, and a cock, Pleiades, or poultry, because the bird lays the 7 eggs. That's Hindu Tarika is a demon destroyed by Kartikeya, called the Pleiades, also the general of the celestial armies. Okay, so that thing about the crater in Hawaii. Viewing the Chicago Columbian Fair, the grand representation of the vast crater, the appalling forces constantly in action within the frowning walls, the author asked the name of the Hawaiian counterpart of the lost Pleiad, and found that her name in Hawaii was Pele, pointing out that the intelligent lecture and connection between Pele, pronounced Pele or Pleiad, Mount Pele. Yeah, wait. The author was rewarded with a gift of some of the Pele's body in the form of lava from her hiding place, and also some of her hair, an extremely brittle product of the volcano, which, however, the eye cannot distinguish from dark brown human hair. Thus, the writer unexpectedly secured a genuine specimen of the disheveled hair of the lost Pleiad. So they're saying the lost Pleiades star is connected to that, and symbology is connected to that fucking volcano in Hawaii. Mari Cow Luau. The whales. Oh, that's interesting. Depicted as mounted upon a peacock instead of upon the Pleiades hen, the chickens, in Egyptian's planosphere. Further, Taurus is etymologically connected with the Hebrew Torah, the divine law. Torah becomes, in German, Thor, the god of war. Ther, an animal. Or Thur, the exact equivalent of Greek Thura and the English door. Again, sun. Just screenshot that. Tor is the Hebrew name for the turtle doves. I don't need the headphones. Turtle doves. Where's that? Whose use as of offerings is frequently prescribed in the Old Testament. The above illustration is Egyptian representation of Taurus, Thora, the bull, and the Pleiades, dove, turtle dove, and the sun of righteousness with healing in its wings. He who in Patmos had the 7 stars in his right hand said, wait, let me read this part. The Hebrew name of the Egyptian Pleiades, hen, and chickens was Scottish, was Succoth Benoth, compared to Succoth Veneris, the city of Numidia. Succoth Benoth means the tabernacles of the daughters. Ouch. Jeez. Whose place were sacred and feminine production of powers, blah blah. Such the tabernacle. Okay, so let's read this here. He who in Patmos had the 7 stars in his right hand said, verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door, Taurus, into the fold of the sheep, Aries, but climbeth up some other way, the same is the thief and the robber. But he that entereth in the door by the door is the shepherd of the sheep. This parable spoke Jesus into them, but they understood not the things or which he spoke unto them. So remember that the way, aka in Greek in the Bible, is hodos, and then it takes you to Hades, which is the door, well, not, which is the land of the dead or whatever. What is keys in Greek? No, that's not it. Okay, I think it's, damn it. Doors, portes, here, maybe it's gate. That's what it is, I think. Gates. No, I'm gonna have to look into that later. I forget the word. There's another word that goes Hades and Hodos. The way, the path, or whatever. That's Greek. Let's see. The parable spoke Jesus unto them, but they understood not what the things which he spoke unto you. Many things not understood in our great day, the great pyramid will explain. The parable of the Lord who exalted because he loved her, blah, blah, plainly conforms to the astronomical fact. The precession of the equinox as the sun passes the Aries through Taurus, that by the regularly ordained pathway, whereas the lawless, diabolical, a clay-throwing drift catastrophe producing power ran amok through the solar system. Further, we learn that Bunsen said from Bunsen that the solar disk surrounded by wings The Assyrian representation of deity often contains a dove, an allusion to the Pleiades, doves, and the stellar fire of Taurus, the door. Yeah, wait, wow, I remember what I looked up. It wasn't door, it was Taurus. Taurus in Greek. How do you say it in Greek? Greek. Pronunciation. Maybe it's bold. No, okay. Excuse me. Damn it, there was a word, Havros, that said it. Let's see. Hedos. I don't know. Damn it, I'm trying to remember that word. Hodos, Hades. So I'm gonna find it. Right now. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm gonna crash out. I'm going to sleep. The Shinto temples of Japan, closure marked by a stone toru. I am the door or sacred portal. The original purpose of the toru to serve the porch for the sacred fowls, the Pleiades. Oh, it's the sacred fowl. The phoenix must be the bird that lays the eggs for the Pleiades as well. Kept to give warning of the daybreak was a deep-seated instinct which produced Protestants to substitute for the cross the celestial equator, ecliptical upon the church spires, with equally ancient and sacred emblem of the gilded weather rooster. Let's see. Is that right? No. Yep. That's right. Rooster on church. Rooster. Rooster. Rooster on the cross. Oh, there's another cross with a rooster. I mean, technically. Oh, that's funny. Why a rooster on your church? St. Peter and the Crowning Rooster. Astrotheology. Okay, yeah, I gotta go to sleep. Playing Magic cards tomorrow. There's another rooster. Why the rooster on the steeple? Rooster, let's see. How many other churches have rooster? Traditional weather vane. There's not a Wikipedia on it. Curse Solo. Is this it right here? Rooster. I don't know. Let's see any roosters there. Looking for some. Let's see what we got here. Roosters. Southeast Asia. Buddha amulet blessing. The rooster. I could probably make that bigger. No. Right here, rooster with the what is that? A serpent. Rooster defeating the serpent. Yadheya's 200 BC. Look at it, he's got a fucking he's got a cross in his hand right there. Look at that. You can see that cross. Look at that. It's a staff with a cross on it and a rooster. That's crazy. 200 BC. Let's see here. Well, I gotta save that. That's fucking crazy. 200 BC. Let's see. Save image as. Um. Okay. Yeah, so the Persian, 600 AD, 4th century BC. That's one of the depictions of Jesus. He's got a fucking rooster in his hand. What is that on his other shoulder? Is that a rooster and a bull? What is in his other hand? There's a rooster in his right hand. That's on the right side. It looks like, I think that's a lamb on his shoulder. A rooster and a lamb. The Lamb of God. I want to save that too. Shit. Okay, so that's blowing my mind here. The rooster. What do we got here? Oh, the rooster. This is like the Greek interpretation. Abraxas. Abraxas is 365 in gematria. Is that a rooster? Some kind of painting. Okay, I don't think these are relevant. Moscow. The rooster with the star. Huh. Well, that's interesting. The rooster. What is this? Okay, yeah, I'm going to sleep. I've been on here too long. All right, good night. Listen to Wayne Cooper. He talks about this type of shit in certain episodes. houroftheTime.com. Let's see. honoroftheTime.com. What else? Yeah. All right. Good night. Smash that like button. Yeah, I'm super blacklisted. My friend said he was looking for my thing and couldn't find it. He subscribed to me, and it's like, what the fuck? I don't know if that's the same for you guys, but the hordes of Hades. Yeah, yeah, so that rooster thing's funny. They're adopting the symbolism and don't even freaking know what it means. That must be the symbol of the phoenix. What is this? Explain the sacred doors are meant for the roost of the sun. Blah, blah. It's funny they call the Japanese Toru like Torah or Taurus. Tarot. Yeah, this is Chickens of Fortune, Gluck and Galenel. Hence the fact that the pleasing Taurus represented by a hen and chickens is very significant when taken in connection with Luke 13:34. O Jerusalem, which killeth the prophets, stoneth them that are sent unto her. How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as the hen gathereth her own brood under its wings, and ye would not. You observe that it is always sacrificed abominating prophets as they were stoned, never the bloodshedding priests who maintain, quote, the immortal pleasure of Jehovah, the fumes of the scorching flesh and smoking blood, the pain of the bleeding mothers who still yearn for the dead offspring, and the pangs of the sad, ignorant victims underneath the pious knife. Yeah, so it's all symbolism. That's what people can't get over. They don't like that everything's symbolism in the ancient world. I mean, there's so much to back it up. It's like, I mean, it's just that's what I was talking about earlier in the book, where it's like, it was saying, the ancient people, they tried to make sure they could put it in a story in which the profane could understand the story, but not fully understand it, and that so it was to teach them in a way. That's what these stories are about. It was like a trick to teach someone. 'Cause people don't like to learn. I mean, let's see, Socrates. Blah, blah. Yeah. So yeah, I won't sleep here. This book is definitely interesting. Blah, blah. I'm gonna have to get into it later. All right. What is this going on here? Secondly, manifestation of the devil, Cancer. We know that the Egyptian sign for the zodiacal constellation Cancer was an ass. Jesus rides in on the ass. This reminds us the first that Balaam, whose name signifies devourer, identical with Arabic Lokumin, the monster that devours the sun, rode upon the ass when he strove to prophesy contrary to the true indications of the stars. Flaming messenger intervened, and the ass spoke. The sign of Cancer still speaks to him who hath an ear to hear the scientific mysteries of the kingdom. Further, that on the one hand, Jesus, who was born in a manger, was transfigured on the mount. His face shone like the sun, whose emblem was the horse. The superior suns like our sun, namely the seven Pleiades stars, being represented as a seven-headed horse. But on the other hand, when he went up to Jerusalem to conquer the power of darkness, he entered the holy city riding upon the ass, the Egyptian sign for Cancer, the constellation of evil. Muhammad, Legend of War, the elephant, contains very suggestive details. When Abraham drew near Mecca, the elephant on which he rode, which was the very large one, refused, like Balaam's ass, to advance any further. A sudden large flock of birds, Pleiades doves, appeared, bearing stones which they threw down upon the head of Abraha's men, killing every one of them. Then God sent the flood, which swept the dead bodies into the sea. One of Abraha's men, however, escaped over the Red Sea. Strange survivals and tradition connection with the ass, the emblem of Cancer, are the profane accusations of the heathen peoples. The god of the Jews is an ass. Otherwise incomprehensible medieval buffoonery of arraying an ass as ecclesiastical robes and conducting the beast to the altar of April Fool's Day. Customs still extant in the sacred dance of the American Pueblo Indians, of including and carefully rehearsed dance around the sacred fires, blah, blah, representing the planets, the lawful pranks of the clown who runs amongst the dancers as if seeking to involve everything in satanic confusion. What does it mean by that? It says Drummond, Jehovah implies a supreme being. It is surely pretended by some of the pagan writers that the Jews worship their god under the form of an ass. In order to support this idol fable, they remark on the authority of Epstien, who was an Egyptian, that the letters IHVH signified an ass. They say Jehovah was pronounced JAO or IEO. That meant an ass in Egypt. The accusation may have arisen from the ignorance of the theological connection between Cancer, the manger, the Jehovah God, the only Savior. Cancer, as we have seen, the original site of destruction. Eusebius writes, omniscient God sent down the inundations and conflagrations. Then it was the first begotten wisdom of God. The pre-existing word appeared at times in servants, visions of angels, at other times his own person. Saving power of God, he was blah blah. Other pious, the shape of man is not possible. Well, so I'm not. Okay. Here we go. What is this? Well, within the meridians of Cancer or the ass, we find Precipe, the manger, two stars known as asses. An ox, Taurus, hath known his owner, and the ass, his master's crib. oppressive be, but Israel hath not known, but people hath not understood. Lo, thy king cometh riding an ass. Okay, so this I wanted to bring up, I guess, real quick before I go. I meant to go like, God damn it! It was just fucking 9 after. Now it's 30 after. What the fuck? All right. So I wanted to bring up the horse. Cool. Okay, so I want to bring up this because this is definitely relevant. This so okay, nobody can explain this. Oops, wrong button. Nobody can explain it. But you know what just did? Anybody got a guess? I mean, I was just reading it. So it says in Latin or whatever, the god of something is a horse or something, and it's like a mockery drawing. But you see, this is the old Romans were mocking the secrets they didn't understand, the surrealist story that of the stars, which is unknown to them. And so they blindly thought that the Christians were worshiping an ass, a crucified horse, donkey, whatever. And that it was much more complex than that, because it was the symbol of cancer, and that symbol of cancer, I mean, this has to do with the astronomy stuff where Mars, when it's 90 degrees on the horizon, and with Cancer, or the horse, it's well, that's the summer solstice. All right, I'm gonna leave it on that. Passing out here. Oops, wrong button. Leave it on this image to the. Damn it! Why can't I get it centered over here? There we go. Yeah. Okay. So the mystery of the ass. All right. Peace out. I mean, there's more to that as well too. I've read other books that spoke on the topic. I'll have to elaborate some other time. All right. Good night.